Madam Clerk, just doing a sound check.
Good morning, Councilmember Dorr.
Madam Clerk, just doing a sound check.
Are we unmuted? Good morning, Councilmember Dorr. Good morning, Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Before we begin, we're going to do things just a little bit differently. Can you just tell me who is on Zoom? I actually asked Councilman Reese to stay home today. He was incredibly sick, and so I said, please don't be here. But can you tell me who is on Zoom before we begin?
Absolutely. We have Councilmember Dorr online at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Reese?
Councilmember Ebert.
Okay. All right, everyone. Good morning.
I'm present. I don't know if you heard me. I'm present.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good morning. Oh, come on. I need a little more energy than that. Good morning. Good morning. All right, well, I am very excited this morning. We're going to do something a little bit different. Before we begin, I have a special guest in the house, someone that we all know and love. And this wonderful gentleman is actually the mayor for the day. And he is the perfect mayor because he cannot speak. So anyway, so everyone, please give it up for the one and only Wolfie. All right, let the show begin. I would love for you to lead us in the pledge, but I understand you have a little bit of a challenge, so I'm going to hand it over to my vice mayor. Please lead us in the pledge. All right, thank you, everyone. And then I think they have you here. Okay. You're more than welcome to be here. All right, we have got a lot of pack pride in the house. We also have someone else who is iconic. And many of you will know this other gentleman that we are honoring today, so I am very, very excited. I am going to ask Madam Clerk, before we begin, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor, calling roll for the Reno City Council meeting on Wednesday, November 19th, 2025. Councilmember Taylor. Here. Dorr.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
Here.
Reese. Absent at this time, Anderson.
Here.
Mayor Sheevy.
Here.
Mayor of the day, Wolfie. All right, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we begin public comment, though, I believe we have something on video. Is that correct?
We do.
Okay, let it roll.
We're in Reno, Nevada, the Mackey Stadium for the Southwest Showdown. Southeast State. Get set to take on the Nevada Wolfpack alongside the big man.
That little feeling that you have in your stomach right now, that little nervousness, okay, a little anxiety, all that's saying is that you're doing something you were born to do. You're doing something that you love. Embrace it. Now have the courage to lean into it and go be the best version of yourself. That little pit in your stomach, you don't get that being a count. You only get that doing this, doing the you were born to do. Love y'all. Go be great today. Go be great, and let's go hard.
10 to the 5. Chubba's going in. Touchdown, Nevada. And you falls out again. And the Wolfpack say they got it. Bourbon Kenyon punched it out. And the fan zone, he knocks over the pylon. And there it is. Touchdown, Nevada. Cutting left. Dominic Kelly is in. Touchdown, Nevada. Kelly. Over the middle. Oh, it's picked up again. Second interception of the game. And it's Bourbon Kenyon still on his feet.
Really good.
Kenyon.
And then they'll finish up at home.
against Fresno. Are you kidding me? We talked about Woods and the explosiveness. Put another one on the board. Kai Woods makes it a 50-burger.
Good snap. Kick is on the way from McFadden. It's long enough.
He got it. Purdy on the direct snap. Off the middle, and Purdy won't be denied the fourth touchdown of the game for the Wolfpack.
Daniel throws long right side. Intercepted. Snelling at the 5.
Dumps it off to Ramsey. Who's got running room? Ramsey in the 10, 5. He's in for the third touchdown of the game for the Wolfpack.
All right, sunset here in Reno, Nevada. Amen. Now, what a victory for the Wolfpack. 55-10, 5 turnovers, but clearly their best victory of the year.
Good job. All right, we also have another special guest in the house, and we have a proclamation for today. Stephanie, where are you? There you are. Good morning. It's so nice to see you. And Wolfie, will you please join her? And I would love for our Vice Mayor, Miguel, to please read the proclamation so we can kick this off just right. This is a very special time for all of us. I want to say thank you. Pack Pride is amazing. We've got to support our students, our community. There is not a better way than I think that brings a community together is sports. And I'm super competitive, so we got to get out there and win. We usually bet mayors across the country. So usually on the side, I'm always watching, but I feel like that proud mama, a little, queasy when you guys are out there. But I just want to say thank you to all of you. All of you. You guys are amazing. You bring so much joy to this community. So thank you. Are you ready? Yeah? Okay, take it away.
Well, good morning, City Council members and the mayor. Thank you for having us here. Super excited about this. As you know, 2.5 years ago, you declared us as Nevada's college town, and so we're carrying that on, and really excited to celebrate that and excited for this proclamation. So how do you want to do this? We both read? You guys read?
Go ahead.
How do you want to do it?
Yeah,
Vice Mayor.
Okay.
that's enough, if that's okay. Before I get started, I just want to disclaimer, I apologize for wearing red. I know it's a capital sin today.
I didn't want to say anything.
I am in the
call it
love. I'm
out
sorry, Wolfie.
because
I
like,
apologize. I know,
oh, no.
I know. I started off the day on the wrong foot.
Mayor Goodman got a hold of you. One year she made me
Sorry.
wear red.
Sorry.
So, go ahead. Okay,
regardless,
we'll let you
I
have a
am
pass
honored.
one time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the grace. Regardless, I'm honored to read this proclamation on behalf of the office of the mayor of the city of Reno. Whereas the University of Nevada, Reno is the original land-grant institution in the state of Nevada, founded in 1874, and
then I go, okay. Whereas the University of Nevada plays an essential role in supporting the city of Reno's economy, cultural vibrancy, and educational leadership, and
whereas the city of Reno is a committed partner to the University of Nevada, Reno Matheson Gateway Project, a joint project transforming the historic university campus and urban edge of downtown Reno to leverage social encounters, drive community engagement, and foster economic growth, and
whereas the city of Reno is cheering on the Nevada football team in their battle for the Fremont Cannon against UNLV on November 29th, 2025.
Now, therefore, I, Vice Mayor Miguel Martinez, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare November 29th, 2025, Paint the Cannon Blue Day in and for the City of Reno. I encourage all citizens to be loud and proud in their support of the Wolfpack victory over UNLV. Go Wolfpack.
Paint the cannon blue.
So
Right.
thank
No
you for doing
pressure.
that.
No pressure here.
Yeah, also want to thank our basketball team for being here, and then obviously for Ethan O'Brien, our probably most recognized
Well, he
alum
was.
and famous
He's getting
basketball
ready to be
player.
honored
So
next. So
excited
we are
to be here.
super excited. Hey, all my basketball guys, where are you? Where are you guys? Come on, stand up. You should see me standing next to them. It is quite something. What about, do we have any football players in the house? Any? No? Oh, okay. They're at practice, okay. Hey, how about golf? Tennis. But we do have the beautiful cheer team. Say good morning, you guys. Yay! Make every event amazing that I'm at. You just bring up that energy level to an ability that just, it makes us so proud. So great job, you guys. Okay, you ready for the next one? All right, this gentleman actually needs no introduction, because if you know, you know. Am I right, you guys? Yes. I actually think he's the mayor of Reno. Yeah. What do you think? Yes. Yeah? Look at this over here. Look at this. Here today, behind me all day long. Please. But you certainly are an icon in this community. You have done so much for us. You are so well loved. You just need to know that. So it is also your very special day, so we're excited to honor you. You have some wonderful, wonderful friends in the house. I see a Carano over here who doesn't come out that much, so this is pretty special. He's pretty humble guy, so we don't get to see him. Thank you so much for being here. But you have a lot of friends in this community, and you fight for this community. You love these gentlemen that are in the room, are, you know, athletics, everything about you is Reno. So we're excited to honor you today, and everyone please give it up for the one and only Ethan O'Brien. For you to do it. Yes. You have it? You do? Okay. Is it on the podium?
No.
Someone stole your proclamation already. They wanted that key to the city so they could speak, do whatever they wanted. All right. Brandy, you get the honor. We also have Sheriff Balaam in the house. I didn't see you over there. Good morning. I call him my wedding crasher. We've crashed a few weddings together, haven't we? All right, take it away, Brandy.
Okay. Oops. Okay, good morning. I'm going to try and keep myself together here. 2 times in a row. Okay, I'm honored from the Office of the Mayor of the City of Reno to make this proclamation in your honor. Whereas Ethan O'Brien is considered one of the most popular Wolfpack basketball players ever and was a 2-time All-Big West performer and was 3rd in the nation in assists in his junior year. And whereas Ethan played professionally in Europe before joining the world-famous Harlem Globetrotters for 11 years, and then returned home to become a community icon in his beloved Reno. And whereas he serves as president of the Wolfpack Athletic Association and gives back through service on numerous boards such as Renown, the Children's Cabinet, Nevada Military Support Alliance, and his nonprofit Youth in Pursuit. And whereas his popular Nevada Basketball Academy has helped more than 300 local players earn college scholarships. And whereas Ethan's commitment to his alma mater and community were recognized this fall when the University of Nevada named him the 2025 Athletics Distinguished Alumnus. Now therefore, I, Brandy Anderson, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevey, Mayor of the City of Reno of Nevada, do hereby declare November 19th, 2025, Ethan O'Brien Day. Speech.
Well, this is a humbling moment, a great moment, but even though I have this proclamation, my wife told me I still have to take out the trash. So, you know, I'm just a simple boy from Huntsville, Texas, who was born in a small home. Every one of my siblings and I was born through a midwife, and our home was right next door to a graveyard, and 2 blocks from there was the state prison where they did all the executions. So to the right of me was the prison, and to the left was the graveyard. And so what I did was try to just stay straight ahead, look forward, and not want any party to what was to the left or to the right. And the place that I had to go play basketball was not in the best area. There was a lot going on there, but I always felt like God had this hedge around me to where I was protected. And growing up in the projects, I told my best friend Keith, we've been best friends since the 7th grade, that if I ever got out of the project, that I would bring him along with me. And so he came up to Reno my junior year in college. And I remember meeting Pat Foster, who just got the job here at the University of Nevada at a Whataburger in Huntsville, Texas, because I like to eat. And part of the deal was you got to buy me a burger, fries, and a drink in order for me to come on a recruiting trip up here to Reno. So when I take my trip to Reno, I stayed at the El Dorado. And 2 of the greatest people in my life I met inside of the El Dorado. The first being Mr. Carano, who was my host on my recruiting trip. Most players get other players on the team to host them, but Mr. Carano was my host. Took me around the entire casino and actually invited me to have dinner with him at the seafood buffet. And for those of you who know me, I hate seafood. But I didn't have the heart to tell him that I didn't like seafood because I loved him more than I hated seafood. And so on our way to the seafood buffet, I see the prettiest girl I ever seen in my life. And she was a cashier at the seafood buffet. And she has now been my wife for 27 years. So, I'd like to thank all my family and friends that are here, the Caranos, who have meant so much to me. And I would not be here if it wasn't for Mr. Carano. I actually committed to play basketball at the University of Nevada before I even visited the campus. I committed inside of the El Dorado. We have a saying in Texas, you don't have to eat the whole pie to know what it tastes like. So I knew from my first hour in Reno, Nevada, that this is where I wanted to call home and make my home. And so I decided to come here, and it's been the best decision I ever made. My 3 kids are here. My oldest, Elijah, my youngest, Ezekiel, but I better call him Zeke because there's a lot of people here, and my daughter, Emery, are all here. I just want my kids to know how proud I am of them. Just keep striving and working hard and keep God first. Reno is an awesome place. I grew up in the church, and there's a scripture that says to make sure you show hospitality to strangers. For doing so, you have entertained angels without even knowing it. So myself, my best friend Keith, and Kevin Pinkney, who also played at Nevada, we came to this town and we were complete strangers. And I'm not saying that we're angels now, but you give us the love and the strength that we need to want to go out and try to be angels, or try to be an angel for someone. And so we like to thank the city of Reno, Mayor Sheevy. I'd like to thank you and all of the council. And when God calls my name at Judgment Day and I got to go up front, he's not going to care about how many assists that I had playing college basketball. He's not going to care about me playing for the Harlem Globetrotters. His concern is going to be, did I help the least of these? When people were hungry, was I there to feed them? When they were without doors and needed comfort, did I house them? When they were thirsty, did I give them something to drink? That's what he's going to care about. And when he looks back at my life, I'm hoping that he would go over to the exchange counter. And the exchange counter is going to be right next to the pearly gates, right before you walk into heaven. And that's the exchange counter. That's when you're going to turn in your cross and get your crown. And that's what it's all about. So hopefully I can put my crown on knowing that I did the right thing in this life and go into heaven. And hopefully I see all of you there. Thank you all. This has been a great morning, very humbling for me. Couldn't do it without you. Never give up on God. Don't give up on America. And please don't give up on the PAC. Thank you.
I love it. All right, Ethan, before you leave, we would love to get a picture. So anyone that is here with Ethan, we've tried to accommodate this in this small space.
Mayor, that would be the whole room.
Yes, well, that is
Maybe
true.
we should go out there.
But I would love for Ethan's family, his best friend, Mr. Carano, please come up. Stephanie, Rick Murdoch, I think you're in the house somewhere. Good morning. No. So nice. Yeah, with
This? I think we have to like.
Right. Here, we can go like this.
Okay. I just try to squeeze this way so it centers. Yeah.
That's okay. You're allowed to be. You're allowed to be.
Okay, ready?
Doing this?
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, suck it in. Okay, what else? Look to the left, over here, otherwise your eyes look a little strange in pictures. So we're gonna start to the left. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then we're gonna go in the middle. Eyes in the middle, 1, 2, 3. And then over here to the right. You got it? All right, you guys. Thank you so much. Ethan! Now I'm going to do a dance.
And Madam Mayor,
I know, right?
like you, I did wear my silver and blue
I think
as an
points
alumni.
this morning, she wore blue. So
That's right.
Miguel.
My silver and blue.
All right. Bye, you guys. Have a great day. All right. All right. Back to our regularly scheduled program.
All right, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah, let's do it. Come on, you guys. Love to. Come on, yeah. Just move it. Forward, John. How are you girls? I love when I see you guys. It's so happy. I love it, love it, love it.
You guys scooch. Scooch.
That way a little bit.
Go that
to
way.
the
Okay.
right. Perfect.
Ready? Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, yay. Okay.
What'd you do?
We are going to go into public comment, Madam Clerk, and actually, Vice Mayor, I am going to have you lead us into public comment.
Okay.
I have to step out for a second, and then I'm going to hand the floor to you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Madam
Take
Mayor.
it away.
All right, Madam Clerk, want to start public comment today? Thank you so much.
All right, Vice Mayor Martinez, our first item today is opening public comment. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter today is Terry Brooks, followed by Barry Breslow, followed by Tom Miller.
I thought that whole crowd was here to listen to me, but I guess they had other things to do. Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on diseases and illnesses and what seniors have to go through. The 10 leading illnesses for those 65 and older are arthritis, chronic sinusitis, and allergic rhinitis. Another illness for seniors is hypertension, and another is heart condition. Others include hearing impairment, vision impairment, and orthopedic impairment. Diabetes is another problem, and varicose veins is another problem. That was a mouthful. These can affect your respiratory system, your cardiovascular system, your musculoskeletal system, and your gastrointestinal system. I've learned that the older we are, the more susceptible we are to such conditions, and the more difficulty we endure in handling such conditions. During the COVID-19 virus, more seniors were diagnosed with the coronavirus, and it was seniors who suffered most. Even though it was seniors who were more likely to get the infection, seniors were not so likely to receive the vaccination. It could be that seniors lacked means of communication and were not aware of the virus or of the vaccination. Or it could be that seniors were aware of the vaccination, but they didn't receive it because of their lack of transportation. Or it could be lack of memory, and like me, they forgot when, where, how to go and get that shot. When it comes to such a widespread situation, sometimes seniors could use some advice. And if they don't remember the first time, tell it to them twice. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back if I remember on which day. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Terry.
Barry Breslow, followed by Tom Miller, followed by Gary Cecil.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Barry Breslow. My wife and I live in West Reno. I'm not a native, but as I like to tell people, I got here as fast as I could. Please don't hold it against my parents that they didn't know where we should be living. I want to I'm only speaking for myself and my wife and for nobody else today. I want to make sure everyone here is aware of what happened on Halloween night and the effect on the people that live in West Reno. On Halloween night, as I think you've probably learned or will learn, there was an outdoor concert, Subtronic concert at the J Resort. And let me comment on the J Resort. Much respect for the investment of time, effort, and resources into making our community better. So I'm in no way against what they have done and what they continue to do. But this must have been a one-off because this concert was so loud and so disruptive that it literally shook the homes in our neighborhood inches while this concert was playing. It was the deep subwoofer noise that was literally shaking. It was so loud it spooked the animals. We happen to have a horse and occasionally goats. Across the street is a property that has sheep. And at one point on Halloween night, it was so loud, I thought there was a car in front of our house with the windows open, blasting, hip hop or something. And so I went out there to give that person a piece of my mind, and it turned out it was mom lady driving her children around for Halloween. Had nothing to do, no music coming out of that car, just a nice lady. And where is this noise coming from? And of course, it was coming from the J, 3.5 miles from our home. Dozens, probably hundreds, maybe thousands of your neighbors and mine have been adversely affected by the decisions that have been made by those that approved this type of a concert. We know you have a very difficult job. You have to balance different interests and come up with something that's fair and just. Believe me, I'm well aware of the types of issues you have to deal with. But however, I ask you to reconsider whatever license, whatever agreement, whatever commitments have been made. It was too loud, it went too late, and to have the stage pointed into a natural amphitheater, which is West Reno, with deep bass until after midnight, made it extremely, extremely loud, uncomfortable, and disruptive. The rule is that people have a right to peaceful enjoyment of their property and not be adversely affected unreasonably by their neighbor. Okay, reasonably affected. This was completely, in my view, unreasonable, and I strongly encourage you, on behalf of my wife and I, to please find a better balance that doesn't involve this type of concert in the future. Thank you very much.
Before you go, Vice Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
Judge, I just want to thank you for being.
So I'm just here in my individual
I
capacity.
know, but just as people call us, council member outside the room
Sure.
as well. But
Understood.
I just want to thank you because you, in your personal life, have sat in our position, and you have to weigh in on many, many issues. And I just want to promise you that we all have received a lot of letters. I know there was a lot on Reddit, Facebook, Nextdoor, and we take our job really seriously, and I'm sure we're going to bring our best foot forward today and do the best that we can. But today, we are not making decisions. We're going to be learning a lot about noise and how it travels and things that the city can do. So I just wanted to thank you for taking time out of your day to come join us here.
Thank you very much, and again, appreciate very much what you do for our community. Have a great day.
Tom Miller, followed by Gary Cecil, followed by Art Rangel, followed by Stephen White.
Good morning. My name's Tom Miller. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. And I genuinely want to thank you all for working so hard downtown to make the downtown better and the surrounding areas better. You may not have heard this, but the concert on Halloween was too darn loud. I live exactly 2 miles as the crow flies from the J Resort Festival grounds. We had a little Halloween party. It ended around 10. And that's when we noticed the house and the windows shaking. Similar story. We thought it was the neighbors. We went outside and realized it was coming from downtown. I can only describe it as an incessant pounding. Amazingly, we could also hear the F-bomb being dropped repeatedly from the concert announcer, almost as if it was from right across the street. Around 11:20, it's still going on, and now it's becoming almost unbearable. We called dispatch. Dispatch said that they were permitted to have the event until between 12 and 1 a.m., that they were not sending any officers, that I could report it online. And I grew more and more confounded. Our quality of life, our peace, was impacted by this concert that the city sanctioned, and there's nothing that we could have done. So this feeling of helplessness and frustration was felt by everyone in our neighborhood. 12:15 in the morning, it finally stops. The next night, more of the same, but slightly quieter, and it ended sooner. And I later learned that after a barrage of complaints, the city took steps to work with JMF Presents to mitigate the noise. I'm all for improving the downtown, all for it, but not at the expense of the community's peace and the quality of life. And I'm definitely not a fan of opportunists impacting my peace, my quality of life, and that of my neighbors. So I ask you to please not make the same mistake again. Limit the noise level using the A scale, the C scale, whatever. Limit the hours reasonably. Implement the recommendations of staff. Physical barriers, directional sound technology, sound absorbing materials, acoustic panels, whatever. It can be done, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Gary Cecil, followed by Adam Schifferdecker, followed by Becky Rich.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Mayor. First time I've had to say that. Good morning, council members. I first want to offer some sincere thanks to Angela Foos. I don't see her here today, but in the 3 years I've been working on as a C-scale bishop, basically preaching about the problems with that particular scale, she's been enormously helpful to me personally, always responsive, and I think she did a superb job, Councilwoman Deere, on the information you're going to see today. It's very thorough, very detailed, and I think you'll get a very good walkthrough. This item is another step for your consideration of reasonable excessive noise abatement in the C-scale. Ironically, it comes on the heels of the concert the two gentlemen before me mentioned, and it's clearly a hot potato now. Both in multiple media and in emails some of you sent to constituents, the consistent refrain I saw was that the city is trying to balance resident needs with revenue-generating entertainment. I ask this respectfully, what do you consider to be balance? Was it balance that the council reaffirmed an outdoor use permit with absolutely no noise limit? Was it balanced that thousands of downtown residents in close proximity to the festival ground site were excluded from the sound study and preemptively judged irrelevant to that study? That word was used. Was it balanced that the city accepted the applicant's absurd assertion that pointing the speakers west of downtown would protect residents from excessive noise on the C-scale? Is it balanced that every single week booming bass noise disturbs downtown residents after midnight through to the early hours of the morning, and yet code enforcement still can only measure that noise on the wrong A scale? Sadly, the excessive noise issue continues to be framed by some as a zero-sum game. In order for someone to win, someone has to lose. It doesn't have to be that way. For my part, and for the residents I've worked with for years, we want business to thrive. We've never advocated for any reasonable, considerate business to be shuttered. We actively support local businesses, including with programs that incent residents to spend money there. Today's agenda is just another step by which you can work towards rebalancing approaches to noise such that both businesses and residents can thrive. No doubt it won't be easy politically, it won't be easy economically, it won't even be easy legally. But if many other cities that is on Angela's list for your review, like Orlando, can enact measures in the C-scale and enforce them, yet still grow business and residential land uses in their mixed-use downtown, then I have every confidence that you can make it happen in Reno. Thank you.
Adam Schifferdecker, followed by Becky Rich, followed by Paula Berkeley.
Good morning, council members and staff. My name is Adam Schifferdecker, and I'm a resident of Reno. I'm here to speak about the growing entanglement between local law enforcement and ICE, and how these decisions affect the safety and trust of our entire community. When local government makes room for ICE, it reshapes what community means for many of our neighbors. Undocumented residents, mixed status families, and people who may be here without authorization already live in fear. When they see local law enforcement tied, even indirectly, to immigration enforcement, that fear deepens. And when fear deepens, safety suffers. People stop calling 911. Victims hesitate to report violence. Witnesses who could help solve crimes stay silent, not because they mistrust law enforcement, but because they don't know whether reaching out will expose them or someone they love to immigration consequences. That climate of hesitation undermines the very foundation of public safety. ICE may be a federal agency, but you, the City Council, have meaningful authority. You control the city budget, you set expectations for transparency, you can shape policy, training, and degree to which our local officers cooperate or refuse to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. Even if you cannot remove ICE from Reno, you can ensure that our city is not expanding its reach or enabling its presence. As ICE activity increases here, I ask you to consider the human cost. We've seen the chilling effects in cities across the country. Victims not reporting, families living in fear, communities pulling away from institutions meant to protect them. That harms immigrants, yes, but it also harms public safety, community trust, and the integrity of justice for everyone. I urge this council to adopt policies that limit or decline cooperation with ICE, hold oversight hearings to clarify any existing or proposed ICE partnerships, data sharing, or facility use the city budget as leverage to prevent entanglement with federal immigration enforcement, and invest in community-based programs like liaison offices, immigrant resource partners, legal aid, and other options that actually build trust and safety. We're approaching a fork in the road. We can either reinforce a system driven by fear, or we can build a city where every resident, regardless of status, can seek help without hesitation. I hope you choose the path of trust, dignity, and real safety. Thank you.
Becky Rich, followed by Paula Berkeley, followed by Tricia Creedon.
Becky Rich, and I'm nervous, so I'm going to read. Good morning. I've lived in Northern Nevada for over 40 years. I've worked in Reno for over 30, most of that in real estate. I live in the Old Southwest. The music on October 31st was too loud and should have been stopped at a reasonable hour. I think this situation could be turned around as a win-win for the city, for its residents, and for the J Resort. We have a mountain city with the Truckee River running through it and the beautiful Eastern Sierras to enjoy. I encourage the city and J Resort to take a look at other areas with outdoor concert venues similar to ours. An example would be Bend, Oregon, with the Deschutes River and the outdoor Hayden Amphitheater. I feel we are missing the boat here. Thank you for listening.
Paula Berkeley, followed by Tricia Creedon, followed by Drew Milroy.
Good morning. My name's Paula Berkeley. I walked down here this morning to speak to you. Usually we walk down to the ducks at Idlewild Park and feed them instead, but today they're going hungry because we felt like we also wanted to represent our community and our displeasure of how loud it was that Halloween night. I live on Nixon Avenue, and after feeding 500 kids their candy, having to listen to that was really disturbing. You hate to exaggerate. I don't want to sound like I'm exaggerating, but we've listened to the Wingfield Park concerts for years, and they've never been anywhere close to that loud. I'm going to guesstimate 3 times louder, at least. And so it was shocking almost. And I think I haven't met anybody in my neighborhood who wasn't also really upset. There's, you can only say things so many times. You're getting the point, I'm sure. And I appreciate that you give us the opportunity to express our concern. Thank you.
Trisha Creedon, followed by Drew Milroy, followed by Brandon DeRiso.
Hi, good morning. My name is Trisha Creedon. I'm actually prepared this time. I'm here today to voice my concerns about ICE and Border Patrol and how it would affect our streets. We have seen the devastation in other places, California, Oregon, Illinois, North Carolina, with Nevada on the list to follow. Each state they occupy, they become more brutal and brazen in their attacks and kidnappings. We use this word because there was no signed warrant ever, and they never identified themselves. People are chased through the streets, stores, vehicles are collided with, windows of cars are smashed, and people are drug out, sometimes with kids inside. Kids have been left on the side of the road or taken as well. Daycare workers in front of kids, entire restaurant staffs and yard crews vanish. People have been pulled out in the middle of the night like this is Nazi Germany. These videos are taken by bystanders and eyewitnesses to these counts and are collected in places like LA Taco, Midas Touch, and Aaron Parnes on YouTube, Blue Sky, or Substack. There are others. I know that you don't want this on our streets any more than we do. 18,000 of us marched and stood out there a month ago to show that we are united and we're not okay. I'm here to ask for a direct and clear statement from the city saying we will keep our streets safe and the people safe from this tyranny. This would include a statement that RPD never assists. Multiple judges have ordered this to stop because it's unconstitutional, not to mention inhumane and unspeakable. I'm here to ask you stand with us to decide which side are you going to be on, the law the side that hates the color of a person's skin or not holding a sacred piece of paper. Or do you see it as we do, that this is a melting pot with all kinds of great people and that we all matter the same? If you do, stand with 18,000 strong of us across the country. Community groups are making whistle packets. These are to ensure kidnappings don't go unnoticed and that the laws are broken by these heavily armed masked agents that won't identify themselves, don't go unseen. I brought a whistle for each of you. I hope that you see the fear we have in our government and the heartbreak that we put into each packet. Your position and influence can ease a lot of our fear and even make these whistles not needed. Please say no with us. Thank you.
Drew Milroy, followed by Brandon DeRiso, followed by Precious Burton.
Hello, Mayor, council members, and we the people. I'm Drew Milroy from Reno. These are extraordinary times, so I ask that the city government have Reno Police Department implement written procedures for dealing with crimes committed by ICE agents, crimes harming society, now primarily against our Latinx community, but soon against our homeless people, and then against the rest of us, Trump's stated enemy within. The situation is ridiculous, but it's not laughable. Congress has negotiated a bipartisan agreement, immigration reform law. It would included pathways to citizenship for the undocumented. But candidate Trump told congressional Republicans to vote against it. Trump said he wanted illegal immigration to remain an issue on the presidential election. So MAGAs in Congress complied, and here we are. It's also ridiculous because Trump is removing peaceful, productive members of our economy who give much more than they take, whose crime rate is low. While the American birth rate is declining, capitalists say we need more workers, and red states are returning to dangerous child labor. Our situation is criminally cruel and brutal. ICE's more normal law enforcement procedures in the past were adequate. Now 47 is vastly increases ICE budget, recruited whoever, has poorly trained yet armed them for urban warfare, and encouraged cruelty and lawless tactics. Anyone paying attention has seen the dragnet, the brutality against the undocumented, against immigrants with papers, and against American citizens. This is all pretext. The Trump regime wants Americans to get used to feds snatching people off the street, at work, or breaching into their homes. I urge you to read National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, where 47 shows that he's preparing to intern the homegrown enemies within, that's us, in work camps or deport us to the worst places he can arrange. Unless we can figure out how to stop it, soon anyone in this room could be disappeared. So please officially tell ICE that to enforce immigration law in Reno, they must abide by criminal law and procedures. Going back to normal won't put ICE agents in danger. They've already removed the most dangerous criminals. Tell them to just stop provoking fight or flight responses by non-criminals and outrage by bystanders. Is that my time? No? Okay. Please tell ICE the alternative is agents will be arrested when they violate Nevada and U.S. constitutional law. Or what? What's happening now? Without local law enforcement oversight and intervention, we see federal agents committing breaking and entering, assault, battery, bodily mayhem, false arrest, kidnapping, child endangerment, and it can easily get worse than that. That's it? All right, thank you.
Brandon Doriso, followed by Precious Burton, followed by Paul Rose.
Good morning, Council. Last time I was here, I mentioned feeling that the council steps on small business a little bit in favor of corporations and specifically entertainment in this town. I recently also got a little grief online because I was very vocal in my demand for a consequence to the clear violations by JMF Entertainment on October 31st. JMF Entertainment is widely known for being opportunistic shortcutters. There is not nearly enough revenue in those 2 hours per year to be bothering neighbors. I've been throwing parties for 30 years, actually, and the thing I learned first was when the neighbors complain, the party's over. Now, I want this city to be loud and proud. I own Club Underground. I love this place. I love the city. I love the parties here. I've been doing it a long time. But these issues were convoluted. The noise is merely a symptom. The violations to the license itself are the actual cause of these problems. It's not just you guys, even though you are having some issues with the community for allowing the permit. It's not exactly on you. The J Resort knew, and JMF specifically knew, that alcohol sales were to cease at 11 p.m. They continued all the way till the 12:15 marking point. They knew that the noise complaint was not allowed to exceed 75 decibels at the neighboring property. So regardless of how late you can go, you can't have 75 decibels louder than 11 p.m. Now that permit has some weird language. Maybe that's allowed on Halloween and New Year's. I couldn't really decipher, but what I know for sure is that that was an all-ages event that went past midnight, which is a clear violation of a city code for curfew. So there were 13 and 15-year-old underage ravers out there till 12:15, 12:30, 1 o'clock. I know when we threw our downtown event at Locomotion Plaza on October 4th, there were 2 officers and a code enforcement right there tapping the foot, making sure it wasn't just noise killed at 10 o'clock. It was grounds clear at 10 o'clock. There is no way those grounds were clear by 12:15. No way. And as a result, Reno as a whole suffered. I know the J Resort's a big property, but all of Northwest Reno is not their neighbor. 75 dB in Somerset is a little hot. So I'm actually here to just make a request that the city does in fact deliver either a formal warning or a citation to the J Resort, because we were told in a meeting as business owners holding cabarets by Angela Fuss, who is exceptional. I like Angela Fuss. She had a nice meeting with me. She's receptive. It is really good to know how much you guys are listening to us. But nevertheless, we were told we're going to pursue your licenses with teeth. Now, if I, as Club Underground, served minors till 1:30 in the morning, I got a feeling I wouldn't be around for very long. So my establishment's running a top-tier, all-ages venue that's done at 11 o'clock and operating in line. And that's why I'm standing here, because I have the closest standing. I don't want my license being risked by the J Group. Just because you're a big guy doesn't mean you can't be a good neighbor with the small guys.
Precious Burton, followed by Paul Rose, followed by Stephen White.
Good morning. Okay, so I have safety concerns and like violations against the public defender's office as far as like constitutional rights violated and like certain employees and public defenders. So I had Ian Silverberg as my public defender last year, and I had like caught a burglary charge due to my neighbor named Joseph Baker, who is a Reno Housing Department like STEM team program worker. Okay, so I had caught a burglary case, and Silverberg was supposed to like help me do a jury trial. And so I'm thinking we doing all the steps correct. And then so at the end, like my last court date, I told Silverberg, like, are you ready for the jury trial? He advised me, he told me that if we go to jury trial, he's going to be arrested and fired. So I was like, well, whatever do you mean, Silverberg? If you're doing such a wonderful job and everyone loves you and you're doing everything in order, I don't understand why would you, you know? So I'm like, it's concerning because me trying to like make court dates to, like see what was going on, and I had got arrested again due to a bomb threat and an illegal 911 phone call for some reason. So I'm trying to go to court to see about that, but the public defender's office, like, and the police complaint forms and everything is so, false. And there's no one to vouch or like reach out to, because every time you reach out, I would be like, I'm in fear of being arrested and my family being like harmed. And so I'm like, I just want, like you guys to like further see what's going on with the public defender's office, and like some judges like Kendra Birchie and Has Chief and David Clifton and Jennifer Raines and Joseph Baker. He lives at 1846 F Street, like in Sparks, Nevada. I don't know. I'm like, it's a weird like situation, and I'm scared to speak out because he told me he's gonna put a warrant out for my arrest if I say too much, and like, I don't know what to do. So please, can you guys like seek more, like look more into that, because they're not doing their job.
Thanks so much for your comments,
Thank you.
Mrs. Burton. Yeah, and I think we have a staff member, it looks like Ms. Christy Smith is going to come out and talk to you a little bit more. It sounds like some of this is outside of the jurisdiction of the city of Reno and within the Washoe County, but want to make sure we get you connected to the right resources and get you the help that you need.
Okay, sorry, y'all. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Stephen White, followed by Art Rangel. Sorry, Paul.
Having trouble moving around. Let me start by, hold on a minute. Let me start by congratulating Mr. Martinez for being vice mayor. Good on you, sir. In this political climate that we live in today, I'm going to remind you, the fine arts are the single greatest tool we have as a society for building bridges of understanding between all the people that make up this melting pot of humanity that we call America. For the last 29 years, I've stood up and fought for the constitutional right, your right, to freedom of speech through the oldest forms of human self-expression. My display here is the culmination of all those years. You know, part of the problem is that all over the country, I've been telling you this, and the mayor understood this in the last meeting, city governments don't know the difference between a commercial vendor and a First Amendment protected artist. They don't know that a First Amendment protected artist has a constitutional right to sell their artwork without a license from anybody on public forum, including in a display like this. They don't know it. And that puts Reno at the forefront of delivering that message to cities all over America and all over the state of Nevada. My battles have taken me all the way to the United States Supreme Court in defense of everyone's right to freedom of speech for the oldest forms of communication, the fine arts. I've gotten a state assembly bill passed here in Nevada that requires art to be part of the recreational experience of the public parks. I helped write the municipal codes for the city of Reno that opens up Reno to be one of the first cities in the country that honor the First Amendment rights of artists to be able to sell their artwork on public forum. But now we need to educate the entire community. We can put up these displays in the parks all over the city, and if nobody knows what the real, what the difference is between a commercial vendor and a protected artist, it doesn't do any good at all. This all is the foundation for the city government to start educating everybody about this important difference and about how they have the right to come down and display their artwork, on a public forum like this, and even sell it for profit without a license from anybody. Our young people can benefit so much from this, and so can seniors, and so can homeless people as well, The thing is, I wanted to point out to you, that if you had some of these down the Riverwalk, right now the logistics are such that an artist can't really carry a display down there and set up. It's too far to go from parking. But if you had venues like this, an artist could load their artwork up in a little cart, roll it down there, and have a place to display their artwork. And you'd end up with fine artists up and down your Riverwalk, enhancing the entire, element here in Reno, drawing tourism for everybody. I'm going to go have a meeting with Nathan now, and we're going to move this forward. Y'all have a happy day, and thank you, and God bless you all.
Art Rangel, followed by Paul Rose.
Before my time starts, I'd like to just say I can't wait to go support the PAC when they take the court at their new GSR Stadium. I want to thank the council sitting as Redevelopment Agency for making that project happen. For the record, Art Rangel, I'm speaking on item C1. The JMF presents the promoter of the electronic dance music of October 31st that resulted in excessive C-scale pounding noise that traveled up to 4 miles away from the J Festival grounds. In its recent post made the following comment, and I quote, "We're committed to being good partners to the city and good neighbors to our community," close quotes. I commend them for that comment. There's a way they can achieve their commitment to be good neighbors to hardworking, tax-paying residents of Reno that want nighttime peace and quiet. The way to make this a win-win for both JMF Presents and Reno residents is by having these loud C-scale events indoors within well-insulated venues. As an example of possible potential venues to explore, the indoor GSR Stadium will hold up to 10,600 fans. The Reno Sparks Convention Center holds up to 36,100 people, and the Reno Events Center seats 7,000 people. The climate-controlled main arena of the Reno Sparks Livestock Events Center has seating for 6,200 people, three show offices, and 150 by 300-foot dirt arena. Residents of the Montage have asked staff many times to take C-scale noise meter readings inside some of our Montage units that receive the most excessive noise. But those requests have fallen on deaf ears. The city of Reno does not seem to have the way to control excessive noise. By having indoor, well-insulated venues, concert venues don't have to be canceled because of the weather or disturb neighbors, no matter which direction the wind blows on event night. Indoor venues should be required for all events that have the potential to create excessive noise late into the night anywhere in the city of Reno.
Paul Rose, followed by Ron Bell, followed by Forrest Keller via Zoom.
Morning, City Council, Mayor Sheevy. I'm Paul Rose. And I didn't really have any prepared statements. I'm going to speak about the noise at the J. I'm here to support the other people. My act isn't going to be as good as theirs. Everybody, they've said it all. I'm 2.1 miles away on the west side over by Summit Ridge. And I've played in rock bands for over 50 years on stages of that size, so I love loud music. I'm a drummer, but that was too loud. When my wife wants to move, it's time to take action. So that's really it. It was crazy. There's a lot of good suggestions. I hope that you do adopt a C-scale noise ordinance based on circumference, distances. I don't live downtown. I live in a suburb. I come downtown. I like to party, but when I go home, I don't mind hearing it, but it was crazy. Obviously, you know that. So thanks for everything you do for the city. Thanks for allowing me to speak. And I hope that this does get dealt with because I love to come down here and see you guys. This is the first time. I'll probably be back. I'll work with my Ward 1 representative should there be some action. And let's just hope we get that settled. Sounds like it ticked off a lot of people, including Mr. Breslow. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great meeting.
Thank you, Paul. Are you still playing?
Yes.
You are? Good for you.
Sorry, Ron Bell, followed by Forrest Keller via Zoom and Maria Baxter via Zoom.
Mayor, council members, my name is Ron Bell. I'm fairly experienced with EDM. I started doing raves out in Sparks back in the day where you had to hand a note and go to another place to hand you another note. We went on to Sacramento, Bay Area, and did some EDM stuff in Vegas. And I tell you, the one thing that brought back Vegas after their family venture was EDM. So be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater on this, with the gift horse in the mouth, whatever, because these are good people, median ages 18 to 28, 50,000 income. Disposable income, by the way, because as we know, they don't buy houses or stocks or anything, so they have a lot of money. So be careful with what we do here and what we wish for. For those over 50, when we refer to dubstep, which this concert was, it's bass. EDM used to be referred to as techno and rave. Bass has a long wavelength, which is different than rock and roll and these country concerts that used to be held outdoors. So that's why we're here today, is because of that thump, thump, thump. No different than, you know, the kids in their Subarus or the Impalas that jump up and down. It's a similar thing, and that's why it carries so much. It's hard to measure in a decibel meter. It needs to be usually with an SPL meter, things like that. Funny story is Bass Nectar actually played at Grand Sierra for the first and last time because the plastic actually came off the wall. So we all know it rattles, rattles, rattles. When I first saw the venue, I'm like, oh my God, this is a bass heavy lineup. We're all gonna end up here. I saw the stage when I walked in there facing towards a residence. I'm like, what the hell are these guys doing? I thought it was gonna be a glow facing back downtown. Face that music to downtown, not and piss off the residents. And you know, I'd be careful with bass heavy music in the future. Another thing too is as the temperatures go down, the sound travels more. So I would suggest venues like this in the summer, May 15th to maybe September 15th. It's warmer, sound doesn't go as much, and people are up later, right? Not going to bed early and things like that. Okay, let's see what else. Look at my notes here. If they wanted to go like say past 11 or something like that, they can always go with the silent disco alternative. That's, you know, they did this down here on the river when Dead Mouse played there. There are a number of also EDM non-bass heavy music, funk, trance, old school techno, old school disco, you know, Daft Punk, Flux Pavilion, that type of music that doesn't carry, you know, it's just amazing how much that does rattle the noise. You know, we face this dilemma with BLM and Gerlach back in the day with Burning Man, and that was the suggestion was to get the music out into the desert, which they did, because it was going all the way out to Empire. You know, even out there with Burning Man when this bass came in. So base is back, so be careful what you do, and it was a hell of a time out there. Have a good night.
How do you know so much about music?
Well, funny story, my uncle was actually a DJ, both with radio and then went on to be an electronic music producer. I also lived in France, and of course, it was huge there, and David Guetta and all that, so it was, I've seen them all, and not a young guy, so I love music anywhere from Bach to Pantera. And
Yeah, I love
EDM
that.
in between.
I love that. That's
Yeah,
great.
and so,
Thanks
yeah,
so
it's
much,
wonderful.
Ron.
Yeah, thanks, and nice seeing everybody.
Thank you. Nice to see you,
yes,
too.
ma'am.
Madam Mayor, just, Mr. Bell, can you stay involved? I mean, can you stay involved, not just come here once, but track what we do and help us?
Yeah, I'll follow this among
Thank
other
you.
things, and my
it.
information's always there. You can always just Google me. I'm out there.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, guys.
Forrest Keller via Zoom, followed by Maria Baxter via Zoom.
Hi, all. Can you hear me all right?
We can, thank you.
All right, perfect. I'm here to just lodge I'm Forrest Keller. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm here to lodge my interest in being on the Ward 3 Advisory Council. I talked to Councilmember Martinez about this a little while ago. I'm a bit of an untraditional applicant for the position. I'm 23. I'm young. I didn't grow up in Reno. I grew up in Turkey, Abu Dhabi, and Vietnam before moving here after college. But after moving here, I've become deeply involved with the arts community through dancing and playing music. And I've also volunteered a lot with Keep Rocky Meadows Beautiful and some other organizations for park cleanups. And actually, it was with one of the cleanups, Mayor Sheevy, that I did with Keep Rocky Meadows Beautiful, where somebody recommended that I apply for the position. So I'm particularly interested in some of the continuing development projects along the river and making sure that that space gets utilized, along with the expansion of the arts community in Reno and the continuation of pedestrian safety initiatives around the city. So I'll keep that short, but I would, appreciate the opportunity. And if you want my voice on that advisory council, I'd love to provide it. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thanks, Forrest. I love that. Matter of fact, I have another climate initiative coming through Bloomberg, so love to pull you in. So we'll reach out.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
They're going to give me 50 grand.
Maria Baxter via Zoom.
Good morning. This is Marie Baxter. I know many of you. I'm the CEO of Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada. I'm submitting public comment in support of item B2 for the Redevelopment Agency Board meeting that is, of course, scheduled today. Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada has been exploring options to expand our services and our physical campus since 2020. The state of Nevada reached out to us many months ago regarding the potential to utilize part of the NAMS, or Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Campus, and the property that previously housed Dieter at the corner of North Street and Galletti Way. Following a series of meetings, this concept was delineated during the most recent legislative session, and through AB 241, the opportunity was created for the state to provide land to both Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada and the Reno Sparks Gospel Mission. AB 241 named the Reno Redevelopment Agency as the facilitating body in the language of the bill that became law on October 1st of 2025. I wish to acknowledge and thank the City of Reno through the Reno Redevelopment Agency for providing administrative support for the implementation of the provisions outlined in AB 241. This opportunity will allow Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada to develop future strategic plans for a larger campus to serve not only those who are unsheltered, largely through our St. Vincent's dining room, and in our role as the public meal provider to the Nevada Cares campus, but also to the additional 30,000 people, individuals, families, and seniors who access our other 7 service offerings each month. Development of this land has the potential to allow us to expand our public meal provider services. We are currently designated as the public meal provider through the Reno Municipal Code 18.03.303A2, and to centralize a lot of our direct client services. It is our intent to maintain ownership of our current buildings at the corner of 500 East 4th Street and at 325 Valley Road, to expand our existing St. Vincent's Thrift Store, which is a social enterprise program with Battle-Born Recovery residences that we operate, and then to look at some additional recovery-friendly employment options for our commercial kitchen at 325 Valley Road. So for over 80 years, Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada has grown to be the largest provider of humanitarian support. And I just want to once again thank the council and the Reno Redevelopment Agency for helping us connect with the state and make this process happen. Thank you very much.
All right.
We have Dora Martinez via Zoom.
Dora, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. This is Dora Martinez, and it's so wonderful to hear everyone's voice. Madam Mayor, you are my angel. You know, when you know better, we got to do better. Thanks to you, RTC is doing such that, as you all know, I'm illegal to drive, so I really depend on the RTC bus and their services. Madam Mayor, I want to first off thank Mr. Khalil Wilson and his staff. They fixed the Coit Plaza audible pedestrian signal lights, the one that tells blind folks that they can cross. He did that in a day. God bless his heart and his staff. And it was windy and cold, but he did it. So thank you. They are my heroes. Yes, absolutely. Rain or shine, they're out there fixing what needs to be fixed to make our sidewalks safe for all. I'm just concerned about the e-bike. I really hope that there's a way that maybe they can some monetary funding for the city if they get a ticket. Madam Mayor, I almost, my Cherry, my guide dog, almost got run over by an e-biker, and I could not take a picture or anything fast enough because he just went by and almost hit him. My dog jumped back, and I had to, follow him, and I'm glad I didn't fall.
Yeah,
But they right on the sidewalk, and it's quite frightening, especially when you can't see, and they just come out of nowhere and they don't say anything. So I don't know what else to do but just come here and let you all know that's what's going on in my blind world.
Thank you. No, that it means
So
a lot.
much.
I'm glad you're here supporting this. And Dora, thank you for all your work on our Access Advisory Board. You're doing a great job.
I'm so glad you guys brought it back with the seniors and everything that's important. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Have a good session.
Thanks,
Take
Dora,
care.
and thank you, Khalil, wherever you are. Where are you? There you are, Khalil. How nice. Thank you so much. Your work makes an impact. Thank you. Good job.
And Madam Mayor, just for the record, Councilmember Reese did join us at 11:18 via Zoom.
Okay, thank you so much.
For the record, we received 19 comments which were general in nature and not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, Tuesday, November 18th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. 1 letter in favor, 8 letters in opposition, and 10 letters of neutral or concerned items.
Okay.
With that, we have no additional public comment. We're moving on to item A4.
Okay, thank you so much. Item A4 will be approval of the agenda, but before we do that, I'm going to hand it over to our city manager, Jackie Bryan. Do you have any updates or any housekeeping notes you want us to know?
Good morning. Only that we have a 1-hour attorney-client meeting at noon exactly. So that's going to be a hard stop. So we're scheduled to go in the order on the agenda, but we might need to move some around if we have some filler within the time between now and 12 o'clock.
Okay, so I want to remind everyone that means in about 40 minutes, we're going to have to go into attorney-client and then get back out. Okay? How long did you say?
I said an hour, but we're not going to need an hour. We probably only need 30 minutes. We have a hefty agenda.
So let's do that for 30 minutes and then we'll pop back out.
Perfect.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, council members, may I get approval of the agenda?
Move to approve.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. And at this time, I would like to have approval of the minutes. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We're going to head into consent. I'm going to ask you to pull any items off of consent. We will come back to those items more than likely at the bottom of the agenda. But at this time, I'm going to ask council members if they have items they'd like to pull. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Anderson. It'd be us, we'd be what, A1, A2, right? Okay, go ahead, Council, or Vice Mayor.
I'm good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You are? Okay. Nothing? Okay. Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, it's item B7, and I just don't believe it should be on the consent. I think that an item like this is not appropriate for the consent, so thanks.
All right, then we will have discussion.
Okay.
Councilwoman
I mean, I'm supportive,
Ebert.
I got to
Yeah.
say that, but I just.
Okay, no, we
Yeah.
can have a discussion.
Okay.
Go ahead.
B3, B4, and B8. I was also going to pull B7, but.
B3, B4, and 8?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. All right. With that being said, I'd like everyone to approve all the consent agenda items at this time. I have a
Second.
motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, good job. I would also ask for those of you that are in the audience to make sure that you talk with or speak with our clerk for the item that you are here for, because we tend to move up our items. So Dan, if you would like to move up your item, I want to make sure that everyone gets going with their day and we're not wasting anyone's time. So we'll go through them as it depends on what the count the clerk has. I cannot speak this morning. Go ahead. I just had dental surgery, so I'm feeling like my mouth is about this big. But okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to go back into C1. And do you have any public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For item C1, we do have some public comments registered.
Okay.
We have Chris Sewell.
All right, Chris. Come on up.
Hello, Mayor, City
Hi,
Council.
good morning.
Good to be back.
Good to be back, right?
Yeah. I'll just read a statement here. I think it's probably the best way to get through kind of, how I want to address the situation here. My name is Chris Sewell with JMF Presents. We do we hold the concerts and festivals at J Resorts Festival Grounds and in Gold Plaza. We've hosted nearly a dozen shows this year at J Resorts Festival Grounds and operated fully within the parameters of the CUP. As I said we would do when I was here last, we focused on sound mitigation when deploying the audio system for each show and have been responsive to feedback. Throughout the season, we continue to make adjustments based on the feedback received, and I personally monitor sound at every show by walking around the surrounding blocks. And I'll say our mitigation efforts have been very successful by and large. For example, and as many of you can attest here today, the sound directly behind the stage and heading east is barely audible with the ambient noise level of the city. I've also observed that complaints have come in on more days without any scheduled events than on days with events. The Halloween show, in particular, on Friday night, Nevada Day, was operated at audio levels consistent with the rest of our 2025 shows. This was an EDM show, and while there have been comments about EDM being particularly bass-heavy, the reality is other genres produce a similar amount of low-end energy, and many of our other shows in other genres have produced similar amount of low-end energy. Furthermore, we've hosted other EDM shows this year as well with no issues. What was different on Halloween than for any of our previous events was a combination of an atmospheric inversion layer and zero wind, both of which allow for sound to travel further than normal. There have been prevailing winds out of the west at all of our events so far this year, which has provided an effective natural sound buffer, and as a result, the sound downstage has not yet been an issue. While we do monitor weather forecasts closely, weather conditions on Halloween mixed with additional factors including the local geography, obstructions, other noise activity, made it impossible to anticipate how far sound would travel downstage at the festival grounds. Now we know. Based on the feedback on the Halloween show, and with the following night's weather forecast showing similar conditions, we responded immediately the Saturday morning before the next show and implemented several adjustments to the audio system to mitigate downstage sound travel. Those adjustments resolved the issues experienced the night before. Having now experienced these variables firsthand, we incorporated that knowledge into planning for future shows. We continue to be responsive to feedback and will continue making adjustments as needed moving forward. Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's no one else signed in to speak, but we did receive 198 comments prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. And these have been distributed as 10 in favor of an ordinance, 181 in opposition, and seven neutral or concerned.
Okay, thank you so much.
Is that correct?
What?
Is that correct, that 181 were opposed to an ordinance?
Correct.
Okay. We're moving forward.
I don't, are you sure?
Angela?
Please
It's all
repeat
you.
that.
All right, here to
It was
present.
180.
What do you need?
How many were in opposition?
181.
181, okay.
It's in the public comment packet that was
Okay.
distributed.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, take it away, Angela. The floor is yours.
Good morning. For the record, Angela Foos, Assistant Director with Development Services. I want to just kind of preface this with kind of what the purpose is. There's a lot of misinformation out there on social media. So this really is a follow-up from last June. We presented some information to council about live entertainment, and as part of that, we talked about noise. Council at that time said, well, let's get some more information about how other vibrant cities regulate noise. We're not the only one that operates in a community that has a lot of activities outside. But also, what are existing levels today? If we ever talk about creating a C-scale ordinance, we need to know what the base noise levels are so we can have a better understanding of creating an ordinance that we can actually enforce. So we're going to talk about all of those things. Let's talk about what the rules are today. So there's 4 different sections of code that we regulate noise. Number 1 is within our zoning code. This is probably the easiest one. We regulate noise if your property is zoned residential. So downtown does not have a residential zoning. We do not regulate noise in downtown. If you're in more of a suburban area, we would regulate noise. It's based on the A scale, which is how loud something is. Again, just want the community to understand, while yes, we enforce noise in certain areas, downtown, Midtown, 4th Street, which I would call our entertainment core, we do not regulate noise. Within Title V, this is our business license section of code. We regulate noise, but we call it unreasonably loud. So if you have a business that has music playing, or there's dancing, or that kind of vibration, that bass, we do have language that restricts noise, but it's not based on a number. So there's no real threshold to say, well, there was vibrations and it exceeded this level, we can have some enforcement go after them. Unfortunately, it's more of, well, it was loud. How do we define what loud is? So it's not really clear what loud is within Section 5. Within Title VI, this has to do with vehicles and traffic. We have regulations that say if a vehicle has music that's playing and somebody can hear it 25 feet away, that's too loud. But again, we've all been driving, probably rocking out like that bottom picture there. If somebody could hear you 25 feet away, is the cop supposed to pull you over? We don't currently do that. It is in code, but we aren't currently enforcing that. Title VIII, this is disturbing the peace. This is more of that catch-all related to noise. So Title VIII says you cannot yell on public streets. You cannot have amplified music on public streets. I will tell you, any time of day, you can go out to downtown Reno and find people yelling, and find somebody usually with a boombox or an amplified, sound system of some sort, playing music or talking very loudly. So we aren't necessarily enforcing that either. Disturbance of the peace is a tough one. If you're in a residential area and your neighbor's having a giant party, you call the police, they can come out and invite and say that you're disturbing the peace, they'll knock on the door. But again, this is not something that has a threshold that we can measure. So tough to enforce if there's no actual measurement. So the 2 things that we're hearing a lot about is the A scale, which again is that thing that we regulate today in our zoning code. And then the C scale, that is that booming, that bass. That is most of the complaints we're hearing, whether it's an outdoor concert or some of our indoor live entertainment, it's that bass that comes from the EDM music that we get the most complaints about. So while we don't currently regulate that, we wanted to give you an idea of what level is considered too loud. A rock concert, generally speaking, about 105 decibels. So that's a pretty loud level. So next we're going to go through and look at some case samples of what other communities do on that C scale. Now, in your staff report, we picked out 20 different cities, just, again, random cities that regulate C scale. Most cities do not regulate using the C scale. Most use that A scale, that loudness. But then we took out some other cities that are more specific to what you guys were asking for, right? Communities where we go to have fun. The New Orleans, the Vegas, the Nashville, the Austin. But only some of those regulate C scale, so I condensed it more into these cities that do regulate that C scale. And it varies. There is no one size fits all when it comes to how loud is too loud. So this just gives you an idea. Again, big picture, most cities, again with vibrant downtowns, limit C scale anywhere from 60 decibels up to 100 decibels. Keep that number in mind. I also included in the packet some noise measurements. Now, we did purchase some new noise meters, and they have the ability to measure noise over 48 hours. So this has been super helpful. Rather, before, our code enforcement would go out with a handheld meter, and it wouldn't record it. So they either had to take their phone and take a video, or they had to stand there and write down the noise levels. This is much more effective. We actually now can just download the data onto a computer, and it creates this great chart. So I picked a couple different scenarios over the last 4 months of noise levels, and I wanted you to get a better idea of different types of events. So let's look at Midtown. Midtown does have nightclubs. I put a green line in all of these slides of what 80 decibels is. So this is a baseline. That's not intended to be anything other than this is a baseline so you can better read this chart. So generally speaking, this one shows 3 p.m. one day, and this is 48 hours, all the way to 12 p.m. 2 days later. Generally in Midtown, it's loud, right? It goes up to in the 90s when there's nightclub activity and cars and just general people. So that's Midtown. About downtown. So 2nd Street has about 3 or 4 nightclubs that generally have events happening or loud noise, I would say, on Fridays and Saturdays. So this gives you an idea on 2nd Street where we have active nightclubs. This is how loud it is. Again, generally speaking, when they're having the live entertainment activities, it's between 90 and 100 decibels. Near City Hall, this is literally outside. We took the corner on 1st and Virginia and put some noise meters out. So this is just a normal weekend, no concerts, just normal activity. It's loud all the time. Generally, cars, people, those guys with boom boxes standing on the corner. This is how loud it is just generally on a Friday and Saturday. 4th Street. Again, we have a couple nightclubs on 4th Street. Not most of them don't do the live entertainment till the early hours, but again, 4th Street's loud. Why? There's a lot of traffic on 4th Street, causing that C scale to really fluctuate. We also looked at festival grounds, and just to give you an idea of one concert that was happening that weekend, this was Street Vibes, so there's a lot happening in the background. When those loud motorcycles were driving by, it really spiked the noise levels. So again, take a look at this. The same weekend, we had another concert on the Believe Plaza. Let's compare the festival grounds concert to the concert on the Believe Plaza. It was really loud. You could feel it. I will say we didn't get a lot of complaints that weekend, and something that was so incredibly loud on a C scale, we did not get complaints. Versus the concert that was held on Halloween, there was a lot of complaints about bass. I think that goes kind of to the point of there's so many things that go into noise, right? This was done in September. The concert on Halloween was done October 30th or 31st. So the things that we can't control, the weather, the precipitation, the humidity, really does impact noise levels. This by far was probably the loudest concert Reno's had this year. And again, went up to 110 decibels. But we did not get complaints on this one. And then we just took it at the Italian Fest, right? People are out and about in downtown Reno, so we had the meters set up in downtown Reno. Again, it's just generally loud. So here's the challenges we have. I talked to you about our existing noise regulations. There's not really a threshold. If somebody just calls and says it's loud, what are we supposed to do? Do you want 911 to respond to those calls? They don't. They have more important things to do. Do you want code enforcement out working those evenings? Maybe they be on hand, on standby, to go to those places of business and say, we got complaints that you're being too loud, we've got our noise meter. What's the threshold, though, that we want to enforce? Disturbing the peace is a very, very tough one for us to have to enforce, especially legally. So if we gave somebody a citation or a ticket or a business, we said, hey, you're exceeding what we're considering to be too loud, but there is no threshold written down in code, it's very tough for a judge to come back and say, yeah, we're gonna have to shut them down because there's no threshold. What you may think is loud, you may think is not loud. So that is our challenge when it comes to enforcement. There's also so many things that go into noise. You know, the basic ones, like, well, if you're a building like Montage, and you're right next to a street with 4 nightclubs, noise travels up. By far, the Montage building is probably getting the most noise than any other building in downtown Reno, because they literally are kind of in this canyon where noise from nightclubs and people and cars travels up. That's just how noise works. We don't get as many phone calls or complaints from the other condos in downtown. But again, they're located in a place that doesn't capture the same noise levels. So that also makes it tough. We've had a lot of comparison to other communities and how do they regulate noise. Some would say, well, I'd go to the person who's complaining and measure the noise levels there. So if I went to the Montage and measured the noise versus standing on the street, the noise levels would be very different. So who do we cite? If the Montage residents are saying it's loud, who do I then go cite? Because there's 4 nightclubs down there. Do I cite all 4 nightclubs? Well, what about the loud cars? What about the guy with the boombox? What about the guy selling hot dogs? What about the girl with a really obnoxious drug voice? Who do we cite? Because there's so many noises going on that impacts, again, the person receiving that. The other thing to keep in mind too is, you know, this is downtown Reno. We all know it's a 24-hour town. Our challenge with this being a 24-hour town is that we have people out all night. That is very different from every other community. When we went back and looked at these cities, all of those cities have active, vibrant downtowns. Most of them, 90% of them, have to shut down at 2 in the morning. Some of them have special locations where they have a special permit where certain bars can stay open until 4 in the morning, but by far, active cities shut it down at 2 in the morning. We do not. Major difference between us and everybody else. All right, so again, when we looked at all those other cities, and we looked at a lot of them, we said, well, what are they doing that's different and is it working? So by far, some cities have spent a lot of time and money on noise. They have full teams that all they do is noise. We do not have that. We have code enforcement that deals with all of our code enforcement issues. They're not specific to noise. They also have teams set up that work at night. So if we want to start paying staff to work at night and to deal with noise at a nighttime level, that's an option. But definitely the cities that are more strict on noise have invested a lot of time, money, and resources into enforcing noise. There's also a lot of differences in how you regulate. Again, A scale, the C scale, Hertz is another method. So everyone kind of does it different. There's no one size fits all. If you're just trying to go for the loudness of something, that A scale is what most communities use. If you're trying to get that bass from a community like us, which has a lot of that live entertainment, the C scale would work. What we also found is for these outdoor concerts, most cities have outdoor concerts, but most cities require that they stop the music by 10. By far, that seemed to be the baseline for the cities that we looked at that had outdoor concerts. Shut it down at 10. People still go out afterwards, but at least the music stops at 10. Sparks has a similar outdoor venue. They stop at 10. Tahoe has an outdoor venue. They stop at 10. So that, again, generally speaking, is some of the themes that we saw. So from a staff perspective, the intent today is just to give you information so that you're aware and so the community is aware of kind of what we're up against, things that we're trying to fix. But in terms of next steps, so this item is not agendized for an action. If you did want to have further discussions, we can schedule it for a separate meeting. From staff's perspective, we're going to continue doing some of the noise monitoring. You know, when we looked at the 12 weekends that we were checking out downtown, Midtown, 4th Street, we limited our noise meters to just that area, kind of that entertainment core. But I think we should ask the question, well, how loud is it if you live near McCarran? How loud is it if you live near a commercial center that has maybe a Bullies, right, that operates 24/7? So those are the kind of things that we didn't investigate. We can continue to do that. Again, if you do want to create a noise ordinance, it's important to have a baseline so we understand how loud it is today, so that if we are going to create a noise threshold, we make sure that our threshold is above the baseline today. Again, so we'll report back to you at a future time with more information as it becomes available. If there's something specific that you guys want us to also research, now would be a time to discuss it. And we can include that in future council meeting discussions.
All right, Angela, good job. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to open it up for discussion. I am going to also keep all of us on track since we have to be in our attorney-client. So if you would like to speak, first round is going to go to whoever has their light on first. That's going to go to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councilwoman Ebert, you were second. We'll go to you next. Okay, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, couldn't be more timely, Angela, in terms of what we've just heard orally today and also the comments that we received. I didn't have a chance. We just got the newest comments last night and the night before, so I'm not aware of all of those. But I myself received probably 40 comments, complaints, texts, phone calls about the Halloween noise. And we're not here to discuss that event, but it is indicative of the kind of things that we need to manage. I sent, and I will happy to send to the rest of the council, a noise consultant reached out to me. He lives in Austin. He just completed a report in Sacramento. I just sent it to you this morning. I don't expect anyone to have read it. But what I wanted to say is that one of the challenges you point out is these weather conditions. Interestingly, I got a letter from Kevin Dick, who was a previous public health director. And just like we have ordinances on when you can use your fireplace, right, based on what's happening with the weather, right? Most of the time it's okay, but certain times it's not. It's one way to think about monitoring or dealing with the noise. If we know it's going to carry on a particular day due to these weather conditions that the people have cited, maybe that's the day that we turn it down. I'm not saying stop or eliminate, but maybe that's the day that we know it's going to carry and we have built into our permits requirements for that. I mean, I don't know if that's doable. I'm just throwing darts out here in terms of, you know, what are some options? Some other options, you mentioned we're a 24-hour city. One of the points that is made in the report that they just did for Sacramento is that well-trained, informed, neutral staff are critical. If you're going to have a noise ordinance, you have to have a complement. I'm going to go of staff that can properly enforce, not overreact, not underreact, not just say, well, that's just how it is. So if we are a 24-hour city, then we should be regulating things 24 hours. We have police 24 hours. It seems to me if that's our justification, then we need to have people working 24 hours. We can't just say, it's a 24-hour city, but we stop at 8 or 5 p.m. at the end of the workday. I don't think that's a reasonable response. I do think when I did vote to support the J Resort Festival grounds, and I did go out and visit the sound producer, and I was very impressed with the equipment they had, which, to the point made earlier, baffles sound going behind the stage. What I didn't expect when I voted yes was that the sound would carry miles in front of the stage. And so I did at that discussion ask that we do have them monitor for a year. That was rejected both by the applicant and the council. But I do think in light of where we are, that might be something reasonable, is to require some kind of records.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for this presentation. I just wanted to ask again, because I was having some computer issues, so I missed a little bit. How did you monitor these sound levels?
We, this summer, purchased 4 new noise meters, and they were, I would say, inexpensive noise meters, so don't feel that we spent thousands of dollars on anything. We set them up on city streetlights. So we actually had to have our public works team go out with a bucket truck, set them up, and they are measuring C-scale. And so once you hit start, the battery lasts for 48 hours. Then the information gets downloaded into a computer. So it's literally every 10 seconds, it's measuring noise, and then it charts it.
Yeah, okay. So are they still there, or like we did the 48 hours and now, this is just our sample?
Yes, so we went out 12 separate weekends.
Okay.
Just to provide a sample. They are at City Hall. Our code enforcement team uses them when they get noise complaints as well.
Okay.
So that was kind of the new information that we were able to gather versus me standing in front of a bar for 3 hours. measuring
Of
noise,
course, yeah.
Which
yeah.
I did as well.
Yeah.
Much more fun.
I have a question too, just about like, just enforcement of things. Like, I personally think our entertainment area should be vibrant and alive, and we should have events downtown. But I have concerns with areas in my ward that are residential that have had industrial zoning put in next to them.
Yeah.
Weren't originally residential, or weren't originally industrial, get changed to that, and then have 24-hour operations next to them. And those are people that really should have had an expectation of peace and quiet where they lived. And I don't really see any kind of efforts to mitigate noise from trucks beeping when they back up, or air brakes, things like that, in those areas where, it has disturbed their lives. And on the other hand, these people live in an entertainment district, and I'm not sympathetic to things being noisy. That's awful if you can't sleep, but I don't know that, really putting more restrictions on events when we're trying to bring our downtown back to life is a direction that I'm really interested in going into, especially if we don't have the resources to enforce it. So anyways, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, heading over to the right of me, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Anderson will be next.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the timing of this. As Councilmember Dewar said, it's interesting that we had the concert. Obviously, this was something we were going to talk about before the Halloween, but I think it's important that we take responsibility that we did vote for the CUP and the J Resort didn't necessarily do anything wrong. They didn't do anything outside of their CUP. I want to just mention that it was a good opportunity when we did get the complaints to work with the team and the J Resort to go and correct. So that was something that we were able to do. Just bringing it back to the facts, we are a 24-hour town. You said that the sound noise between other cities is between 60 and 100 decibels. Going through the report that Councilwoman Dewar sent, I just briefly read that the Cal Expo uses 96 to 93 possibly as a sound mitigation. What does 96 to 93 look like on the scale regularly? It's A and C scale, they said. A weighted and C weighted.
Yeah.
But
so
I haven't
let's-
read through the whole report, so I'm just wondering, when you talk about the ambient noise, how does that 96, 93 look like downtown on a regular day?
And that, I think, maybe the best one is, this is not in front of a nightclub. This is just, again, on the corner near City Hall, how loud it is on a regular day. So
Which
this
is above, I can see, it's around over 80, between 90 and 100 on a regular day. So this is, for me, the hardest part comes with enforcement. These other cities have dedicated a lot of resources and time, you said, to managing and enforcing this. Do we have any of those resources right now within the city of Reno to dedicate to this?
I do not think so, and I think this is a perfect example. So if we set a number, let's just say 90 decibels was our number. So let's say we had staff out here during this 48-hour window. Who are they citing, right? We're not in front of a nightclub, and it's literally between 90 and 100 decibels spiking constantly. So I think from that enforcement, let's be realistic. Are they going to start citing the cars that are driving by that are too loud because of the music or because their exhaust, or the motorcycles? They're not. Is police going to enforce that?
But
We're
so
not.
to get to a point where we could actually enforce it, I'm saying we would have to invest a lot more time and a lot more resources in this effort. And and we wouldn't really necessarily be able to target. So that's where I'm having frustration, and I'm trying to balance the community and their concerns, and obviously, everybody, we all have to live here together and be good neighbors. So, thank you, Angela, I appreciate it.
All right. Councilwoman Anderson.
Thank you. I just love the depth of research that you've done here and the real-life data that you're able to bring to us so that we can make data-driven decisions that are thoughtful and not emotional decisions. So I really appreciate the depth of information here. We clearly don't have the resources at the city right now to do full enforcement of noise in general. I know that we're talking about regulating noise here, but we're talking about it, we happen to be talking about it, as Councilwoman Taylor mentioned, around a recent event where there were a variety of very well-received, we hear you, complaints about the noise. Couple of things that we can do. We're not resourced as a city necessarily to enforce, but we have a partner with the J Resorts that wants to be a good neighbor, and they want to be a business that does big things in Reno that Reno can embrace. So I know that there are ways to move the sound around downtown. If you went out and listened to the singer at the Veterans Day Parade out here, it was crystal clear, the most amazing sound quality, and it's just a unique, sound basin in here with the different buildings. And west of J Resorts is going to continue to change as people develop in those properties, and the sound is going to continue to move around that area in different ways. So I think that it would be worth it to ask our partner in the community to look at where the stage is settled. Are there other ways that we can move C-scale sound around that basin with whether it's art that gets installed or different types of sound panels? It would be great to be able to get into partnerships so that we don't have to limit the business that goes down there, but we can be thoughtful about the way that it affects our neighbors.
And I think that's a great point too, and maybe the public doesn't know this, but the concert on Friday night at the J Resort, or the festival grounds, was loud. We all had complaints. They made changes. They had another concert on Saturday. We did not get complaints about the concert on Saturday. So I think it goes to the nuance that there are so many things that we can't control because of the weather, right? Because of unique situations. But by council and our enforcement team working with the J Resort, they were able to come together to have a concert the next night that nobody complained about. We also get complaints about the J Resort when there are no concerts happening. And I think that's the other problem, is a lot of people just blame everything they hear on the J Resort. There was a weekend, 3 or 4 weeks ago, where we had probably half a dozen complaints about the J Resort, and they literally had no activities happening. There were concerts happening at Idlewild, I think, that weekend. So again, noise just travels differently, and I think everyone just assumes it must be the J when it's not always the J.
Yeah, that's problematic. Okay, Councilman Martinez, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Assistant Director Foos, for the presentation. I think it was very informative, along with the rest of the staff report. I also want to thank, all of our partners that have come out and have been willing to have the conversation, whether you feel one way or another. I think it's important that we hear from everybody, and I appreciate the sensitivity that we have to deal with. We're trying to make an economically vital city that continues to thrive and be sensitive to both our small businesses and larger organizations, but also making sure that we have vibrant living opportunities for our residents and we're not impacting their quality of life. With that being said, I think that I want to understand a little bit more some of the impacts to residences. I am in favor of some of what you are proposing in terms of the next steps and looking at other parts of town and how noise is sort of affecting other residences. I think in particular, looking at Ward 3, some areas, along the southern part of the airport where planes take off have major issues when that is happening and occurring. But also, as you mentioned, McCarran and the McCarran Loop. I'm curious about banquet halls where private citizens have the ability to rent out and have their own DJs and entertainment at these? How do any of our ordinances impact those facilities?
So depending on where they're at would dictate if they have noise restrictions. Again, if you're in an area that has residential zoning, maybe you're in a banquet hall that's maybe zoned for commercial, but maybe 2 blocks away is residential zoning. You do have to limit the outdoor noise to 10 p.m. So if you have a DJ at your venue outside, it has to stop at 10 p.m. That's just standard code. So nothing unique and special about that. Or you could go through a conditional use permit and ask to extend those hours. And we would look at kind of the unique situation of where it's at, what's around it, those types of things. But again, if it's in the downtown area, we're not going to regulate noise, but you're still limited to 10 o'clock at night.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate, again, the presentation and looking forward to continuing the conversation and seeing what else we can figure out, not just about warehouses in different parts of town, but other types of businesses and how they affect the noise around town. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Reese is online. Thank you.
I want to ask you a couple questions. Does that level change inside versus outside? I would think.
Of a building?
Yeah.
Yes.
It must dramatically.
Yeah, nightclubs are a great example. So if you were in the nightclub and we were measuring noise, it would be much louder. You could even see changes in the noise levels when they open the door. So when they open the door and people are coming in and out, the noise travels out. In a lot of cities, we also found they have different rules on how buildings are made, so it's more of a building code kind of an issue. For residential, a lot of times they'll say you have to have more insulation or, more double, triple window panes, those kinds of things if you're in a downtown area.
Right.
Some cities also require kind of a double vestibule, meaning like a double door for the nightclubs.
Sure.
So when one door opens, there's still some noise protection because the other door is closed. So everyone's a little different.
Right. And also obviously downtown, 24 hours, we are a gaming city, very, very vibrant. But then you have other parts of the city that, is problematic when we're hearing, these high levels, right? I would also say downtown is going to change dramatically. It's something that we have really worked on because it's one of the biggest pain points in the city of Reno for a lot of folks. To revitalize, to keep it vibrant, and those kinds of things. And so we are going to start seeing more activity down there. We're going to see more concerts. We're going to see more things when we've really checked the pulse of a lot of residents that they want an activated downtown, right? I like some of your suggestions. I think they're really interesting. I wasn't aware. I guess I'm more tuned into sort of Las Vegas, and in their downtown, they do not have any regulations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said the other cities, which is also very interesting. A lot of them, I believe, I know California, I'm pretty sure, but the other ones, that's a 2 a.m. stop, right? Is that everything, like at the bars and all of that?
Yeah, yes, they're all slightly different, right? Some do last call at 1:45, some do last call at 1:30. Key West, they have some areas within kind of their downtown where some of the bars can stay open till 4, but for the most part, almost all of these cities shut down at 2.
Yeah, and I've been to Key West, and I remember because we were out, and I thought, wow, it's so late, and everyone is still up. And that was about 3. Yeah. So, okay, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I do want to point out, though, I want to say thank you to Chris. You reached out immediately, and you guys have been wonderful to work with, and you just, from the bottom of their hearts, I will say I know that you are an expert in what you do, and so you just wanted to work with everyone, and I could just feel how you were feeling when you reached out, and so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think everyone knows it wasn't intentional, and so we're going to work with you, and we're going to continue to work with our residents and make sure that we can all live here together. And it's always a balance. But I do want to remind people, we are activating downtown, and we're doing it in a big way. But we all have to do it together, and we're going to get better, and we're going to modify, and we're going to do the things that work, and the things that don't work, we're going to revisit those. But I just want everyone to know that I was really impressed, because I work with a lot of business owners that will dodge my calls for days whenever I have concerns on noise and those types of things. And so I just want to say you were out front, and I so appreciate the cooperation and collaboration. So thank you very much. Okay, we are going to send it to Councilwoman Ebert and then Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, so sorry, my last comments were just kind of an axe that I have to grind, but so what cities did you compare us to? It sounds like Vegas. Oh, it's on the list?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, sorry, I was writing notes. Okay. I believe Councilmember Anderson touched on it, like, would it be possible to put sound barriers in so that the venue can continue having their events and it has less of an impact? I'm not sure if that's possible, if they'd be willing to do that, just to, kind of help mitigate concerns of people in the area. But also, and Mayor Sheevy mentioned this, like, has the Montage done anything? Like, they built in a casino, right? Like, these condos, like, have they done anything to insulate, or do they have an HOA? Has the HOA done anything to put in noise canceling windows or anything like that?
It previously was a casino. I believe that one they tore down to the studs. So the walls, the windows, everything was brand new. I believe those are double, maybe even triple pane windows.
Okay.
Again, it's a lot of windows.
Yeah.
And again, just noise travels up. And so
Yeah.
you've got 3 or 4 nightclubs.
Yeah.
The noise is going to travel up. And so they're unfortunately the ones kind of right in the key area for noise of our downtown.
Yeah, yeah, because it's in the heart of the downtown. It was a casino at one time. Like, that's where it is.
Yeah. I have a lot of new people too that move here, and they're like, we moved here because it was 24 hours. We want to find something to eat in the middle of the night. We want entertainment in the middle of the night. And so it's really interesting, some of us that were born and raised here versus people that come from other cities. So
Yeah, and these events aren't every night, and this is why I wanted to have like some noise samples from when we had the presentation from Jacobs. I think some people took that as, they're having problems there. It wasn't what I was trying to get at. I was just trying to show what's going on there and compared to the ambient noise, and just show that this is not something that's a constant disruption, and we have occasional events that go past 10 or 11. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, you are next, and then anyone over here? Nope. And then we're going to head into our attorney-client. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, everyone that wrote in, I explained to them that's not all or nothing, and that we are looking for balance. And I really do believe that the J Resort is sincere in their stated intent to not bother others while they're making money. So I think it's really important to understand intent and their commitment. To that end, I think it's incumbent on them to do a couple things. One is to react more quickly. Now that we've had this experience, if they realize the weather patterns are this and they're getting complaints, I think they can make an on-site adjustment. And to that end, one of the recommendations from the Sacramento report is that you have both an accountable official at the city that is in charge of the issue, not just a whole bunch of people and no one's in charge, but that also at the event you have an accountable official that's going to be responsible for what's happening. And I don't think they have to go all the way to midnight to figure out that it's too loud. There is loud, very loud, and extremely loud. And I had people saying it was 120, 130 decibels. In other words, at the limit of the sound producing equipment. And I'm not sure to have the people enjoy the music downtown, that you have to have it at the limit of what they can produce. I think that even if it's at 100 decibels, those people will experience it very similarly to if it's even louder. I mean, there's a point at which music becomes just noise. You can't discern what's going on. So I also wanted to be clear, although you said, Ms. Foose, that there weren't any complaints about the second night, I beg to differ, and people have continued to call me, and I'm still sending in those letters, that while I got letters that said, yay, I was bothered last night, wasn't bothered tonight. I got actual letters saying it was much better. I got letters as well saying I was still deeply affected. So I think it's a misnomer. Maybe you just haven't seen all of the written correspondence to say we had no problem.
But then whenever, can I just ask you this?
You can,
I
but
guess
I
I'm
will
just curious.
hold my
Really
time.
quickly.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I just want to remind.
Come back on that one, yeah. So what I would like to ask, you're looking for direction, next steps, and so on. I would like to ask that you look at this recent Sacramento report. I would like to ask that apparently for fairly low budget, we could have an expert in community sound management come and help us figure out how to dial this in. Because I don't think if we just leave here today and say, you know what, it's impossible to regulate. How do we hold who accountable and just sort of throw up our hands? We don't have staff. I don't really think that's a responsible reaction. I think we actually can take steps. This particular company, and I don't care if it's them or another group, has worked with 30 cities to help dial in how best to manage their sound. So I'd love us to walk away from here with a commitment to do something more, to do something better. So thank you.
All right, thanks so much. I was just curious because I had an interesting experience where this woman said, you know, I could hear it, and that night, and she said, you know, it was loud, and then she said to me, I'm so glad that you didn't have another concert the next night. But we did. So,
Right.
And then you talked about, which this is very real, that, you know, because I've heard the same feedback, is, you know, blaming it on even certain businesses. We see this all the time too, and that business was not open, right? So that's where I was saying, like, I think it's also, you have to, not that trust me, I think everyone has valid concerns, but I also think that we have to do this in a way that does show balance, right? There are a lot of people that said, I haven't been downtown in a long time, and it was incredible. But also, I think Councilwoman Ebert is going down a road that's very, very concerning, and she's right about the noise in our neighborhoods. You know, downtown is a little different for me because it's downtown, and I get it. And there are a lot of buildings, actually, that are pretty challenging down there, the way that they were built. That is something to really look at in some capacity, what that looks like as we continue to revitalize. There are more projects that are coming into the city, and there's more housing coming into downtown. So I certainly think those are really good ways to look at mitigation.
Yep.
But I also want to remind everyone, because we really stayed on sort of the music aspect, and there are lots of different sounds that people complain about, from motorcycles to rock crushing plants to, Councilwoman Ebert mentioned it, like backing up a big semi-truck or something, you know, how they beep. There are a lot of different sounds, and it's very, very subjective.
Yep.
But it's something that we need to look at in a way that has to be, I think you have to be careful in saying, okay, over here, this is this, and over there, this is this. I'm not quite sure. So I do think there's a lot of discussion here on those things, because we do hear them. And I think, Councilwoman Ebert, you've brought it up before, correct? I think with, you have a warehouse out there.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few, but the one that I get the most feedback on is the Chewy warehouse, and because of the geography behind there, it's like an amphitheater, and they have 24-hour operation. They have a special use permit, and they have trucks coming and going, backing up with the beeping, the air brakes, and all of that, and it's constant. These people have not, you know, had a good night's sleep in ages, and you know, some people have tried to sell their home, and like they're not even getting offers because, you know, one, their view is horrible, which I know there's nothing you can do about that. But two, nobody wants to live with that. people like to open their windows and enjoy their view and all that. And now it's like they never open their windows. I have some people that don't even sleep in their bedroom anymore because of the light shining in the room. They moved to, a secondary bedroom so they could sleep at night and not hear the beeping as much. So
I guess what I'm trying to say is one size doesn't fit all.
Yeah.
Right? And we have to take that into consideration.
Yep.
And
Right.
yeah, exactly. I was trying to get at, like, if we're going to aggressively look at noise in the entertainment area, like, I'd like us to look at noise in the whole city. Like, I don't like that it's kind of like just this one venue kind of getting the brunt of it when we have a lot of noise issues throughout the city of Reno, in my opinion. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Angela. We will continue to keep up the discussion. I would just continue to ask the community to please reach out to us. We'll work on it together. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that being said, I'm sorry, you guys, we have got to go into our attorney-client meeting, and we will be back. Actually, we'll be back at, what are you thinking, 12? Let's go 1 o'clock to be safe. Okay, thanks, everyone.
It's very hard living at the shelter. It's kind of survive if you can until you can get out. And the thing about my situation was getting out was a conduit for me to thrive. Once I got out of there, as you can see, I'm doing pretty well.
Reno Works is a joint partnership with Volunteers of America and the City of Reno, and he was one of the participants that had applied for the program. He was going through some medical issues at the time and staying in the shelter, so he had a big decision. He wasn't working as much. He's staying here at Marvel Way, and when he was getting approved for the housing piece, they were approving him at 60% AMI for the community, and he wouldn't be able to afford that. So we had facilitated some conversation with Marvel Way and getting him something he can afford, and he ended up, I believe, qualifying for the 40% unit or 30% unit. And then he was still making kind of a decision on whether he would be able to work and maintain housing, and I was kind of instrumental in, hey, you need to take this jump. You're gonna medically, heal in your own place where you're not surrounded. And there was a point to where he was in the hospital, and he didn't know if he was gonna have a bed when he went back. So I'm like, Rennie, we can't keep doing this, and we need to get into housing.
It's been quite a journey, and I think if anyone that sees me now, that they're like you were there last year and now you're here. It's kind of amazing. I graduated in November. Rayleigh's ended up hiring me, and they were one of the partners. So I got a job at Rayleigh's, and I'm working as a courtesy clerk over there. I bag groceries and push carts.
The partnership with Reno Works and Rayleigh's is amazing. It gives the community a chance to get those unfortunate people a chance to get back on their feet and get their life back together. Rainey builds relationships, and that's big here at Rayleigh's, especially with our customers and the team members. Once you build a relationship, you build the trust, and that puts everything together.
The ultimate was to get me in here and get me out of the shelter so that I could thrive, and I have. Honestly, I'm doing a lot of Rayleigh's, and I'm working really hard, and people see that. For individuals that are thinking about applying to Reno Works, or go for it, because honestly, it'll help you move forward.
Rennie was one of the best participants, always showed up with a smile on his face despite what he was going through.
He still supports the program to this day, comes to graduations. He was amazing.
Do you know how to survive a fire in your home? I'm John. This is Katie with the Reno Fire Department. And today we want to share some important information with you.
To survive, you need to know the basics of fire behavior. A fire needs 3 things to exist: fuel, heat, and oxygen.
The best way to do this is to keep the fuel side of the triangle away from the heat side. The easiest way to survive a fire is to prevent it from happening in the first place.
Today we'll show you some ways to prevent fires from happening, and if they do start, how to evacuate safely.
Cooking is the main cause of home fires and fire injuries, and you can prevent them. Here's how. First, stand by your pan. If you leave the kitchen, turn the burner off. Then, watch what you're cooking. Fires start when the heat is too high. If you see any smoke or the grease start to boil, turn the burner off. Another thing to keep in mind is to turn pot handles toward the back of the stove. Then no one can bump them or pull them. Finally, keep combustibles away from the burners. Believe it or not, dogs have turned on burners accidentally while trying to get food stored on top of ranges.
In our modern world, lithium-ion batteries are everywhere. These types of batteries can be dangerous. So here's some things to keep in mind. Stop using them if you notice an odor, a change in color, too much heat, change in shape, leaking, or odd noises. Charge and store spare lithium-ion batteries away from anything that can burn. Don't put lithium-ion batteries in direct sunlight or keep them in hot cars. This is a fire risk.
Here are some other things around the house to remember. Keep anything that can burn at least 3 feet from the furnace, oil burner, wood stoves, water heaters, and other heat-generating equipment. When it comes to cooking appliances, space heaters, washers, and dryers, they should be plugged directly into wall outlets. Clean lint filters every time you use the dryer, and never leave a burning candle alone.
Looking at the triangle again, the third component is oxygen. Fire needs oxygen to survive. Progression of fire can be slowed by compartmentalizing your home. The easiest way to do this is to keep room doors and windows closed. The garage typically houses many potential ignition sources and heavy fuel loads. So make sure the man door between the garage and living space is a solid core door with a fire rating of no less than 20 minutes. Any alterations to this door, including pet door installs, will allow a fire that starts in the garage to quickly progress into the living space. Many home fires can start outside and spread into your home, so don't store garbage or combustibles under windows or next to doors. Remove vegetation that is against your exterior walls, especially if it is dead and dying. Juniper brush may look green on the outside, but under the green hides dead needles that can easily ignite.
Even with our best intentions, accidents can occur. Always be prepared to escape. On average, you only have about 2 minutes to escape a fire once a smoke alarm sounds. Working smoke alarms are critical. Install and maintain them in every sleeping room and every floor. Test the battery monthly and replace it if over 10 years old. Know 2 ways out of every room and make a meeting space. If you have children in the house, take time to draw a plan and explain it to them in a way that makes sense to them. The biggest takeaway is to make a plan and practice it.
One common mistake we see after fires is that residents will open doors and windows, thinking this will let the heat and smoke out of the house. Remember, fire seeks oxygen. Adding air to fire only makes it bigger and spread to those openings. When exiting, close the doors and windows behind you.
For more information on fire survival, please visit our website at reno.gov/fire. Thank you. Be safe. Hi, boys and girls. My name is John, Fire Marshal for the City of Reno. Did you know a fire occurs in a house every 65 seconds in our country? That's like every minute. Sadly, this also means many people get hurt. Your ability to get out of your home during the fire depends on early warning from fire and knowing how to escape if a fire happens. Fires can happen anywhere. The question is, are you prepared? Our Extreme team is going to help you make a home escape plan. When you are done with that home escape plan, teach it to your family and other members in your household so they can escape fire as well. If you do that, you can be part of the Reno Fire Department Extreme Team. This is Boston, our fire dog. He's going to introduce you to our Fire Extreme team.
Thanks, John. Meet the Extreme Team. Together, we're making a fire escape plan.
This is Sean. He takes care of me every day, and he'll talk about fire alarms. Shelly's here too. Shelly will teach us how to get out and stay out. This is Katie, and she'll talk about finding a safe meeting place. And finally, Talina is really excited to talk about why we need to practice our plan.
The first part of a home escape plan is a working smoke alarm. Fire produces smoke. Smoke and hot gases move upward towards the ceiling. As a fire gets bigger, the smoke and hot gases move downward towards the floor and superheat the room until everything in the room catches fire. That's why smoke alarms are so important. They detect fire and warn you before the fire gets too big and you can't escape. Because smoke goes up, smoke alarms should be installed on the ceiling or high point of the wall. They should be in every sleeping room, hallway outside the sleeping room, and every floor. Smoke alarms should be tested every month to make sure they work. Have your parents or older brother and sister help you with this, as you may need a ladder. To test the smoke alarm, push and hold the test button for 3 seconds. It should make a loud beeping noise. If it does not make a loud beeping noise, then have your mom or dad replace the battery or install a new alarm.
Thanks, Sean. Smoke alarms can be loud and scary, especially if it goes off when you're sleeping and dreaming of chasing rabbits. If I hear an alarm, I will wake up immediately and run outside. But I have 4 legs and am low to the ground. You're human, so you need to be more careful when getting outside. Right, Shelly?
That's right, Boston. Remember, fire produces heat and smoke that travels up. Have you ever tried to breathe in smoke? Smoke can hurt your lungs, especially if it's superheated. If you smell or see smoke, you want to stay under the smoke. If you are in bed, when the smoke alarm activates, don't stand up. Roll out of bed onto your hands and knees. Stay low and go. Always know 2 ways out of any room. For most people, the first way out is the door they came into the room. That should be your first way out. Remember to stay low. Crawl to the door and feel the door for heat before opening it. The best way to do this is to feel the doorknob and face of the door with the back side of your hand. If it is cool, then open the door slightly and look for smoke. If you do not see smoke, go outside to your safe meeting place. If you do see smoke, close the door and go to your second way out. Usually, the second way out is the window. Don't break the window. Broken glass can cut you. Practice opening the window in your room when you get home. If you have a screen, practice popping out the screen with your parents. It's usually pretty easy. If you live on an upper floor, talk to your mom or dad about getting a fire escape ladder and learn how to use it.
Thanks, Shelly. So if you hear an alarm, don't hide, get outside. If there is smoke, stay low and go. But once you're outside, where do you go?
That is a great question, Boston. Everyone in your household needs to know where to go. So when firefighters arrive, they know who is safe and who needs to be rescued. A meeting place should be a safe distance from the building. A tree, mailbox, or even a neighbor's house is a good, safe meeting place because they don't move. A car, garbage can, or traffic cone is not, because they may not be there when the fire actually happens. Once you're out, call 911 if you have a phone. Now let's go back inside and answer some questions.
Thanks, Katie. My first question is, should a person go back inside a burning house to rescue somebody else?
Once you are out, stay out. Never go back in for anyone or anything. Once firefighters arrive, they are trained and have the tools to rescue anyone still in the building.
What if I live on the 3rd floor and I cannot get out?
That is a great question. If you're stuck in your room and cannot get out, make sure your room door is closed. Hang a towel or sheet outside your window. This acts as a signal to the firefighters outside that someone is still in the building. We will come get you. When firefighters enter the home, they will be dressed in turnouts and be wearing a mask, helmet, and a tank. This can make them look very scary. The mask they will wear will make a noise like Darth Vader. Remember, they are here to rescue you. Fire can make a lot of noise, so you need to say loud words over the noise to help firefighters find you. Help is always a good choice.
Now that's a lot of good information. But now what?
Well, Boston, now we draw and practice our plan. Pretend you are a superhero flying over your house. From this view, draw a map of your home. Include the rooms and all windows and doors. Now identify which rooms are used for sleeping and draw a green arrow showing your first way out and a red arrow showing your second way out. Draw your safe meeting place and circle it with both colors. Now the important part, practice. Sit down with all the family in your household. Identify where all the smoke alarms are and test them. Practice rolling out of bed and crawling to the door and then the window. Practice escaping from your door and out your window and meeting at your safe meeting place.
That's great. So to make a great escape plan, start with a working smoke alarm, have at least 2 ways out of every room, and meet at your safe meeting place.
That's right, Boston. Now you have the knowledge to join our team. Let's get to work.
Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. It's back to school time, and we're here with Officer Johnson from the Reno Police Department to discuss some great reminders on how to keep our students safe.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Here at the Reno Police Department, we want to ensure a safe school year for every child in our community, and so we have some important tips and reminders for drivers. Slow down in school zones. Always adhere to posted speed limits. Stop for school buses. It's illegal to pass a school bus that is stopped to unload or load children. Yield to pedestrians, especially in school zones and residential areas. Avoid distractions, such as using your phone while driving. The Reno Police Department will be increasing enforcement in and around schools this summer and fall to help keep all of our students and pedestrians safe.
Thank you, Officer Johnson, and don't forget to follow City of Reno and RPD on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. Thank you for watching the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. Today we're excited to spotlight the city's new Rolling Recreation Center, a mobile recreation center designed to bring fun and activities to communities across the city. Here's Kayla Snow to tell us more.
Thanks, Chris. Our Rolling Recreation Center is all about making accessible recreation for everyone in our community. Our mobile recreation center travels to various parks following the schedule of the Food Bank of Northern Nevada Kids Cafe Summer Meals Program. This means that not only do kids get free recreational activities, but also a free meal. Our program offers a wide range of activities for people of all ages, including sports, games, arts and crafts, and so much more. The Rolling Recreation Center is free and open to the public. We welcome everyone of all ages to come out, have fun, and enjoy our city parks.
Thank you, Kayla. Visit reno.gov/Parks and Rec to find out when the Rolling Recreation Trailer rolls through a park near you. So now you know with Reno. Thank you for watching the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. If you're looking for a career in a fast-paced environment, perhaps becoming a Reno police officer could be for you. Let's go inside and speak with Officer Hunter Mercurio and find out more.
Thanks, Chris. The Reno Police Department is on a continuous hiring basis. If you're interested in finding a career in law enforcement and finding a job with purpose, come join us today. Also, being a Reno police officer in Reno makes my city not just livable, but lovable. Every day looks completely different, and you're normally going to somebody's worst day, but you get to be that opportunity to make a change in their life and hopefully better their day. If you're interested in becoming a police officer, go to the City of Reno jobs page and apply for the police officer recruit position. If you have any questions about becoming a police officer or want to come do a ride-along with us, you can reach me at recruiter@reno.gov, or you can reach me at my phone number 775-437-0043. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. Today we turn our attention to motorcycle safety, a crucial topic for our roads. Joining us is Officer Chris Johnson from the Reno Police Department.
Thanks, Chris. One concerning trend that we're observing is an increase in speed-related incidents involving motorcycles. Another issue we're facing is lane splitting, which is illegal in Nevada, but unfortunately still occurs frequently. Speeding reduces the rider's ability to react to unexpected situations, increasing the likelihood of accidents and the severity of injuries. Lane splitting, besides being against the law here, is dangerous because it puts motorcyclists in a close proximity to other vehicles, increasing the risk of a collision. We also urge vehicle drivers to be aware of their surroundings, including motorcycles. Check your mirrors and blind spots often, especially before changing lanes or making turns. And remember, always give motorcyclists plenty of space on the road.
Thank you, Officer Johnson, for sharing these important insights. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. We're here today with Reno Fire Inspector Talina Sky to discuss Wildland-Urban Interface, or WUI, and how you can protect your home from wildfires.
Thanks, Chris. The Wildland-Urban Interface, or WUI, is the area where urban development meets wildland. These areas are at increased risk of wildfires. The City of Reno has implemented several initiatives to help residents mitigate wildfire risks, such as creating a community wildfire protection plan, which outlines strategies for reducing wildfire hazards, fuel mitigation projects, such as Goats in Rosewood Canyon, and residents can also participate in our dumpster program, where they can dispose of green waste to enhance their defensible space. Residents should keep their home in the first 5 feet, non-combustible, and ember resistant.
Thank you, Talina. For more information from the Reno Fire Department, visit reno.gov/fire and follow RFD on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute.
I'm Jamie Peak with the City of Reno. I'm a housing and neighborhood development, and I'm a housing coordinator. And I met Michael with the Clean and Safe team. They were really instrumental in getting Michael into kind of like in contact with us, but we've helped him with some rental and deposit assistance and some private funding for a motel stay while we're trying to figure out his next moves.
My name is Michael Jean St. Clair. I'm a Reno resident here in Reno, Nevada. I'm sharing my story about how outreach helped me and my family out over the last year. My wife passed away about a month ago, so it's hard. This is my wife and my 3 kids, Michael, Tish, and Reba. My kids, they're my life. And I guess it was then that kind of made me realize that I needed to get out of this one situation about living in the RV and getting a place of our own. Well, we were staying with some friends, and then this landlord found out they were staying there, so I got my RV out of storage, and me and my family, we stayed in it for about 3 years, I believe, 3, maybe 4. And living in the RV, it was rough. 5 people in a small area. And then my RV broke down. They put a sticker on it for it to be towed. And one morning I woke up and the tow truck was there and said that they're gonna tow my vehicle. They wanted to give me a chance to move it. And they notified these people from the state, and they helped me get into put me and my family in a motel until they found this apartment. It's good to have family and friends and people like outreach to help out. I'm glad there's people like them out there to help. Just don't give up. There's people out there that can help, and if they offer to help, take the help.
RISE, well, especially the outreach, is mostly compiled of lived experience outreach specialists like myself. I was in a tent 3 years ago, so we understand what it's like to have that desperation, and we just try to meet people where they're at.
Just got tired of living the way we were living. I mean, we only had my wife's check and my daughter's check, and we were trying to find a place, but it's hard trying to find a place when everybody kind of looks down on you, I appreciate the outreaches, and my goal is just stay here, provide for I made a promise to my wife that I'll make sure the kids always had a roof over their heads, so that's my goal.
Well, outreach, we'd like to do anything we could to assist you in doing so.
Yes. And like I said, I appreciate all your guys' help, and
it's all good, brother.
Yeah.
I'm glad we could help.
And I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm Reno Fire Chief Dave Cochran. It's an honor to connect with you as we look back on 2024, a year of innovation, strong work, and unwavering dedication to protecting our community. The Reno Fire Department reached incredible milestones, overcame challenges, and made a real impact on the biggest little city. Let's look back at 2024 and the achievements and highlights of the Reno Fire Department.
2024's wildland season tested our region with incidents like the Gold Ranch, Davis, and Callahan fires, straining resources from across the West. Although these fires happened just outside Reno city limits, our firefighters stepped up to assist while ensuring our Reno community remained well protected. In 2024, RFD deployed 264 resources to more than 100 wildland fires, contributing over 65,000 hours of work. These efforts brought nearly $2 million in reimbursements back to the department. Right here at home, we responded to 51,737 calls for service, an increase of over 2,000 from the previous year. Our commitment to service continues to grow along with our community.
The Safety and Training Division saw impressive growth in 2024, paving the way for a stronger, more skilled team. We proudly promoted 11 captains and 8 operators, hired 25 new firefighters, and welcomed 5 single-role EMS personnel. This year, we ran 2 3-week fire equipment operator engine academies, 1 2-week fire equipment operator truck academy, and a 2-week acting captain's academy. These intensive programs help sharpen our skills and prepare our teams for any situation. We also expanded our monthly company-level training sessions, introducing specialized active shooter training and wide area search exercises. And through partnerships with surrounding fire departments, we enhanced our response capabilities for wildland fires and hazmat operations. Additionally, we upgraded the training facilities at Station 11 with new technology to improve the delivery of our programs, ensuring our team is always ready to meet the demands of our city.
The Reno Fire Prevention Bureau experienced significant strides this year in 2024, starting with the appointment of a new fire marshal, 3 fire captains, and 3 new fire inspectors. Our team saw great success in our arson investigations, achieving an impressive 80% conviction rate, and completed over 6,000 building inspections to help keep Reno safe. For the 4th consecutive year, we hosted our dumpster program thanks to a grant from State Farm. This program helps neighborhoods in the wildland-urban interface clear dry vegetation and debris, creating defensible space. Thank you to everyone who participated and helped reduce wildfire risk in our community. In 2024, we were also thrilled to receive nearly $245,000 from FEMA's Fire Prevention and Safety Grant to develop a community wildfire protection plan. This comprehensive framework will prioritize wildfire mitigation efforts, improve emergency preparedness, and ensure long-term safety for Reno's residents and infrastructure. Keep an eye out in the coming months for ways to get involved. We're excited to collaborate with you.
In 2024, we worked closely with our community partners to update the Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. The plan assesses the potential impact of all prioritized hazards to the region and provides mitigation strategies and actions to reduce such risks. The update ensures the plan remains effective in addressing the evolving needs of our communities. We also prioritized firefighter health with initiatives like our 4th annual cancer screenings and the introduction of the coronary calcium scan. These proactive prevention programs are vital in detecting early markers of heart disease and cancer, critical steps for firefighters facing heightened risks associated with their profession. Additionally, we launched a groundbreaking pilot program with the Epic Brain Center, exploring enhanced mind-body performance treatments. This innovative approach supports firefighters dealing with PTSD and other mental health challenges, while empowering them with improved executive function to perform at their best.
2024 was a landmark year for the Reno Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Division with 30,649 calls for service. Collaboration played a key role in 2024 as we joined forces with regional partners to strengthen our unified response to medical emergencies.
We were excited to welcome our new EMS management assistant and expand our specialized training for our single role program. Ensuring our EMS team is always prepared to meet our community's high demand for advanced emergency medical services. We conducted division-level training on new medical equipment, including cutting-edge video laryngoscope blades that are vital in life-saving situations and new medications that can be used to treat various patient presentations by our mid and advanced level providers. We also implemented a new medical charting platform, further enhancing patient care.
Reno Fire Department's Support Services Division achieved significant milestones in 2024. Enhanced vehicle maintenance and repair, increased apparatus safety, and equipment modernization. Through our apparatus replacement program, we added 2 new brush trucks designed for firefighting in rugged terrain and a state-of-the-art ambulance, ensuring our fleet meets the diverse needs of our community. We also enhanced operations by refining the use of fleet cameras throughout our vehicles. These systems capture critical moments during incidents, training, and daily operations, providing insights that improve safety and support crew education. Our logistics team continues to push innovation forward, adopting advanced battery-powered tools on our fire engines and ladder trucks, and improved personal protective equipment. These enhancements extend equipment lifespan, improve functionality, and prioritize firefighter safety. Looking ahead, we're excited to introduce a new heavy rescue apparatus in 2025, the first of its kind for our department since 1986. As an all-risk fire department supporting many different types of incidents, this edition ensures our crews are ready to respond to any emergency, no matter the challenge.
As we reflect on 2024, the Reno Fire Department has much to celebrate. From our interlocal agreement with the Reno-Tahoe Airport Authority, enabling us to assume firefighting services across all airport properties, and our partnership with Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue, which now provides automatic aid to ensure the closest resource responds to emergencies, no matter the jurisdiction. We're building the foundation for continued growth and excellence. I'm pleased to share that we also received the keys to 455 East 2nd Street, our future central fire station. We're excited to begin serving you from this state-of-the-art facility in 2027. At RFD, we believe that being part of the community is just as important as responding to emergencies. Whether it's hosting fire safety programs, participating in local events, or building relationships with residents, we strive to be more than the first responders. We're your neighbors, partners, and advocates for a safer region. None of our work would be possible without the dedication of our team and unwavering support of our Reno City Council, state and federal representatives. Their commitment ensures RFD is always ready to serve and protect our community. On behalf of the Reno Fire Department, thank you for your trust and support. Together we accomplished so much in 2024, and we look forward to an even brighter and safer year ahead. Thank you for standing with us.
My name is Robert Downs. I'm a field specialist with RISE, and this experience with Bonnie Pace and the Pathway Pilot has been awesome and tremendous, and I'll never forget it.
As we move into the next budget year, we're excited to share some of the key accomplishments this past year in the biggest little city.
Whether working to ensure a safe and welcoming community, planning for responsible growth, or maintaining strong fiscal accountability to our residents, our team is dedicated to building a community that people are proud to call home.
Running a city is no small feat. It takes 7 dedicated council members and over 1,700 committed employees to make this city thrive. While you see some of them every day, many are behind the scenes.
But we all have one thing in common. We make Reno more than just livable. We make it lovable. Ensuring the infrastructure in our community stands the test of time is critical to obtaining a vibrant and resilient city.
The Utility Services team oversees stormwater, wastewater, and recycled water throughout the city, including the sanitary sewer system. I know sewer is one of those things that people don't often talk about, but sewer systems play a crucial role in protecting public health and our environment. One important element in the sanitary sewer system is lift stations, which are needed in low-lying areas to pump sewage up to a gravity sewer line. All of our sewer lines convey sewage and ultimately end up at our wastewater treatment facilities. Over the last 5 years, our team evaluated 27 public lift stations in our community and determined that some needed major rehabilitation. Since the evaluation, the city has successfully rehabilitated 5 lift stations and completed the design improvements for their 7 remaining stations in need of rehabilitation. These remaining lift stations will be constructed in the next 2 years to ensure the sustainability of the systems for years to come.
Since 1995, City of Reno Council has made street maintenance and rehabilitation a major priority. The Public Works team maintains a pavement management system to evaluate the condition and serviceable life of over 755 miles of streets. This system allows us to plan for preventative maintenance and major rehabilitation projects based on priority.
Maintaining infrastructure, such as roads, is the job of the maintenance and operations team. This last year, the Streets Division maintained 755 miles of paved roads. That includes 37,000 miles of road being plowed, over 6,000 potholes repaired, and over 12 million square feet of cracks sealed or filled. Our teams work round the clock when needed to ensure that residents can get where they need to go safely, rain, snow, or shine.
At the City of Reno, in our Sewer and Storm Drain Division, there's 50 of us that take care of just over 800 miles of sanitary sewer. That includes 35 lift stations. Our Sewer and Storm Drain Division in the City of Reno ensures safe maintenance for over 600 miles of stormwater lines. It's our aggressive preventative maintenance program that ensures that your system will respond properly to prevent overflows and flooding, keeping our residents and our environment safe and sound.
The fleet management team maintains over 850 pieces of equipment, including police cars and other emergency response equipment. This year, the fleet management team was ranked in the top 100 best fleets in the Americas, and doing work in-house saves the city millions of dollars each and every year.
And our final areas of responsibility is facility maintenance. We perform a wide variety of repairs and remodels and preventative maintenance on over 200 city-owned buildings. And just this last year, we completed a seismic retrofit of City Hall, which ensures the safety of both staff and the public during earthquakes.
Parks, recreation, and open space are vital for creating healthy, sustainable, and vibrant communities. Last November, the Reno City Council adopted the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan. The plan identifies top priorities and an implementation strategy to improve existing parks, trails, and recreational facilities, identifying and acquiring land for new parks and recreational spaces, activating the Truckee River Corridor and downtown spaces, and expanding recreational programming.
But the crowning achievement this year for the Parks team is the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center. Opening in August, this 52,000 square foot facility will include a 50-meter indoor competition pool, multi-use indoor recreation pool, an outdoor soaking pool, 5,000 square foot fitness facility, and more. This project represents a vital investment in the health and well-being of our community for generations to come.
As we approach the completion of two major projects in our community, the Public Safety Center and the Moana Springs Aquatic Center, it's important to highlight the clean energy components of both projects. At Moana Springs, the city received a Community Project Funding Award to install solar and was selected by NV Energy to be a community-based solar resource host site at the same location. The Moana Springs parking lot features solar-covered parking to support this project, and the Public Safety Center will include rooftop solar as well as battery storage to provide energy savings. By investing in clean energy, we are moving towards a cleaner, more resilient, and equitable energy future for our community.
Reno is one of the best places to live, work, and play, so we know that growth in our community is inevitable. At the city, we are focused on responsible growth to achieve balanced and long-term development that benefits all residents. Last year, the City of Reno completed the ward redistricting process that transitioned our community from 5 to 6 wards. Redistricting ensures that each elected official represents approximately the same number of residents. Final maps for the new wards were voted on by the Reno City Council following a community engagement process that spanned across 4 months and included 17 opportunities for residents to participate. The new ward maps will go into effect following the 2024 election cycle. We encourage you to visit our online mapping tool to learn more about the new wards.
Responsible growth means long-term planning. In January of 2021, the city adopted a new zoning code. And in June of 2022, the city initiated an amendment to address outstanding cleanup items. This includes everything from grammatical errors to accounting for updates in state law. Development Services has spent the past year working through these changes and seeking public input. Final adoption of an updated zoning code is anticipated early next year.
The City of Reno is working with our regional partners to manage water resources sustainably for future generations through the One Water Nevada initiative. This program is working to ensure there is enough water available to meet the needs of all users while protecting and even improving the region's water quality and environmental integrity. A key element of this project is the Advanced Purified Water Facility at American Flats. With construction expected to begin in the near future, this facility will apply state-of-the-art water purification processes and provide the region with the potential for over 2 million gallons of high-quality drinking water daily.
At the City of Reno, we are focused on ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing.
The City of Reno helps to improve housing stability by providing rental and deposit assistance for all residents, including seniors and veterans. In the past 6 months, the team has assisted 584 households with rent, supported 175 cost-burdened seniors, and dispersed $1.5 million in rental assistance.
The City of Reno is a leader on the affordable housing front. Back in 2019, the state law changed, and since then, the city has been allowed to enact an ordinance that has given us the right to waive or reduce fees for sewer connection fees and building permit fees, as long as the project is associated with an affordable housing development. And to date, Reno has approved reductions and waivers totaling almost $8 million. This has contributed to 1,800 new affordable housing units that are moving forward. City Council has also added conditional requirements for certain development projects, and those are to help pay for affordable housing. This has been triggered on 5 development projects. This is estimated to generate over $4 million in funds which will support affordable housing.
Last year, the City of Reno supported the development of 492 affordable units through funding programs and city incentives, including federal home funds, volume cap allocation, and sewer fee reductions. Developments that were supported include the Marva Way Apartments, Copper Mesa Apartments, Oravada Street Senior Apartments, and the Ridge at Sun Valley.
And while increasing the number of affordable housing units is a priority, the team is also working to invest in low to moderate income neighborhoods. In the past year, the city funded $1 million in park and pedestrian safety renovations and supported key projects, including park improvements at Robin Hood, Dick Taylor, Paradise, and Mayor's Parks.
Downtown Reno is evolving as our community transitions from a region focused on tourism to a more economically diverse city that supports urban living, transportation, social gathering, and small businesses.
Many consider Virginia Street to be the heart of our downtown, and the Virginia Street Placemaking Study reinforced that. Giel Design Firm, over 3 phases of community engagement, developed a strategy and a long-term plan of what our Virginia Street and our downtown could look like. City Council approved the placemaking study last fall and identified $2.5 million in state and local fiscal recovery funds to implement phase 1 of the study. This year, state and local fiscal recovery funds were also utilized to create the Restore Reno Facade and Tenant Improvement Program. The program provided matching funds to property owners and tenants for facade improvements and interior upgrades. 39 businesses were awarded matching grants, with the total economic improvement value of the combined projects being $5.7 million.
At the same time, the team partnered with the Regional Transportation Commission to develop the Downtown Micromobility Plan, enhancing downtown roadway networks to improve safety for all users and create a more welcoming environment for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other micromodes of transportation. Design is currently underway for this project, and construction is anticipated in 2026. And no discussion of the downtown area is complete without addressing the Truckee River corridor. This year, City Council approved the use of state and local fiscal recovery funds to make improvements along the Truckee River path, including activation efforts, enhanced safety with better lighting, paint refresh, path improvements, and more.
Reno is committed to building a community where all residents feel welcome, safe, and able to fully participate in their government.
Providing access to city programs and services is critical to building a strong community. From improving ramp access to City Hall to the addition of Ubi Duo 3 and Listen Everywhere devices, we are working to make government more accessible for everyone. Throughout the year, our team works with community partners to host celebrations that embrace, honor, and recognize the diverse cultures represented in the biggest little city. This includes the Black History Month celebration in City Plaza, and the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month celebration at Wingfield Park. Building a welcoming community requires intentional efforts to embrace diversity, inclusivity, and create opportunities for all residents to thrive.
The safety, health, and well-being of all residents is our #1 priority as we work to build a community we are proud to call home.
The Reno Fire Department provides all-risk service to the citizens and visitors of the biggest little city. Last year, the team ran almost 50,000 calls, a record high for the department. This includes everything from emergency medical response and water rescue missions to all types of fires, including structure, brush, and vehicle, to name a few. The team continues to meet the needs of our growing community by increasing staffing and resources for the department, maintaining the strongest training program in the region, upgrading equipment through the fire apparatus replacement program, and investing in proactive fire prevention measures. We are excited to announce that plans are already underway for construction of a new central fire station that will be located in the heart of downtown. The 70,000 square foot facility will house administrative and fire personnel with the ability to respond with up to 5 separate crews to serve the busiest part of our city. We look forward to its completion in 2027.
The Reno Police Department boasts 354 sworn staff members. To meet the growing needs of our community, we added 43 new and dedicated officers to the ranks, along with the hiring of 7 lateral officers from other departments throughout the country. Last year, our patrol teams responded to over 72,000 calls for service. The traffic team responded to 2,971 accidents. Victim services served over 2,300 victims, and the investigation section was assigned 3,762 cases. These cases covered offenses from property crimes to crimes against persons. In September, the department launched a new data-driven initiative to improve crime and blight in downtown. The Directed Engagement, Enforcement, and Deployment Strategy, affectionately known as DEEDS, has been in operation for just over 6 months. In that time, we have seen a 12% decrease in the citizen-initiated calls for service, a 55% decrease in vehicle versus pedestrian crashes, and a 29% decrease in commercial burglaries. We are excited to announce in August of this year we will celebrate the opening of our new Public Safety Center in downtown Reno.
The Public Safety Center will serve as the headquarters for the Reno Police Department. Located in the former Reno Gazette-Journal building, this facility will be able to provide a swift emergency response to our community. This state-of-the-art facility is double the size of the existing station and provides exciting new features such as expanded public parking, private interview areas, community engagement meeting space, and improved safety and security features to ensure the building will stand the test of time.
A fast emergency response would be impossible without the crucial work of our Reno dispatchers. Last year, our dispatch team answered over 500,000 calls, serving as the vital link between individuals in need of assistance and emergency service providers. And this last year, the cities of Reno and Sparks, along with Washoe County and Remsa, came together to identify a unified computer-aided dispatch program that will deploy the nearest and most appropriate resources to an emergency. The technology will be launched in 2025, improving emergency response for the entire region.
Our staff is made up of talented and dedicated people who are passionate about the biggest little city. We've built a workplace filled with integrity, positivity, collaboration, and diversity. An organization that has been nominated as one of the best places to work in Northern Nevada for 3 years running, and was the first organization in Northern Nevada to be recognized as one of the best places for working parents. Our employees have endless opportunities to make a positive impact in our community. The people and stories behind our programs are why we take pride in our jobs and why we love this city. When we proudly look at the community we've built, we know we are just getting started.
We've had a lot of great accomplishments this last year, but the work isn't done. As we begin the next fiscal year, be on the lookout for some major projects.
Soon we'll be opening the new Public Safety Center and the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center. These landmark projects will serve generations of Renoites for years to come. We hope you'll join us for both celebrations.
And keep an eye on downtown as we continue to focus on revitalization using the input and feedback we receive from our community. You'll see improvements to the Riverwalk, activation of Virginia Street, and improvements for pedestrians and micromobility users alike.
To keep up to date on everything that's happening at the city, check out our website at reno.gov and follow us on X, Facebook, or Instagram at City of Reno.
Until next year!
Madam Clerk, hello.
Hello, Madam Mayor.
How are you doing? We're back.
All right, we're reconvening at 1:05, and at this time we have Council Member Anderson Doer and Reese absent.
Okay, thank you so much. We do have a quorum, so we can proceed. Let's see. We are now in
item C2.
Yes, C2, police facility impact fee. And do you have any public comment on this item?
We do have public comment from Dan Morgan.
All right, Dan, come on up. And then we will have a presentation from Angela.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. How are you?
Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're right.
It's
Good
nice
afternoon.
to see you. Good afternoon. For the record, Dan Morgan on behalf of the Builders Association of Northern Nevada. This is a tough one, the police facility impact fee. The proposal has the potential to unfairly burden the residential development community and undermining housing attainability and community growth. We're not opposed to it. We're not in favor of it. We're going to take a neutral position on it today. But today, a new homeowner pays in excess of $60,000 on average in fees, impact fees, connection fees. And that really has a significant impact on the attainability of new single-family residents. We very much look forward to continuing to work with Angela and the staff to develop funding models that ensure equitable and sustainable models for public safety without jeopardizing the attainability of new housing. So I just wanted to go on the record that we're not opposed necessarily. Obviously, what you're going to hear from Angela is the recommendation is the fee not increase, but the timeline of the fee increase. And that is ultimately borne by the homeowner. And we are really focused in the industry right now throughout Northern Nevada and throughout the state of Nevada, working with the governor's office and the state legislature to really achieve attainability. And 60+ thousand on average in connection fees and assessments does not help that attainability. So I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have regarding our perspective. If that's that on that issue, I got 1 minute left. I just want to thank you all and congratulate you all for honoring Ethan this morning. That is one of the greatest assets our community has. He's a very, very, very dear friend, and he serves on the board of the Military Support Alliance with me. So I just wanted to get that on the record too. Thank you for doing that.
I didn't know that.
Thank you.
All the cool kids over on that board. All the cool kids on that board. I love it.
All right, Madam Mayor,
Thanks,
we
Dan.
have no additional public comment. We did receive one comment directly associated with this item. It has been distributed to the Reno City Council, and it was one letter in favor.
Okay, thank you so much. Angela, it's all you.
Okay. Good afternoon. For the record, Angela Foos, Assistant Director for Development Services. Just to give you a little kind of refresher on what the police facility impact fee is. When we first found our new police station building, it was an existing building, we said, well, how are we going to pay for this? And so we came up with a number of different payment options, and one of them was an impact fee. The thing that's unique about impact fees is regulated by state law. So it's not unique to our zoning code. It's state law regulates how we operate when we do impact fees. We basically, at the time of a building permit, charge the development a fee. So it's not something that goes to everybody that's a resident or everybody that works. It's literally based on new development. So when we knew we were going to build this new police station in 2020, we came up with this fee. Once the police station was built, we found the total cost of the police station. So a portion of the total cost can be used by impact fees. That's $13 million. That's the top we can ever charge. We can collect in impact fees to help pay off this police station. And it's limited to 10 years. We put that in our code, so over the course of 10 years, our goal was to get all $13 million collected. There were a number of other payments or fundings to cover the police station. So we just want to make it clear that $13 million was not the total cost of the police station. The total cost was $75 million. Again, a small portion of that is paid for through these impact fees. So again, looking at the total amount we can collect, $13 million of the total $75 million comes from impact fees. So every year we look at the trends. How are we doing? Again, we collect this money at the time of a building permit. So the development community is the one that pays these fees, only to the development community. Generally speaking, we used that money to help pay off the bond. The bond was a big chunk of how we paid for the police station, so we used this money to help pay off the bond. Now, the total bond that we pay every year is about $3.6 million. It's a lot of money every year that comes out of general fund. Only a small piece of that we take from the police impact fees. That's about $342,000 a year. So ideally, if we can collect $342,000 a year in those police impact fees, then we're good. Here's where we run into problems. So here's how much money we have raised every year for the last 5 years. During the first few years that we were collecting police impact fees, it was during COVID. So we had a huge uptick in big projects, big industrial projects, big apartment projects. We were bringing in quite a bit of money. The last 3 years, we have gone down pretty drastically. So this last fiscal year, we raised just over $250,000. We're also just monitoring building permit activity because that plays into how much money we can calculate we think we're going to get. Building permits, were great during COVID. Those first couple years coming out of COVID, we had a lot of building permits. When you compare during COVID to where we're at now, we're definitely less in terms of the number of building permits. Valuation of those building permits is a big deal. So let's say we had 10,000 building permits. If they're all permits for fences and water heaters and small things, we're not bringing in any police impact fees. We need projects like apartments, houses, commercial, industrial, in order to actually generate any money. So that valuation number is something that we keep an eye on. So again, just to summarize where we're at. We can collect this money over a 10-year period. That's set in stone unless we want to change that. We're now at the 5-year mark. So for 5 years, we've been collecting money. Total, we need $13 million. In 5 years, we've raised just over $2 million. So that means in the next 5 years, we have to raise $10.9 million. Probably not going to happen. So what we did, we went out to the development community and we asked them, what would you like to see done? We gave them 4 options. This here is a lot of information, but the key takeaway is the 4 options that we gave them included extending the timeline. So instead of collecting money over 10 years, we said, well, what if we extended that and collected over 15 years or 20 years or 25 years? So that was something they considered. We also said, with each of these options, we're going to have to raise fees. If we're trying to get $13 million, we're going to have to raise the fee amount. So just as an example, as Mr. Morgan was saying, single-family home. Today, we charge $125 when you come in for your single-family home building permit. That's what goes to the police impact fee. If we keep option number 1, which is don't change the timeline, just increase the fees, we would have to start charging over $1,100 per single-family home. So these are numbers that will have impact, again, on the attainability, the ability for people to buy a house, and so we want to keep that in the back of our mind as well. When we talked to the development community, they came back and they said, gosh, we're already paying a lot in fees. Fees everywhere are going up. Is there something else that we could do? And just to share as well who we talked to, it wasn't just with the Builders Association. Here's a number of the different organizations that are part of the development community that were part of our outreach. We had a survey, we held 3 virtual meetings, and at the end of the day, I think where almost everybody landed is, I don't like any of the 4 options. Reno, would you consider a 5th alternative? And that is, let's extend the timeline. So instead of a 10-year window to collect this money, let's just extend that timeline out to the year 2045. Once we raise that $13 million, it sunsets, it goes away. State law directs that we have to do that. So if by chance we collect that total $13 million before the year 2045, the fee goes away. And they said, can we just not increase the fees? So extend the timeline to collect it, but don't increase the fees. And as a product of that too, we'll continue to monitor this. You know, it's not like we're going to come back in 3 years and be like, oh, whoops, sorry, we weren't keeping track. No, we're monitoring this on a regular basis. We're looking at the numbers. We're looking at building permit activity. All of this is things that we're doing on a regular basis. So there's no surprises on that end. So what's before you today is kind of that next step. We do need direction from you on which of those alternatives to move forward with. Again, there were 4 that were presented. The 5th is what the development community is asking for. We'll then take that information and we have to do a separate process. It's called a business impact statement process, so more public meetings. We also have to change some things in our zoning code, so more changes. It's not going to happen overnight. But what we need from you is direction on which of those really 5 alternatives we should move forward with. Staff's recommendation is alternative number 5.
Okay, any questions? Whoever has their light on first is going to go. That's going to be Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This was done before my time. My question is, in the business impact study statement, will that analyze what the cost of the debt looks like by increasing it over 20 years? So we say we're not going to raise fees. We have to get to $13 million. What's the value of extending? What's the cost of extending it 20 years? Is that something that will be looked at?
There's really no cost because $13 million is all we can ever collect.
Okay, for us,
so it doesn't
though,
go up with inflation or anything like that.
Okay, so it doesn't change our interest rate or bonding or anything like that because we can only do $13 million total.
Total, ever. And then
Okay.
it goes
How
on
long is
forever.
the bond for?
30 years.
30 years. Okay.
So that the bond goes until 2052.
And then what is, this is probably part of the history, what was the nexus between the building community and asking them to pay this impact fee and the police services? Because it seems like a community service. Does the community, I mean, we pay taxes and stuff, but is there a separate fee for this building anywhere?
No, impact fees are unique. The only other impact fee we have is our regional road impact fee, and that's a regional fee. Sparks, for instance, does have other impact fees. They created an impact fee when Spanish Springs was being built 25 years ago. So they used an impact fee just specific to that geographic area that helps pay for storm drain improvements, park improvements.
So I guess my question is, sorry, Angela, is just how we're putting this fee on new residential buildings, right?
It's everything.
It's everything.
Every building permit.
Permit. But the asset serves everybody, the entire community. It's not just new residents, right?
Yes, and the way state law is set up is that an impact fee goes towards the portion of new development. So we took the square footage of our old police station and we compared that to the square footage of our new police station.
Okay.
So the new square footage is what the impact fee covers.
Okay, thank you.
I never thought about the square footage aspect of it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have anyone else except for Councilwoman Anderson. Go ahead.
I can't get your slides to come up on my computer. Would you mind going back to the, let's see, it was a screen. How many years we have, the $13 million. What I'm how it affects our general fund. Because I acknowledge by not raising the fee, we're still impacting the general fund right now by taking much, much longer. So more of our general fund is going to this bond in the short term when we need every dollar in our general fund that we can get, right? Over a longer period of time, we'll have the ability to reclaim this. I'm just wondering if we've modeled this out, like how it may weaken our position in the general fund at all. I'm in support of your recommendation. I'm just wondering, the financial modeling on the police impact fee and how it was considered moving forward, maybe could have used some modeling on, risk assessment. I'm wondering if we've done the same thing here for our general fund with this decision.
So the way that this was set up is we knew for 10 years we'd be collecting this money. So as we're doing the budgets for the general fund, we anticipate a certain amount would be raised and would go to the general fund. So in this case, we're watching what this year's numbers looks like. And if there's a chance that we're not going to raise our magic number that we want to raise per year with this impact fee is the $342,000. So last year we were less than that. Let's find that chart. Last year we raised $368,000, so we were less than what we had budgeted. But in previous years we'd earned more than we needed, so we had a little bit more surplus that we could apply to it. So there's kind of this cushion of, the first couple years we were raising $500,000 each year, so we were raising more than we kind of had anticipated through our kind of budgetary purposes. And I think maybe to get to your point, so right now we have 5 years left. So as we're budgeting out the next 5 years, if we're anticipating putting in $342,000 a year, otherwise we have to pull more from the general fund, that's great, but we know that realistically, this is probably going to need to be extended out no matter what we do. So we absolutely can raise the fees. That would help cover that gap. We can also just continue to monitor. We could get some, enough building permits that come in, enough new projects that come in, that we may hit that $342,000 mark this year.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Out of curiosity, are there any limitations with looking at these fees, like in different contexts? Could you raise one, let's say, for general light industrial without affecting the other ones, or is it all or none when you're looking at this fee?
You could. The way that these fees were, that they came up with them was based on calls for service. So there was some science behind it. Calls for service meaning how often were they calling 911 where the police had to show up? When we have types of businesses that call 911 more often, they're paying more. So it should be an equitable based on how often they're typically that type of land use is calling 911.
Understood.
Rather than us randomly saying, industrial, we're going after you this year. Residential, we're going to go after you next year, right? We don't want to do that. We want to make it equitable based on some kind of science.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the thought process behind it. It sort of makes sense. Wanted to make sure I understood that. And I do, understand the sensitivity to our general fund with some of the questions that were just asked, and making sure that we sort of look at the fact that regardless, we're trying to raise $13 million. At the end of the day, it just depends on how quickly, I guess, we're able to do it. And whether that's the case. I'm sort of in line too in supporting your recommendation with the increase to the timeline, and maybe not an increase at this point in the fees, but if there's a point in the future where we have to reconsider or look out for that, I'd appreciate any updates from your perspective on that. That's all I had, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Let's see. I move to approve alternative number 5, which includes extending the collection timeline through the year 2045, maintaining the existing fee schedule, and continuing to monitor and update council on building permit activities.
Thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thanks so much, Angela. Thanks, Dan.
Nice to see you, Madam
Nice to see you too. Okay. Madam Clerk. We are now going to be at downtown policing update, and that is Chief Nance. Do you have any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered for this item. Additionally, we have received 2 comments prior to today's meeting, 2 letters of neutral or concerned opinions, and those have been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Chief Nance, the floor is yours. Take it away when you're ready.
Okay, I have a lot of papers. I don't know why. All right, thank you, everybody. Chief Nance for the record. I'm here to provide a downtown policing and strategy update to everybody. We did this last year, right around this same time, kind of talked about a few things that were going on, and want to show you some of the results of some of the things that we have done, especially when it comes to the downtown teams, the exclusive downtown teams, and some of the stats that they've created. And I'll touch on it in a second, but if you'll remember, these were funded through our budgetary increases several years ago, and in October of last year, the second downtown team was filled completely, and then the bike team, which is the evening team, became fully staffed. So those were, I want to again thank you for that. I think it was a priority, and then a priority for us to make sure that that's where we put the focus and the people in the organization. Our alignment with the state strategic plan is public safety. But I want to give a little bit of a department overview, because I think it's important to kind of realize that we do a lot. There's a lot happening in this entire city. And so our focus this year has been on violent and gun-related crimes. That's what we really had decided that we wanted to put our focus on. We had homicides that had occurred. We had seen shootings that had happened, really created a public safety concern. And so we wanted to make sure that we were focusing on those violent crimes and that public safety side of it. So to compare what this looks like, 2024 to 2025, we've had 54% fewer homicide cases year to date. So the way that I measure is I start in January. I know everything here is fiscal year, but I start in January because that's how we have to report stuff to the federal government. So that's how I keep my data and stats. So I start January 1, I look at January 1 until today, and then I look at the prior year, 2024, January 1 until today, compare month over month and then entire years. You can have spikes throughout the month, so it's good to do that. I also keep a 3-year average. This is something that we did not track before I got here, so it's something new that we have been doing. So I now have a very good 3-year average, or I will come February, because I've been here 3 years in February, and then we will be able to start doing a better 3-year average. Sorry about that. So this year compared to last year, so most of the stuff you're going to see is this comparison of year to date. 54% fewer homicide cases. Again, one is too many, but we've had a significant decrease. And so right now we're looking at what does that look like for definitely gun-related homicides. And you can see the gun-related reduction come in the form of injury shootings, 22% reduction in injury shootings, 59% reduction in shooting into dwellings or to occupied vehicles. And then we look at the traffic side. That's a very important, everybody. I'm going to do a McCarran traffic presentation, and I'll go over this a little bit more then. But we've had a 23% decrease in collisions overall throughout the city. And then our phenomenal regional teams, our partnership with Sparks and the Homeland Security Investigations Division is our federal partner for our regional narcotics unit. This year to date, they've seized 10 pounds of fentanyl. 10 pounds of fentanyl has a street value of over $700,000 and contains millions of lethal doses, potentially lethal doses. So they are, for lack of a better term, they are slaying it. They are doing such a good job in the regional narcotics. I'm sure you guys have seen the press release, but that partnership is phenomenal. And that's really what I want to focus on here is the partnerships that we have that are really driving these measurable results that are really bringing down our crimes all over. And we really need to highlight this better. It is one thing that we as police officers don't do well is highlight our good work. We're just doing our job, and that's what we see all the time. So getting people to tell me how great of a job they did, it's really hard. So we can do better at highlighting, but I think I wanted to highlight definitely some of this here. So we're doing this with a level of staffing that is very dynamic and changeable. So we are working on really looking at what is our deployable staffing number. And I'm going to break this down a little bit about between what is deployable and not deployable. Deployable resources are the resources that I could put into the field right now if there is an emergency. Right now, if I had to go do something, that deployable staffing number is what it could be out there. About 20% of our staff is not deployable. So we have 361 sworn officers. That's every sworn officer in our department from me down to our baby cops in the academy. So 361 is my number. That's what I want to have. And that's everybody. Right now, I do not have 361 people working for me. So we'll go to why in just a second, and we'll go to that. But my professional staff, which is just as important, they're the ones that allow me to collect this data. They're the ones that allow us to put records in. They allow us to respond to public records requests. Right now in a vacancy, I have about 12% vacant in those positions. So what is creating some of my staffing challenges? Where does that deployable number come from? If you're in the academy, you're not a real resource to me. You're training, you're learning, you're growing, but you are not yet a resource. You will be a resource, but right now you are not a resource. Right now I'm getting you ready to be a resource. I have 20 people in the academy. I currently have 20 vacancies. We are working on hiring for the next academy, which starts in July. So we're moving forward on that. Last fiscal year, we froze 6 positions. I have 10 people that are on light duty, so they can't be out on the street. They can do other jobs, but they can't be out on the street right now. 10 in training, 5 on some form of leave. That could be administrative leave, or it could be military leave. I have 4 people that have a no duty status due to work-related injuries, 2 that are off on FMLA, and 1 that's in the early hire program getting ready to the academy. And I'll be hiring 24 friends for that guy really quick here. So he's not going to be the only one for long. I think actually I hire a few more at the end of the week. So looking at what that number is, that leaves about 20% of our staff as deployable numbers. That's about 288 people. So out of that 361 I should have, we're at 288. And again, that's me down to the brand new academy kids. That's everybody in the middle. Of that, about 130 of those officers are assigned to patrol. So they are the ones that are responding to calls for service that you have. They're making traffic stops. They're out there doing that proactive work. So about 130. And to remind everybody, when we did the matrix study last year, we are about 30 positions short in patrol. So if I fully staffed, if I didn't have any of this and I was fully staffed at 361 and I deployed the proper amount of people into patrol, I would still be 30 positions short. So keep that in mind somewhere for patrol. And that's for the entire city. I have 130 in patrol currently. If I was fully staffed without these issues here and everybody was in the academy, we'd probably be up to about 150. And they want me to have 30 more. So on top of my 150. And that optimizes our ability to both respond to calls for service in a quick manner, ensure that everybody can stay in their district and beats and handle that unless there's a major emergency, and also to do proactive work. That allows for about a 30 to 40% of time of their day to be proactive, looking for crimes happening, make those arrests, meet with the community members, do all of that stuff. That's the metrics that we're trying to reach. So just know that's not part of my ask. I just think it's important for me to show you the big picture of everything that we have going on right now. So downtown safety, let's start talking about that. Downtown still remains a priority for the Reno Police Department. When I first got here, it was actually many council members and many people in our community and the city manager's office all said, hey, we have to prioritize downtown. We have to do that. We have a lot of reasons. We've talked about them in this room. We've talked about them everywhere. So we really did redo our staffing model. When we redid patrol staffing, we ensured that our central district, which is where downtown is, it lies in the central district. We also have a north district and a south district, that it had the proper number of officers to respond and handle calls for service and be proactive. In the matrix study, it said that downtown in the central district was the only district that was staffed completely. And that is not including the additional resources that we have there. That is the district that was staffed at to where it should be. Both south and north needed those additional 30 officers. So when you look at this, the mobile engagement team is the walking team. That's the one that we put up, that we got staffed in a couple fiscal years ago. They went through the academy, they got hired, and they were out on their streets, and that's the team that we were able to fully staff in October of last year. They work Monday through Thursday day shift. Mobile Engagement Team 2 works Wednesday through Saturday evening shift. And so Wednesday work the nights. They're on the bikes mostly. They might be in a car if it gets icy or too cold, but they are out there on bikes and you're going to see them out a lot. And I'll just make a note that they're going to be my example for what a legal e-bike looks like with proper riding techniques later on in my third presentation today. But they're out there mostly on bikes and e-bikes. Community action and outreach, we have the core team, which is the homeless outreach team. They work with Clean and Safe, and then they also do septads, the motel inspections, and anything else that kind of comes up. So we have those officers working in that space. And then we have the dedicated central staffing, which is 50 officers. That's how many people are assigned to central outside of both of these teams. And that also does not include traffic, that if they have a traffic related problem or issues in there, then they will come into that area also. So for my mobile engagement teams, my two mobile engagement teams, my mobile engagement team 1 is the 6 officers and 1 sergeant, and the mobile engagement team 2, which is my bike team, those are 5 officers and 1 sergeant. They have made this year to date over 700 arrests in the downtown area. They are primarily assigned downtown, and they have issued 1,300 citations for a variety of different offenses. They could be traffic citations or some of those nuisance type crime citations. And they've seized over 1,900 grams of narcotics. They've done a lot of other really fun things too that we're gonna talk about more. So their enforcement really has brought in over almost 5,000 citizen contacts to downtown. Those can be businesses or citizens. Those are, we call them like consensual encounters or community engagement type of contacts. They're not enforcement ones. Those would be documented in, say, traffic stops or checkouts and things like that. These are just their community contacts. They've seized 14 firearms, towed 133 vehicles. And then some of the things that they also do, instead, not just on their day-to-day, but they will also assist with these targeted investigations. They're the ones that are down here seeing what's going on. They see the problem businesses, they see the problem people that are at those businesses. And so some of the big narcotics and prostitution and human trafficking arrests and missions that we've had, they've been heavily involved in those, and they take a proactive side of that also. So sometimes they do that. And then when we had closures of our nuisance properties, places like Eden, when we Travel Lodge and Lake Mill, they're very involved in that because they see what's going on. So they're also part of that team that would help with those closures of those nuisance properties. Or not just the closures of those properties. I think it's important to note too, we've had a couple hotels that maybe have been problems, gone in and done heavy enforcement, and then we've seen a change in the clientele and the people that are there, and we've seen improvement. So our goal isn't to close things, it's to make it a compliant business and to make sure that it is doing what it needs to do in our downtown area, well, and really everywhere in Reno. So the Met Team operations really does combine enforcement with outreach. They do contact unsheltered residents to try to get them to services. If that's not an option, enforcement is the next step for that. We reduce disorder and repeated calls. So we are really looking at heat maps. Where are our repeated calls coming from? Where are our problem location? And these aren't just calls for service, but they're also Reno direct cases that we work on to make sure that we are providing the services in the places that are most necessary. And those are those high impact areas. So you're going to see them in places where we do see problems. And we collaborate with outreach and business teams. And then we're really looking at that targeted successful interventions like I talked about with the hotels or different places, businesses that aren't being good neighbors or good partnerships. We want to make sure that what we are doing is targeting them in a way that's going to make them successful. If they cannot become successful, then closure might be the next step. But if we can change their dynamics, change the people that are living there, change the people that are patronizing that, we will then go back and say, hey, we've made an improvement, which is ultimately the goal, is not closing businesses. And we've seen some very big successes in that arena lately. Downtown community engagement. So this is where we partner with other places. We don't just go out and be the police all the time. Sometimes we are out there, we're always the police, but we go out with other groups and we help along with other things that we can do. So the city walk teams, we've participated in more than 80 downtown walks in this year. 4th Street Business Group, probably one of the biggest prides that I have. When I came here, I talked about how we could engage our business community to improve a neighborhood. How we could help them be better, and we could really make a change. And this is probably, it took some time and work, and Cynthia and I spent a lot of time, City Manager Brian, we all were there a lot. We heard their complaints, and we've been fixing their problems. It's not perfect. Problems are going to pop up again, and then we revisit, we fix, and we move on. But what we found is that when we were there, initially when this started about maybe really engaged in us, probably March or April of this year, earlier this year, it was us trying to solve their problems. Every meeting we'd go to, we were trying to help them. Now they're solving their own problems. We are almost unnecessary in that meeting. And it's great because what that's allowed us to do is say, you guys are a stable business meeting. We're not leaving you. We're not stopping, but we've made you stable. And now we're moving on to our next problem area, which we had our meeting yesterday. The first meetings are always very contentious. I am a little bit, it was hard. It's hard hearing all the bad words. You just listen. But we were committed to guaranteeing that we're going to have that same progress we had on 4th Street, and that one is at Moana and Kitski, which is an area that really does need some help, and they've seen a lot of problems and change there. So that's the next area that we're moving to for this model. And so I'm really excited about what that's going to look like for us. And then our work with the DRP, security and safety collaborations, weekly, most of the time daily communications with the ambassadors, with Neil Majardin. What are we doing? How can we do this better? What are we doing to solve our problems all together? And then being good partners with them and the ambassadors to ensure that we are on the downtown operations, that we're problem solving and continuing to work. So this is really what our CAO teams and our MET teams are mostly responsible for. What's our next step? Expanding some support and collaboration. We also work with, we're not to next steps yet, we're still what we're doing now. We partner with the Park Rangers Security and SAVE because we want to share that enforcement. There's times when sometimes the security is not enough, and that's it happens. Somebody's resistant to services, they're resistant to the idea that we should do something different. And so that's when our police officers come in and they can take that next step. There's also sometimes when, people that they're dealing with become combative or they are aggressive with people. And then we are the ones that are going to respond immediately to make sure that we do get the people in custody and that we follow those cases all the way through the court process to ensure we have successful prosecution at the end. And so we're partnering with everybody to do that. SAVE, everybody loves SAVE, and I love SAVE. I could not do my job without them, so more volunteers would be great if anybody knows anybody that wants to volunteer. Everybody knows we took over parking enforcement recently. We changed how that whole program works between occupied vehicles, unoccupied vehicles, SAVE, and parking enforcement. We have streamlined that process. At one point in time, we had over 800 service requests that had not been gotten to yet because of staffing and we weren't managing it well. We're down to less than 100 service requests, and we're able to get out there really soon after the reports are made by using SAVE, as our partnership with SAVE and security, to go out and look at those places to say, are these occupied vehicles, do they need the police, do they need to be towed, have they moved on, or is this a parking enforcement issue, and then how do we problem solve? So that is exciting, and I'm sure at some point we'll bring back more information about that. It's baby steps. We just got parking a few months ago, and we're working on what that's going to look like, but it's definitely a change, and it's a great change. And then really just how do we support our community engagement and compliance amid these staffing shortages and continuing to hire people, both professional and sworn staff. We want to make sure that we have the proper amount of staff available to do the work that we need to do. And part of that is tracking. We've gotten to where we really are better at tracking and understanding where everybody's at. So knowing that we have constraints and issues, how can we better serve this? Where is our biggest stopgaps? And the biggest stopgap is in prisoner transport. It sounds like it's a small problem. It is a huge problem for us. So I'm going to talk about it and then kind of explain a little bit about why it's such an issue. So we had a prisoner transport vehicle. We used to call them wagons and things like that. The proper name is a prisoner transport vehicle. No, that we are prisoner transport vehicle, PTV. I can tell you later if you want to know. But we started this up. We have a fully outfitted prisoner transport vehicle now. It has cameras. It's able to be deployed. We do not have the staffing available to run this every day. Like I said, I just don't. If I pull somebody to do this, I'm pulling somebody off the street. It doesn't work. So I said, let's do a pilot program and see if this actually is a needed thing in our community right now. Because I don't know. I think that ideas are great, but I need something to prove me right or to say, nope, let's move on and do something different. Because the last thing I want to do is ask for something that isn't going to actually solve our problem. This is actually one of our problems that I think can be solved from this. In the last 7 years-ish, we have seen a tremendous increase in the amount of time it takes us to book prisoners into the jail. It averages about 1.5 to 2 hours to book a prisoner into jail, and that is not somebody who has a medical problem. So if the jail refuses that person, their medical staff refuses that person, we are now at a hospital getting them medically cleared, which can take hours. So imagine a Friday night, it's busy, we arrest somebody, we drive to jail, and they say, hey, this person has high blood pressure, we can't take them in. You have to go take them to the hospital. We then go back down the hill to a hospital. We are now in line in an emergency room that's having emergencies. And winter is worse because that's when people come into emergency rooms. They don't get treatment for other things, and they're in there with things that are life-threatening or very serious. And we are now at 3-4 hours sometimes. So 2 hours, 1.5 to 2 hours is our average from transporting somebody when we leave wherever we're at to get up to the jail and back down the hill and out of the jail. So between October 14th and November 18th, we ran 11 shifts. Those are 10-hour shifts. And we did almost 60 transports. And we did them all different times. So again, this is a pilot program. So we did some during the day, some a little later in the evening, trying to see when the best time would be to deploy this resource, when we need it the most, what days of the week. So I actually think that once we get those numbers fine-tuned, that 60 transport number will go up because we'll be able to say, these are the days when we are going to use it most. These are when we're making more arrests. This is when we need to put it in there. So what that did is these transports, having 2 people work, we did it on overtime. You have to have 2 people together for safety reasons, because if somebody has to go get somebody, you can't leave people alone. You have to watch a monitor if you get a combative person. So for safety reasons, we'll run these with 2 people. We saved about 90 hours of patrol time, which is over 1,000 hours annually. And that's about the half of the working hours of one person in the department. So the average working hours for a year is 2,080 hours. We're about half of that is spent transporting people just in what we are anticipating we could use. We did this on overtime. It cost about $13,000, but it saved a lot of time. It brings back these hours, 90 hours of patrol time, where people are back on the street and able to go out and do more arrests. The cost of this, if we were to move this, the goal is to move this into a part-time position. Move this into people that, aren't going to do exactly the same job as my police officers are. And that would save us, a part-time position would save us about $50,000 a year annually to run it that way as opposed to on overtime. How are we going to do that? That's the next question. And my goal is, and it's been a goal for a while, is to work on a reserve officer program. We had a reserve officer program at one point in time. You bring in people that are not wanting to work full time. Maybe they're retired. They can only work certain hours if they're a certain number of hours if they're retired, and they're a part-time employee, so they don't come with the added benefits and cost. And they can do things that my officers, frankly, aren't really wanting to do. It's not their ultimate goal to work a prisoner transport vehicle in, as what they want to do with their lives. Usually they want to go out and arrest people and, do the fun things in the stuff. And driving the van is not one of those fun things. It also allows us to add additional walking patrol downtown, handling lower level nuisance crimes, doing more community engagement, because they can free up people to handle the calls, to respond to things, to go to court, to make these larger scale arrests, to do these larger scale operations that we need to run. Doing all these concurrent is very challenging. So we're asking our officers, or especially our MET team and our CAO team, to do 100 different types of work. And we're asking them to do that on it every day. They come here to do this, then they do this, then they do this. We can actually dedicate different types of resources to different things without taking away opportunities, jobs, and continuing to hire and fill these vacant positions, which is what our number one goal is, because we do need fully sworn police officers to do fully sworn police officer jobs. So this does require funding for training and deployment. But this is one of my asks, because I do think it will build some operational flexibility and keep our officers on the street and doing the jobs that they want to do, and then have other people do jobs that are of a different type. The next thing I'm super excited to announce here is our RPD Town Hall series. One of the things that, for 2025, one of the things that I've wanted to do, I did it my first year here. I was able to do a lot of them. Last year didn't happen as much, so this year we're moving forward with a better targeted, specific engagement sessions. We're going to run 2 in the different policing districts. We're going to do 2 in each district, so 2 in North, 2 in Central, and 2 in South. And we're going to be able to break those up by police beats. So if you don't know, the policing district is the big picture on the map. Inside of those big districts, we have police beats. So each officer responds to calls in a beat. It's very old school policey lingo right there. But they respond to officers in this beat. So by breaking it up this way, I can take data specific district for our policing beats and bring the officers in that work in those beats to these meetings so that they can get to know the people that live and work in these areas. And those are the people that we want to come in, and we want to bring those officers that are doing that in there also. This is another opportunity for us to share data and trends and talk about what's happening. It's a way for us to include our council members into these places to say, hey, this touches your ward. There are different wards than policing districts, and they're going to touch multiple people at different times. But it allows us to say, what are the problems? This is what we see. What do you see? This is how you report things. These are opportunities for you. And then the best part of it is it's permanent. So once they meet the officers that are in these beats, they have an open line of communication. They now are getting to know that community approach of who they turn to when there's a time of need or a problem. And then the officers that work in those beats can hear the problems directly from the people that live there about what they're seeing, whether it's perception or reality, and we can move forward with that. So this is the big next step for us for the next year. So we're telling all of you, it's the first time I think I've actually said it out loud. So it's a secret that's now out for everybody to know. And I will say Christy's team did a phenomenal job of putting together some ideas, and they're going to help me collaborate on that and really make sure that we're messaging that well. So what's our next step and our future focus? Obviously, maintain focus on our proactive downtown policing, to continue to explore how we can get people back on the street quicker, handling more calls, making sure that we have the proper amount of people to deploy in these neighborhoods and areas. I want to explore the reserve program. I want to start keeping our officers on the street, handling calls for service, being present, being highly visible, and giving them that proactive time that they both want and our community needs. And so I think this is one way to do it in a manageable way that has a cost that is that we're able to work with. I think I can do this. I can do this. I'm 100% sure I can do this for about $300,000 for 18 months is what I'm looking at. And I've talked about this before to the group, come forward before it too, but we got to talk about where we're going to put this into budget spaces and everything else. We want to continue our drug and human trafficking suppression. These missions are invaluable. My HEAT team they're great. That's a partnership with Sparks and Washoe County School District, and then we work with other federal partners to ensure that we are able to look at all angles of things that are happening. That is a very necessary part of our downtown health, is ensuring that our human trafficking suppression is occurring on a regular basis. We see that young men and young women are being trafficked, and we see an increase in prostitution in different areas, and keeping that suppression at the forefront of what we do in our operations is going to help to combat that. And then ongoing narcotics usage, that does increase the short stay traffic that we see in places, in our motels, people who are renting motels. And then obviously the drug usage does impact our unsheltered or unhoused population, and it continues to expand that in a way that we don't want. And it also exacerbates mental health challenges and issues that you see on the street. So the more work we can continue to do on that with our partners is going to help all of that, and we are going to focus downtown on that. Strengthen ranger security and SAVE collaborations. How can we be better? How can we do better? And what is needed to make sure that those programs are all successful, because together we're much more successful than we are apart. Reinforce our community trust through engagement and being present in the community, and then a downtown town hall that's scheduled or will be scheduled, I don't think we've actually scheduled yet, in December, and I'm working with Cynthia's team on ensuring that gets kicked off in a sometimes people don't come if just the police invites them. I don't know if you know that. So if other people invite too, it helps me out a lot. So with having more people all together is going to make that better. What I'm going to say is I think this is probably the most important part. I can tell you everything we're doing. I can tell you how many arrests we've made. I can tell you how long it takes those arrests. I can tell you what we're arresting people for. All of those things are very important because I have to highlight the good, hard work that these teams have done. We threw them into things that they didn't really know how to do. We put big expectations on them, and we kind of just said, figure it out. Everything takes a little bit of time for growth and to figure it out. And we continue to change and expand those expectations to make sure that we're serving the community as best we can. And we change those expectations as often as needed to make sure the community gets what they need. A lot of stuff that happens is perception. And we have to all work together to combat perception. And I will tell you, calls for service are down. Crimes are down. I've shown that over and over again. Our violent crimes using guns are down. We are making huge narcotic and human trafficking arrests. All of that is reality, but the next step we have to do is work on our perception. And if people don't feel safe, then none of those numbers matter. So we have to work on people feeling safe, and that comes from all of us. We have to exude that this is safe and that we feel safe when we're out in public. And we have to talk about the positives that we're doing. And I have to be better at sharing those positives and highlighting the hard work that we're all doing day to day. So with that, I think that this is the motion that's up, and then I can take any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. You were talking about, it's so interesting because we talk often about those statistics and how they're down and things are good in a lot of ways, but we are always hearing the bad. And I was thinking about it, so much of that, and I hate to say it, is driven by social media, because clearly, and there's a saying in news, if it bleeds, it leads, which is, you know, what people sort of draw into. And I think that we see it so often that we tend to believe that that's really the reality whenever it's really not. Because sometimes, you know, I'll see one story and I'm like, oh my goodness, you know, but that's not what the statistics show or any of those things. And so, and I think we see more and more and more and more messaging out there that's negative, and it's just, like you said, there's a big perception out there, which is really unfortunate.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And it's
I'm glad you
interesting because
mentioned
we had a conversation about collisions, and everybody thinks there's more collisions now. Social media puts all the collisions up, and you know they're everywhere. You see them on social media. You see people talking about it. They're actually down. But that's not a fun fact. Nobody's going to post that. I'm going to say it over and over again, but that's not going to get
I'll call
clicks.
you and I'll be like, Nance, wait, tell me, yeah. So.
I'm like, they're down.
Yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh, the sky is falling, you know. I'm calling you.
But again, perception is reality, and if people don't feel safe, that is something that we have to take on just as much as we do the actual crimes that are happening and the things that are going on and our decreases. We have to make that feel safe too.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I'm going to start over here to my right. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you for the
Anderson.
information. I'm really excited to hear about the Reserve Officers Program. I think that this is going to be really successful for you. Am I to understand that that program is being revived to basically manage the prisoner transport vehicle strategy?
Yes, so one of the primary things I want to use it for is for that prisoner transport piece. Once we run this a little bit longer, and we determine when the best hours and days are, I anticipate that we'll have a good 4 days a week of 10-hour shifts that we would want to run this. If I didn't have people to fill it in that space, we might offer it for overtime, but we really do have to be cognizant of the overtime amounts because these officers work a lot of overtime, and it's not, somebody's going to work it, but I don't want burnout, and I don't want people to feel like that's what they have to do. So really trying to manage that. It's unfortunate, but they do work a lot of overtime.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing the data on how this turns out. I think it'll be really useful for force multiplying for you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mama. Thank you for the presentation. I think it really shines how you, from the beginning, have wanted to highlight and focus on data-driven outcomes, and that really is shining through in your presentation. So I really appreciate you highlighting all of that. I did see you on Reno After Dark. Just curious how that experience was for you.
It was fabulous. I had so much fun. I did not realize that they were so popular. I mean, I've seen the pictures and stuff, but you can't go out. They just yell Ben and take photos of me and everything else. And it was fun. It was a fun opportunity to get to kind of just see what's going on and to walk around and to talk to young people. I was really encouraged by the amount of younger people in their 20s that were just positive, wanted pictures with us.
They ran over to her and said,
pictures.
"Can I hug you?"
I had so many hugs. I've never been hugged that many times in my life, I don't think.
It was so sweet. They were like enamored, and
was
they
cute.
just wanted to hug her. It was just incredible because I felt like, you know, that was really inspiring, and maybe they are going to be future police chiefs.
I feel like being there just had that feeling of like, hey, you guys can be the police too, and we could talk about it. I was surprised at the amount of people that wanted to hug me.
And I was shocked.
I loved it.
I was floored. I'm gonna tell you,
She
I
was
don't think
like,
I've had that
"Oh."
many hugs in a lot of years. It was a lot of hugs.
Yeah, it was very
But I'm glad you were positively received that way. And I think it just goes to the point that you're saying about the positive perception and making sure that we're sort of echoing the things that are happening. You have shown the statistics in crime being down in a lot of different aspects. And I just wanted to provide you those kudos for putting your feet on the street and walking and talking to folks. I know I've attended a few of the 4th Street business working groups, and I saw how difficult it definitely was at the beginning, but with your leadership and obviously with Mrs. Sparza, that's always helped move the conversation along. So I'm looking forward to your work on Moana and Kitski and sort of addressing some of their concerns there, and just wanted to show appreciation for you moving that model to other parts of our town. Thank you.
It's been a great experience, and I will say, I mean, we still have work to do. Nothing is perfect, and I'm not by any means saying we're done. We're going to continue to do the hard work, though.
All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. I know we have a lot of city needs, but I'm gonna focus on downtown as I usually do. I'm out downtown 2 or 3 times a day, every single day. I'm walking, I have my daughters. We've got to do better with downtown. Perception, data, I see people violating the ordinances that this council has worked and directed with sleeping, lying, camping, urinating. It's one of the #1 things that I hear all the time. And when we did the survey, those are the things that we heard too. Our downtown has got to be better, and we've got to enforce the homeless. That's a hard thing to say, but we have a tremendous asset off of 4th Street that this community has put resources into. We've got to get people there and out of our downtown because it's crippling our businesses and our tourism downtown. So when I hear that you have a reserve officer program that you're interested in doing for priority, arrests, it gives me concern because I want to see those officers downtown. I want to see people walking downtown. And it's not just me, it's my neighbors. I'm saying me because I'm here talking to you, but people don't feel safe down here. They don't want to, and I feel safe down here. It's a perception problem, but I want officers walking into the businesses and talking to them and getting to know them, and I don't see that. I know they're here sometimes. I know the bike team is here sometimes. There's not the community policing going on that used to be here 6 years ago, and I want to know how we get to that and what you need. And I've been asking for this for a long time. What resources do you need? And I have a challenge trying to say we're gonna use it for jail response time. And of the 288 people that we have in the police force, or 300 people, if we have 130 of them on patrol, can we bring other people downtown to walk downtown? And I want people to feel safe. We're gonna have all these bowlers here in March. We had the senior team here in March, and one of their biggest concerns, we had an investor here, was safety downtown. We've got to do better. This isn't a criticism of anybody. I just want to know what you need and what we can give you, because our downtown needs help in
I
this.
need more people. I don't have the people to support that. You
So
asked
can
if
we
I could
take-
move people downtown to add patrol? No, because I can't. I cannot move one more person downtown for patrol, because then I'm not gonna have people to respond to a call in the North Valleys. I'm not gonna have anybody to
What are
respond to
the
a call in
people
South
that
Reno.
aren't
So
in patrol
until I get more people to staff the department, I can't move anybody else downtown. The Central District is fully staffed at the capacity that allows them to do this.
Tell me about, I guess
So-
I'll wait for the next round. I want to talk about the enforcement of stuff downtown.
I can do that, but it's important for me to say that I'm down 30 people in patrol if I was fully staffed. And those 30 people are in north and south. If I take anybody else from north and south, I'm creating an unsafe environment, both for the community and for my officers to respond to violent crimes there. So there is nobody else I can move downtown. So without additional people, I can't move one more person downtown. I can do things,
Can you take people out of special assignment and move them downtown?
Well, I could, yes. If I take people out of special assignments, that means I'm taking people out of traffic enforcement, which means that 23% decrease in traffic accidents you saw is going to go away because they're not doing traffic enforcement. I can move people out of investigations. I'm short 13 people in investigations right now due to my staffing issues. If I move anybody out of investigations, that means that sexual assault crimes will not be investigated, domestic violence crimes won't be investigated, and low-level drug use won't be investigated. Burglaries for residentials will not be investigated anywhere in the city. I can take people out of our regional teams, but then I'm not doing human trafficking arrest. I'm not doing narcotics arrest. I'm not arresting violent sexual offenders and getting them off the street. I can move anybody, and I will. If I'm directed to do that, I will always move people, and I will always be supportive of whatever this council wants. But everything I give comes with a ramification over here because I do not have enough people to do any more.
Chief Nance.
Now, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Can I
I'm
address
sorry, go ahead.
Can I address the reserve thing? Because I maybe
Yes.
misspoke, or we had.
Yeah,
I want
go
to make sure
ahead.
that the communication
Sure,
was
go
right on
ahead.
that before it gets off track. The point of having a reserve program is to deploy additional resources in that walking capacity downtown. That is what the goal is. And for the prisoner transport. The reason why the prisoner transport is so important is because if I have somebody with a warrant or is doing a low-level crime, but they're not eligible for a citation, and let's keep in mind what this, we talked about this a lot when we did the sitting line camping ordinance. That is a citable offense. Somebody can go to jail for it, but originally it's usually a citable offense. If that person cannot be cited, they either don't have the identification, they're not at a mental capacity to receive a citation, they have a warrant, they have to go to jail. That officer that's taking that person to jail is now off the streets and out of downtown for 2 hours. So for the more than 700 arrests that were made by our mobile engagement teams, that's 1,400 hours that they were not downtown, that they were out doing something else, because it takes 2 hours to take somebody to jail. So that's where the prisoner transport vehicle becomes important. Yes, it's, it could be citywide, but that allows them to make those arrests, and then they get back to the street, and then somebody else takes them up to jail. It saves them 2 hours out of their shift. They will only work a 10-hour shift. So if they make one arrest and they're gone for 2 hours, I have to give them lunch breaks. They're union breaks, 1 hour of those a day. So we're down to 7 hours of their shift to do things. They've done almost 5,000 business and citizen contacts since the first of the year. Those decrease because they're out of the capacity. They're over here. So if it's a combative person, 2 of them go. So now it's 4 hours at the jail. So I mean, these are the things I think about. This is why the reserve program to me becomes important, because I know I can't get 30 officers. I know I'm not asking. I'm not asking for 30 new officers. I'd love them. I know I'm not going to get those. But if I can augment some of these responsibilities in a different way, as we continue to build our police force, you will see those results. And that's the bottom line. And they are going to be walking downtown, and they are going to be helping with the arrest downtown. So if I didn't explain that right, I was probably moving very fast at the end, so I apologize if I didn't get to that.
All right. Thank you, Chief Nance. I want to ask you, one of the things that I have really, over the years, I've said every year I want more and more and more police officers because we have a growing population. That is something that, and I encourage every department, when we go into budget, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. We need every department, wherever it is that they're asking for, to be up front and center. I think this is one of the most important. But here's what I would say too, because I always say, what can we do? What can we do? And so we continue to do whatever we can to fund more and more and more. I think we're going to, I've always said this, a safe city is a prosperous city. I want police and fire #1 in this city, period. And I've always struggled with, part of the challenge is it's not just the funding of the positions, but it's also retirement. Yep. And there are other circumstances that do that. And maybe you can talk a little bit about that. But I really think I would like this council, I'm going to bring probably a lot more oversight to the RDA. And I really think it's important to have some funding through the RDA for downtown enforcement, so you can do what you need to do, and that way, downtown really, because I always say, downtown is a city inside a city. It's more complex, right? And so I think that there is a solution there if we can take funding from the RDA and put in a whole enforcement team for you and get the resources that you need. The other thing is, how often, I would assume it's quite a bit, how often do you get called out of downtown into, other areas?
Well, because of the shortages that we have and the crimes that we see, sometimes if there's a major incident, an officer-involved shooting or a homicide or something like that, or even a fatality collision that doesn't occur in their neighborhood, in their beats, they might have to go to another beat. Our goal is, and the sergeants and lieutenants' goal is to get them back as soon as we can. So if it's a long-term investigation, we try to pull them back into that space and only have them go to for the initial response and the emergency response and then go back to where they should be working. But sometimes they do get pulled, and that's when it becomes challenging. If there's not any crimes happening here and they're not on a call, they might have to go to a call neighboring. We generally try very hard to keep them within their districts, but I also can't let an emergency call go just to keep people in their districts. It's a very fine balance. And I will say, it's very important to me to be a good financial steward of our money. I mean, I think it's our money. It's money that's entrusted to me. It's not mine. It's money that you have given me to spend in the proper way. So I am constantly looking for ways that we can make sure that we're spending within our budget and our proper amounts. You spoke about retirements. My 20 vacancies right now, last week I hired 3 lateral officers. They came from Elko, Las Vegas Metro, and North Carolina, I think. I have 3. I have 4 that are currently in training right now. So for me, when I first got here, we hadn't hired a lateral officer in a really long time. It was important to me to start looking at hiring laterals because they get through the academy. They don't have a full academy. They're here, they're quicker, and they already know what they're doing. So they are more effective immediately.
Because it takes 2 years, right, to get them onto the street?
2 years.
So everyone needs to know, because I know people are listening to this probably, that it takes 2 years to also get an officer on the street. We did not start doing laterals until how long?
We hired our first lateral in 2023. Then we had done it for a long time, but then we just kind of stopped. We weren't really
I think
doing it
under
well.
Chief Soto, we didn't do laterals.
No, they didn't really hire them. There was a lot of reasons why, but I think that they're great. I'm a lateral.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's do it.
Yeah, I love it.
But
Yeah.
we have to be very careful because I don't want somebody else's problem either. I want a good quality officer, but people want to come here. This is a destination police department. People want to work here. We get lateral applicants. We are very picky about who we choose. I have 9 police officers that are retiring January 22nd. 9.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So my numbers on January 22nd are going to go down even more than they are right now. 9. That they've met their time. Their service time is up. They have 20, 25 years. They're ready to retire. I will never ask somebody not to retire. That's their choice, but 9 on August 22nd. Now, we are hiring people and putting people in the academy to augment that. So we're hiring so that we will have more people coming out. But no, we're losing experience in detectives. We're losing patrol experience.
Yeah.
We're losing CAO experience. People that have experience are leaving. The attrition in a police department is bigger than people imagine. Until you actually look at what attrition in a police department is, it's astonishing how much turnover we have due to retirements, due to medical issues and leaves, and due to people that can't perform the job. So sometimes they
Yeah.
get hired for the academy, they're not good. We
And
can't
then
keep
how
them.
often are they on special assignment? Lately, you guys have, it seems like, which you've been doing amazing work on massage parlors and fentanyl and a lot, but how often are those special assignment? And maybe you can get some stats of like what's versus actual versus special.
Yeah, so
that pulls them out. So
we
moving
assign
forward.
them. We have people that are in detectives. So we have a variety of detectives in house, and then we have regional team detectives, which is our narcotics unit, crime suppression unit, sex offender notification, human trafficking, and they're fully assigned there. That's their job. They work that all the time. So for the most part, that's all they do. If they have a very large mission, sometimes we'll pull a few people to assist with it, but that we try to keep them, they're pretty self-sufficient unless it's something where we need additional marked units or transport type stuff. So we kind of try not to do that as much, but they're fully assigned there.
Okay, so I'll just say, I want you to think about if you had those resources, because I think this council should really come back and allocate those through the RDA and see what that looks like, and more cohesiveness through the RDA with the safety aspect with the RDA, because there's a lot that's sort of happening, and I think it really needs to have the ability to where you get the resources that you need. For
I
sure.
will take all the resources you allocate me, and I will spend the money wisely, I promise.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, Councilwoman Dewar, and
Yeah.
then we're going to go to Councilwoman Ebert. And I do know we have Councilman Reese on the phone, but I don't think we could hear him, and he was trying to chime in, so I apologize. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chief Nance. Your presentation was incredibly thorough, comprehensive. So, and people have talked about a lot of issues. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about some stuff that you didn't talk about too much here and I didn't hear questions on. So I'm going to start with last night. I attended a bicycle pedestrian safety presentation by a PhD engineer who designs roads and who has studied this issue extensively. And one of the outcomes was that the words, it starts with our police reporting. So the way that your staff characterize what happened, was it an accident or was it a crash?
Yeah.
What was it, a car crashed into something, or was it the driver that crashed into something? So the very words that we use, and they've done all these studies, which she can share, influence how people look at the issue and change their behavior. So what I wanted to suggest to you or ask you to do, and I can send you follow-up info, they're having a second presentation tonight, but I figured that was way too short notice, was to put you in contact with the people and then see if we can do something, because I know that we have people in the police department that report on these things, and with a little fine-tuning of their language, we can potentially sort of change the conversation about this, which we've adopted 0 fatalities, but lots isn't working, but there are things we can do. The number 2 thing I wanted to ask, I had been informed that you were no longer going to have staff visit at our NABs. So you have been visiting at our NABs quarterly. A officer would come and give a neighborhood report about the crimes, what they're seeing, and I was told that you couldn't do it anymore because of overtime. But then you've announced these town halls, which you're saying are going to be north, central, and south. So I was going to ask if you could make sure that when you're doing, for example, downtown, which is central, that you include Ward 1 and Ward 2.
Absolutely.
Their NAB members, go put it on our list to get a larger attendance. Basically, instead of coming to us, you're asking us to come to you. Okay, fair enough, but let's make sure that we actually get the people that you want there. And so if you go north, I would suggest, Ward 4 and 5, and if you go south, I'd suggest Ward 6 and 3.
Absolutely.
And so to make a very concerted outreach so that we don't miss a beat there. The next thing I wanted to ask you about was, many people know, I'm chair of the Washoe County Animal Advisory Board, and over the last few years, we've had a number of police-related investigations. It could be a shooting of an animal, it could be an animal attacked a person, it could be a hoarding case. One of the things that's come up over and over is that code enforcement has said, well, we can't respond, we can only relate to what we can see from the curb, the right-of-way. But I've asked for, couldn't we engage our police officers in welfare checks when we've had numerous reports that there is something going on in the house related to animals? You can see a dozen or 3 dozen cats peering out the window, or maybe you can't. And what I wanted to offer was a resource. So I talked to what had been called the Humane Society of Nevada, not Nevada Humane Society, different organization. And they actually do training for police officers on how to investigate these kind of crimes. And it can be online or it can be in person. And I wanted to give you some examples. They have animal neglect hoarding, animal cruelty, police dog encounters, family violence and animal cruelty. And why do we care about this? Because a lot of times animal crimes lead to human crimes. There's a documented correlation. And so it's one of those things that by getting involved and us doing a better job, you can potentially prevent crimes with humans. And so I wanted to send you the resources for the pedestrian and bicycle accidents, the resources for animals, and if crime is in fact down, and I'll wrap up in a sec, If crime is in fact down, then maybe that does free up an individual to get a little more training. Not everybody, but maybe 2 or 3 people that could help us do a better job. Because often I've heard, especially in the animals, well, that's not really in our bailiwick. That really is Washoe County Animal Services. Well, that's really our code enforcement. But no, a lot of the cases really end up in your lap. And so I will have a second round. I'm going to suggest 3 more things. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Dewar. We'll move on to Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation and all the information. And I know we've talked about how long it takes to, I don't know if I'm using the right word, but book people into, it's the Washoe County Jail, correct?
Yes.
Is there any kind of holding cells at the new RPD building?
No, we don't operate any sort of detention
Okay.
facility. That changes the training we have to have, and there's licensing and things like that. So
Okay.
we can't.
So we don't have any alternatives. We have to go there.
Yes.
And let me ask you this, has it always been this way? Like, it sounds like the officers themselves are doing the booking. Did Washoe County used to do the booking and it's been transitioning over, or was it always RPD, but it was a more simplified process before?
Exactly. As the booking process has changed through the county, it's increased our time tremendously. So it used to be 7, 8 years ago that you could drop somebody off and kind of just walk away. Like, here's your booking stuff, here's your property, and have a great day. Now they don't take property. They won't take large property. So if you have a suitcase, like somebody that's unhoused, they won't take any of their property with them. So we have to then store or book their property and evidence, which adds, that's not even included in here, adds to that booking time if they have property. They make us do a lot more work. We do our all of our own data entry and stuff, and then they take them at the very end, and then they have the right to refuse. They can say, no, we're not taking that person for medical reasons only. They can't refuse a booking, but they can refuse them for medical reasons. So it has exponentially gotten more cost. It costs more, and it's taken more time over the years for us to do that. It's very disheartening for officers to have to spend hours doing that when they know they are needed on the street, responding to the calls and arresting people, and they're stuck in this building not doing those things.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating to all of us.
Is that something that we as council can help try and get that process back into the county's onto their plate and off of the officers, since it's a county facility, people are being booked in there? Is that something that we can help with so we can keep RPD on the beat for longer
Absolutely.
periods?
I've been working with City Manager Bryant and Sparks Police Department and Sparks City Manager on it's a common problem. We both see them on what does this look like from an equity standpoint, and the ongoing conversations of services that were at one point in time or should be supplied by the county that they're not participating in the same way, and how we can adopt changes for that and creating ILAs and things that are more effective. It's a long conversation, but City Manager Bryan has been very helpful in leading that focus and drive and that conversation. So it is something that we will probably be asking for support.
Okay, great. I have a couple more things. I don't know if you want me to wait for a second round.
Yeah, if you could, it looks like we have a couple other council members that want to speak. We'll go online to Councilmember Reese.
He doesn't have comments.
He doesn't have a comment? Okay, we'll move over to Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, Chief Nance, do you have other visions in which you could utilize this reserve program to help keep your sworn officers doing the work that they need to be doing?
I have lots of visions. Yes, some of those involve our opportunity to expand and fully staff our real-time information center. So whether that's a reserve officer or another type of part-time employee position that we could look at, or even maybe a full-time employee position at some point in time, having somebody that's monitoring all of the cameras that we have both in downtown and throughout our city to see what's happening, to help us determine what type of resources need to be deployed and direct our resources where they need to go. The real-time information center build out is very important to me, and I think that is going to really alleviate staffing. We are looking at a drone as a first responder program, which is where a unmanned aerial vehicle gets to a scene most likely before our officers can, to evaluate what's happening there, to look at for gunshots, to look for people shooting guns, to stop and prevent, to stop that violence quicker, so we know where to respond to. That's something that I'm hoping to roll out soon. But really my focus is for the reserve program. I have to be very cautious on what we use them for, because obviously I need my police officers. I need more police officers. I can't articulate that any more way. I need them to do investigations. I need them to do the proactive work. But they need help, and they need help doing things that are different. And it's just like we use community service officers, we use evidence technicians. We have a lot of things that we could expand on. But there is ways that we can use them to help book property. We can use them to help transport prisoners. We can use them for downtown enforcement on those kind of low-level crimes that we've talked about, those nuisance-type ordinances where really their skill set is more in that ticket writing and taking lower-level criminals to jail. Again, dealing with that property that we have, sitting on prisoners at a hospital. There's ways that they can do follow-up on certain things that don't really require an officer to go out and do. There's ways we can also have people help with paperwork. You come in and you have a report. There's lots of boxes to fill out in a police department. I don't know if you've ever seen one. There's a ton of boxes. There's ways that people can help fill those boxes out, and leaving the officer just to write a narrative that just synopsizes their events, and somebody else is doing paperwork that can take hours, but they don't have to do that work, and somebody else can do that. So I have tons of visions on what we can do. I don't know how big I can start, but I think this takes some of the edge off of and helps us with the focus on the downtown and those responses to things that we're seeing.
I would be interested in maybe an additional proposal that you might have that would also make a large impact on downtown. If there's something in the future that you wanted to bring forward. I have had mixed reviews about whether or not the redevelopment agency can help support these programs, but if they could, or if it could, I would be really interested in seeing what else we could do to make sure that we can make an impact quickly.
There's a lot of spaces where my officers do work that takes them from being on the street. And so anything that we can do to support that, and with whatever funding mechanism you can find, I can find a way to do it. We will think out of the box and get work done, just to get people where they need to be and alleviate some of that pressure. Because keep in mind, we only have a team of 7. If 2 of them are booking somebody into jail, that's now my team's 5. And so they're not as effective either, because they can't do as much with their time, and they're worried about their partners. They're worried about crime happening. So it alleviates some of that emotional stress too of not being able to be there.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor?
Thank you. The numbers on the crimes are very impressive, and you've done great work in that space. It's amazing. I'm not discrediting that. How do you think we are doing on the nuisance homeless crimes around the city?
Yeah, so around the city, I think that we're doing not probably as good as we are in the downtown area. There's still, I think this is where the congregation, most of the people that are unhoused or are experiencing some sort of mental health crisis that live in a downtown type motel are existing. We always could do better. I can tell you that just the Met team has written 1,400 citations this year. Those citations are going to be for low-level crime. Now, are there more opportunities to arrest people and take them into jail and book them? Probably. Community court closed. I don't know if everybody's aware of that recently. So now we're looking at what's going to happen when community court closes. Because with community court, if we were citing people into community court, we had 900 citations into community court last year. When community court was there was a lot of diversion programs that would allow people not to have to, at some point in time, either get a warrant or face jail time. When that goes away, we're very curious to see what's going to happen with warrants and jail time for those other types of low-level offenses. So we're going to have to evaluate what that looks like also, because it's a big circle of issues that we have with low-level offenses.
And we've been short on resources for a long time. I was under the impression that we could not use RDA to support law enforcement, but if there is an opportunity, I would support that 100%. I keep hearing and keep seeing the low or the nuisance crimes downtown and along 4th Street. And people say, I saw RPD and they drove by and they never got out. We were out, as Manager Bryant and I were out the other day, and, you drove through 4th Street and there's people lying and sleeping underneath the Wells Bridge, and we're trying to open businesses out there. And one of the police officers said we didn't even see them. Well, they're there. So I'm not trying to discredit what you're doing in the big picture, because crime is down. We have to work on the perception, but we also need to make sure, I want to give you and allocate every resource that you need to create that downtown that everybody is very proud of. And I know it's a challenge with some of the businesses and everything, but I just know, I believe, and I know we can do better. But you need to tell us exactly what you need. So my next question, I guess, is for Manager Bryant or whatever. What does this recommendation actually mean? What are we giving you? What are we telling you to do or authorizing you to do?
I think what it is, if council is interested in Chief Nance exploring some other opportunities that do not include people, other than the ones that she's been authorized to hire, is that something that council would like to do? And if it is, we'll go and look, and we look everywhere for money, for grants, for free. We beg and borrow. We don't steal. But we do a lot, and if this is something that's important to you, that's what you're saying. Certainly, nothing can be executed without coming back to the body, and we would definitely come back with the request for approval. But if you're interested, we'll go forth and we'll do the work.
And thank you for the clarification on the transporting too.
I really am. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it, but I really am supportive of putting as many resources as I possibly can into this and changing how we're policing. Because I will say that when I first got here, our proactive policing was really not happening in a way. And there's a lot of reasons why that happens. Support, staffing, seeing things to fruition, really making that a priority. We have seen a tremendous increase in our proactive response and our proactive policing models. It's hard. It's hard for, people to say, I'm going to stop and arrest this person, potentially fight with them. I know that they're going to have drugs on them because they're laying on the sidewalk when I know this is happening over here and I have to go handle this.
But we got to do it we got to do it. We got to do it.
I 100% don't disagree with that. It's just, we have to look at it. It's a big, one, it's a culture shift. It's a culture shift and move. 2, it's resources. And 3, it's taking away those impediments. And one of those impediments truly is, what do they do with their property if they've got a shopping cart full of stuff? What do they do with that person? How are they off the street for this many hours? What's going to happen next? And there's impediments. It doesn't say that we aren't going to do it and we won't do it, we don't want to do it. We have to start taking some of those impediments out and making it easier to do. But I agree with you, it needs to be done. 100% agree.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah. Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, thank you. Again, I just wanted to, I want to support my colleagues because I do think that actually the crime emanates right in front of our city hall. And one idea is to start there and say, what can I do with the 10 people that are right on the sidewalk, right in front of City Hall? And not get, say, our city manager out there dealing with them, but between your folks on bikes and the other resources that we have, whether it's the downtown partnership or it's the MOST team or whatever it is, we seem to continually have people right here. And that sets a perception to even council, right? Because we're walking in and there is everybody, right? And I know that the people have the ability to decline resources. And I also hear you on the impediment. You know that those are probably very complicated, confusing actions to get involved with. Like you just said, what do I do with their stuff? What do I do with them? It's not a vicious crime.
What do I do with their pet if they have one?
Right.
I mean, there's
so much there.
Yeah.
And what it is like you said, it's a nuisance or it's a perception, but they're not actually stealing somebody's money. They're mostly harming themselves.
Right.
Okay, so I just want to move on to 2 other things or 3 other things. When you mentioned parking and you took over parking, are you dealing with abandoned vehicles now or is that somebody else?
We have abandoned vehicles. We work in partnership with Save and with Clean and Safe. So it's a collaboration where the service requests come in through Reno Direct, and then we evaluate them to see what they are. Because a lot of times we get an abandoned vehicle, it's actually an occupied vehicle
Right.
or something. So we have a lot of work on
Because
that.
it is in every ward, continues to be the #1 complaint from our residents, and so I didn't know if it was under the umbrella of parking.
I have 4 parking enforcement
Okay.
officers, and 2 have recently left.
Oh.
And so I am down to 2, and we're hiring those positions. So
Okay.
right now, we are working with half the parking enforcement staff that we
Okay.
have had.
I wanted to give you an example of a situation to find out, everything's anecdotal, so, and you can't respond, you weren't there. But someone told me just yesterday that their young daughter got in an accident with someone on Wells Avenue. And she called the police, to report the accident. And they said, yeah, file a report. But she was young, and this is out of her ken, and she never had an accident. And she called them twice, would they come? And they said no. So she called her mom. So her mom called the police, I think 3 or 4 times. And they finally went. And this is what they said before they went. If there's no DUI, then we're not coming. Well, how in the world would this young girl know if this other person that stopped immediately in front of her, which she would have been cited because she's the person who ran into the person in front of her who jammed on their brakes. She doesn't know if they have a DUI or not. So finally, officers did come. Turns out that the person essentially caused the accident was unlicensed, unregistered car, all the things that we don't want to hear about. And but it took the intervention 4 or 5 phone calls to get someone to respond. And to talk about the perception issue, they expect if there's an accident, we've all been told, call the police, file a report. It's needed for insurance. And maybe the answer is they're going to file online, but some people it's just not set up for, like a younger driver. And before you answer, I just would also like you to think about this. Recently, I've gotten a lot of comments, different ways about, and we even heard it today, what is our police's reaction to ICE officers that are violating what we would call normal civil procedure? Do we have a policy? And I would love to just, I don't have a position, I would just love to hear what your position is, so.
On the accident, our policy and good police practice, and pretty much for every policing policy I've ever read on collisions, if there's no injuries and the parties can exchange information, they file a report online and we don't send the police report. It's an insurance claim. It's not a crime. That's normally what happens. Now, if they had said this person doesn't have a license, that
She didn't know.
change.
She's young, right?
We should be training everybody that when you get in an accident, you exchange information. That's actually what the proper thing to do in an accident if nobody's injured. And that's pretty much policy throughout. We will respond if people insist that we go out there. We will eventually go, but we don't also respond to them on private property, or there's a whole list. And that litany of reasons why we don't respond is well documented. It's in our policies with dispatch. And so the dispatchers are trained on to ask certain questions and to tell people to exchange information and file a report online. But that's the way pretty much every community runs that I've ever looked at. But to the ICE side of that, and immigration, we do have a policy. It's readily available online on our involvement in immigration. We do not get involved in immigration issues, and I have no control over the federal government at all or federal laws. So if the federal government or federal employees are doing something, I can't say, don't do that, obviously. So
you mean in the course of their duties?
Yeah, well, I mean, if they commit a crime and they're off duty, that'd be different. But if they're working under I can't say how you show up to work, when you show up to work, who you arrest. I have no control over that. What I can control is our involvement. The Reno Police Department and every other law enforcement agency around here does not focus on immigration. It's not our primary job. Again, we've talked about how many resources I have. That is not something I'm willing to put additional resources into, even if I could. And it's a federal law that I can't support. I can't arrest people for a federal law. I actually, as the police, have no way of knowing if somebody is a citizen or not, unless they choose to tell me. And so the only time that we will get involved is if our federal partners are doing some sort of enforcement action and they don't have the staffing available or the resources, or the person is a violent offender, or maybe they have a warrant locally, we will provide aid to them to ensure their safety. But every one of those requests has to be approved by the chief of police, not a designee, actually me. So I have not received any of those requests.
That's what I
Since
thought.
I've been here. So if I do get one, it can't be approved by a watch commander or a sergeant or an officer. It actually has to come to me, and they make them send me an email. We have a whole policy about it.
But a simple way to say it is you're not out policing federal
Councilmember Dewar,
police,
you're
right? I just want to.
3 minutes over.
You're not out there policing federal police.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks so much for clarifying the policy. Councilmember Eber, looks like you have your light on. Yeah.
Okay, so Councilmember Dewar touched on this a little bit, and I just want to make sure I'm clear about coming to the NABs to give updates. I know that you had spoken today about misinformation out there on social media, and I've seen it on Facebook, and I'm sure it's on Nextdoor. I try not to go on there. It gets pretty, yeah. So will we continue to get quarterly updates at NABs, or are you not going to do that anymore?
At this time, we are not doing that.
Okay, because that is a really great resource for the community, for both, you know, the NAB members and people that come to the meeting to have an opportunity to talk directly with RPD, and also to kind of see some of the stats, and also provide an opportunity to dispel any kind of misinformation that's out there. Otherwise, you know, we don't really have a way to combat that. You know, it's like one-offs. If I have a conversation with somebody, I could tell them, but it's different than having somebody from RPD there with actual numbers to share with the community.
If there is ever an issue or something that you want us to present on or provide information about, we'd obviously be willing to do that. We just would have to schedule that out with the proper person to attend.
Okay. The other thing is, you know, per NRS, Washoe County is supposed to take care of certain things like the CARES campus. I am curious to see how we can get Washoe County to help more with people that are need to get into services. And you'd mentioned if RPD takes people to the jail, they won't take suitcases, things like that. I don't think RPD should have to do that. It should be on Washoe County. They should be taking them into services. If somebody's, you know, living on the streets, I think that they should be, you know, taken to some type of service by Washoe County. So anyways, that's separate. That's not really something you could do, but that's something we need to work on with Washoe County. Also, just want to thank you for the increased enforcement in Ward 4. I know we've had several kind of we've had a few days where we've had law enforcement officers or patrol on certain streets and written a lot of tickets. So that's been helpful. The community notices that. And I think it just helps change behaviors when people think, well, maybe there's an officer there today, or maybe there will be an officer, you know, around. So I want to thank you for that. And the community court, like, such a disappointment, because I know that was part of the ordinance to make it illegal to live outside. That was kind of a way to get people into that court and into those services. And now that component is gone, I think it's even more important that we get Washoe County to step in and provide those services that they are legally bound to by NRS. So thank you.
Absolutely, and we're monitoring that very closely, and they're still committed to providing resources if that's something that needs to happen. The court system is, so we're still working on that, but it's just definitely going to look different. And I wanted to touch on something Councilmember Dewar said. I would agree with you that part of the problem is that we have brought resources to our downtown to where we are trying to not have people. So if we put the resources where people, we want them to be, that's where people will go for their resources. But if we continuously provide resources outside of where the authorized resources should be, like the CARES campus, we are just encouraging people to be and look for resources in places where it's not really what we want them to do there. Well, I will give some examples. If we provide Tuesday night services in Believe Plaza, on Wednesday, people are going to come back looking for services additionally. On Thursday, they're going to come back and look for services additionally. If we provide services underneath an overpass by a Good Samaritan, people are going to go back there to look for services, because They are looking for services. We have to put the services where people can find them readily and not, I can't be upset that they're looking for services where we provide them on a frequent basis.
Thanks, Chief. I'll just remind the council that we're at 2 rounds each. We're going into our last round of 1 minute. I think Councilmember Taylor has some additional comments.
Perfect. Thank you. You couldn't have done it more perfectly. It's impossible to clean up downtown when we bring everybody to downtown 3 times a week. There are places that provide these services. There are people that do this. So, as part of this motion, I'm going to say something that you're not going to like, but I would love to look at a real zero tolerance policy for downtown around our river and 4th Street with everything that we can enforce. And I'm not putting on that on you now. I want to know what resources you need to get to that. If it is working with the city attorney's office, if it is working with nonprofits, whatever it is we need to do, I want to understand what that is, because I don't think that you have everything that you need right now. And I'm committed to getting you what you need. At all costs. It's number one priority. The other question that Councilwoman Ebert talked a little bit about is this the county's responsibility to start helping us with some of these homeless vagrancy enforcement, and how do we work with them? I want that to be part of the solution when you bring it back. You guys go find the answers, tell us what you need, but my vision is that when anybody comes to downtown, when we're walking downtown, we're walking into City Hall, it is safe and clean. So let us know what you need, and we're gonna get it to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Any final comments from any other council members? Okay, with that, I'll look for a motion.
I move to direct staff to explore future opportunities for increased policing and community engagement, including an additional focus on downtown with zero tolerance resources added.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a question or comment on the
Yeah,
motion.
go ahead, Councilmember Dewar.
So we're going to have a later item related to McCarran, which is not downtown. And what I want to understand is, I don't want to preclude whatever we come up with under that item. You know, we're going to review resources. One of the answers may be more traffic enforcement on McCarran, based on what I heard last night in the seminar. So I'm not sure if I vote for this, which, you know, I'm generally very supportive. It's a very general motion. But I don't want to come to that item and say, no, we're not going to do speed enforcement on McCarran. So how do you view this?
Well, I think that how I view this is I need to understand what is important and what is this council willing to do to put that priority into effect. That's what I need to understand. So I'm not going to say, let me do all the things. I'm not going to overcommit. But I think what this allows is for us to look at these options, look at RDA funding, look at how much it costs to run a reserve program, how much does it cost to expand these things, what do we need? And then you make that decision. You guys are going to have to decide on that for me. You're going to have to decide what you want as far as what you're going to give me the resources to do. So I don't think one goes against the other. I think we can look at everything, and then at some point in time, you guys can find out where you're going to hopefully give me more money and where I'm going to put it.
Well, I mean,
based on all the priorities.
It's pretty much a zero-sum game. Like, you only have so many, and you can only do so much.
Exactly.
And you've said to us like 4 or 5 times to every person, I need more resources. And I asked for a list of who is on hold vacancy, and you have 6 officers, I believe 6 people on your staff that are on vacancy hold. Frozen. So, and you're also telling us that you're recruiting, and you're telling us that you're not filling all the positions, and you're telling us you have retirements. I totally get it, having been a manager in government for 40 years. You know, we can only do so much with what we got. So the answer to everybody's question is more, but it's also more effective policing, which you're getting at. Different ways to do jobs that keep the police on the street, not doing paperwork. One of those things, let me just mention, which we didn't mention, was this automated camera. It's illegal right now in Nevada to issue a warning traffic violation with a camera. So the things I recommended, like training and this camera stuff, this is all intended to make your job simpler, spend less time doing detective work on animal problems, on pedestrian problems and all of that. So I know training takes time. I know going to the legislature to advocate for something takes time, but all of those are in the nature of, learning to fish, not doing it for them. And so I just want you to keep that in mind,
Thank you,
Okay,
Councilmember. With that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Looks like it passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Chief Nance. I know we have some staff waiting for some of the B items, but I believe we have NDOT representatives here, so we're going to move on to agenda item C4 first, and I'm going to try to keep everybody onto our agreed time limits, just so we can get everybody, at least the staff members, out of here as quickly as possible. So if we can open up item C4, please, Madam Clerk. Is there any public comment? Sorry about that.
That's okay. We
Lagging
don't
a
have any
little.
public comment registered, and we've not received any correspondence on this item.
And let me just ask, was this something that the mayor requested and that we should have her here for? Should we, what's your thought?
Yes, I did advise her of that earlier, and she was aware, but we do have NDOT here, and we're prepared to do it, so we're prepared to move forward.
Fine with me, but just checking.
You are
Understood.
correct. All three items, both C2, 3, 4, and 5, were the request of the mayor.
Okay. All right.
Is Reese still?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm back. Chief Nance, on McCarran Traffic Safety, I do have a group here with me on this one. And a clicker.
May I just ask, do we still have Mr. Reese? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Alignment with the strategic plan is public safety. So the big part of this is not a solo endeavor. We've talked about McCarran. We brought this up in February. We were asked to bring it back. We're back to talk about the things we've done. So we have NDOT here with us. RTC is part of the program, part of the problem, part of the solution, part of the things that we're going to do moving forward. We have our Reno Public Works team. And on our enforcement side, we have Nevada State Police and the Reno Police Department. And so I think when we were here last, we heard from Major Munoz. I will tell you, he has been a huge asset to the region, and he is committed just as much as we are to providing that enforcement and safety. So I know when we do an annual report on this, when we bring stuff back, I know that he will supply some of his information that he has also, but we've done a lot of regional things with them. So it's a group effort, and we're all working very hard on it. I would say that most of this is it's a journey. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. But we have made a lot of remarkable improvements I want to go over with everybody. So like when we started the downtown, I think it's important for everybody to see what's happening overall the whole city. Because you still get something really small, but we have to look at the big picture also to see what's happening over throughout the city. So accidents from the entire city are down 23%. This data actually is as of yesterday, so it's very current. Accidents are down 23%. Fatalities are down 7%, and our pedestrian accidents are down 19%. We have done a lot of enforcement and education in this space. So we really do feel that additional enforcement and education and being more present in the areas where we deploy our resources is contributing to this, and we want to continue to do that. As we've talked about, I think one-on-one with most people, but we deploy our traffic unit, who's primarily responsible for traffic enforcement. Any police officer can pull people over and write tickets and do traffic accidents and anything like that. But we really do depend on our traffic unit to primarily be the ones that go out to areas where we're seeing issues. So we deploy them in 3 ways. One, through service request, Reno Direct, or through direct complaints that we get from community members about speed in their area. A lot of those have to do with, I always drive in this area and people drive too fast, people run stop signs or stoplights, or around school zones is where we get a lot of those. And with the school zones, we partner with the school district to make sure that we're both out there and being present. And then, so that's one way through the complaint system. The second way is where we're seeing accidents. Where are our accidents happening, and what is the primary collision factor of those accidents? What is causing those accidents? And let's go out and try and stop them. So if it's a stop sign or speeding violations, that's what we handle. We're going to get to citations in a second, but that's a big part of that. Unfortunately, sometimes people well, warnings don't work, so we go with the citation route. So if we look at just crashes managed by the Reno Police Department along McCarran, it's important to note that NHP handles all the accidents in Sparks, the collisions that are in Sparks on McCarran. We have, those are the hot spots. So where it's darker red and the yellow, those are where we're seeing more accidents. So you can see that some of those major intersections are where we are seeing those. I'm going to move on to fatalities in a second, but that's all collisions that happen along McCarran. Since 2024, again, we look at these year to date, so January until November, around the 11th, I think is what I pulled the data for this. We had 776 citations along McCarran in that time frame in 2024. In 2025, we increased that by almost 500. So we went up to 1,200 citations in that same period of time from last year to this year. We really did start our heavy enforcement on McCarran in like November, December, January last year. So that increase might not get a lot bigger because we were doing a lot of that work at the end of last year too. So just something to pay attention to as we move forward. So our fatal crashes on McCarran, we've had 6 this year. And this is where they were located. So I'm going to go back a little bit to this map here so you can see 80 come across. So from 80, which is in the second square, all the way around to Plumas, which is directly down from the Reno down there. That's really the only places that we had fatality collisions. The rest of them were all not as big of collisions. So these are where we had our fatality collisions. And for me, it's really important to understand why fatality collisions occur. So you, Councilmember Dewar, talked about data and what we call accidents and what it looks like and how we label them and things. Just last week, I sat down with my traffic unit and we went through every single major accident investigation that they have done this year. And we looked at them to say, what's happening, where are they, what's the primary collision factor, and really to take that data back so we have a better understanding of why these major injury collisions are happening. Because why do we have 6 collisions on McCarran this year when my traffic accidents are down 23%? We have to understand that because my fatalities are only down 7%, but my accidents are down 23%. So we have to understand what is that reasoning. And I think pulling out some of this data like this, what we found is that most of our fatality accidents are single vehicle and with speed and or intoxicants involved. And by intoxicants, I mean alcohol or narcotics. So these are the accidents that we had. In January, we had 2, Balsara and Summit Ridge. Summit Ridge was alcohol and speed involved. Balsara was reckless driving and speed. Both of those were single vehicle accidents. The next one was a right-of-way violation with 2 vehicles. So that's very rare for us. It's not in the normal, but it does happen. And so that was a turning collision where somebody turned in front of somebody else and unfortunately resulted in a fatality. That fatality, the person was not wearing a restraint. There was no seatbelt. The next one was in May in Collin Parkway, and as a single vehicle accident, the speed was over 100 miles an hour and alcohol was also involved. A single vehicle motorcycle accident in August where alcohol was involved. And on Plumas is a vehicle versus pedestrian. The pedestrian crossed against the light where they shouldn't have, when they shouldn't have, the light was red. So this is important to me because I think when we talk roadway safety, we also have to talk about personal safety. People that are choosing to drive at 100 miles an hour over which is way over the speed limit. There's not a speed limit in the state that's 100 miles an hour. People that are driving with alcohol on board, people that are driving reckless. And these are the things that are they're not roadway conditions, they're people conditions. We have to be careful how we combine those two. So what did we do since we were here last? Thank you for the phenomenal idea of a little public shaming. It did come from somebody in this group. And we got our legal team to buy off on it and let us do it, which took a little bit of convincing and some stuff, but we did it. And we post now. If we tow your car for reckless driving because you're doing 100 miles an hour and 105 and a 55, and we tow your car, you're going to be publicly shamed. They're very popular on social media. We just put them in our stories so they go away. They don't live forever, so we don't have to go back and deal with that. They're just part of how we're doing with it. And then we did some fun social media videos. We can lecture, we can educate, we can pull people over and give them tickets, but there's also a place to say, hey, let's talk about this. You're late for work, your iced caramel mocha chocolate latte was getting cold, your car was driving itself, whatever your excuse is. It's a super cute video. Go back on our social media and watch it. And they did a great job. And lots and lots of comments about this. We had over 600,000 comments on our stories related to the vehicles and our social media posts that we did about speed and education. So that was really, it worked really good. Great social media team that we have. Moving on into some stuff that has happened that we all had some consternation about and things that were brought up. We had a fatal crash on McCarran between Skylight and Cashel, and the wall and the guardrail was destroyed during that. And we worked with NDOT to make sure that it was repaired. It did take some time. They had to contract it out. They had to bid that process, and they were having trouble finding people to do that work. We all go through those struggles. But it did get repaired in October, so we're very happy that that's done. So that visual blight of that and the reminders of the fatal collision that occurred there were not there. We're working on what the next steps are. RTC is going to be completing intersection safety improvements near Cashel, and this is going to be an advanced warning signal that's coming soon, and it's going to include that construction. The pull-out there shows you what it is. Prepare to stop when flashing, telling people slow down, the light's red up ahead, there is a signal light, you're going way too fast. So we want to start making sure that those types of traffic improvements are happening, and so excited to see this one coming soon. And then we have some additional road safety projects. It's hard to read, but I think it is in your packets and on your screens. Sorry about that. RTC is taking a lead on these regional efforts, and you'll see this map highlighting upcoming projects. The green ones are complete, and the red ones we have are in the design phase. There are some that are in the orange triangles that we do need to still find funding for. So we're still looking on how are we going to fund that to continue to make, and then there's some that are in the planning. There's 2 capacity improvement projects that are identified as priorities along McCarran from Plumas to Virginia Street and from Virginia to Longley. So those projects are not yet funded, but they are in the queue to find funding and to look at how we can improve those. And I want to remind everybody, we had a lot of conversations about this, and Carrie and other representatives here to answer other questions that I'm not going to be as good at. But keep in mind too, as our community grows and as more people are in our community, we are going to see more people on the streets, which is going to create this more accidents and more cars, which create those additional traffic hazards. We've had a lot of freeway construction and work, so that might be driving people to use surface streets more often as to avoid these major thoroughfares. So we're keeping an eye on that to see if that does have an impact as we do these reviews of accidents and collisions that have happened in our communities. So our next step, we're working with RTC and NDOT on these identified roadway improvement projects. We're continuing our increased enforcement efforts from Reno Police Department and our regional partners. Major Munoz has committed to twice weekly enforcement efforts in McCarran. We have also committed to the same, but we try not to do it on the same day so that we have a lot of people out there at different times. And we try to do it at times when we are seeing these collisions or reports of problems. And then we're really looking at our opportunities to collaborate with state lawmakers on enforcement tools, things like the cameras. I feel that they would be very beneficial in our state. Unfortunately, they are not legal, and that did not pass through the legislation at this time, but we'll continue to monitor that to see if there's anything that we could do with that space. And that's my last slide, so we can take questions.
Thanks so much. Yeah, we'll
Like I said, I have a whole team of people for answers.
Perfect. You brought the whole squad with you. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and start off with Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I now understand why it's been such a big issue for me personally, because 5 of the 6 fatalities are in my ward, right? I think there's only one that's north of I-80. That was not my ward. So they're all in my ward. The people call about them. And the reason it was so important to get the wall fixed is that what people were doing was putting memorials, and they knew where to put the memorial because that was the section of wall broken. And then they were stopping on McCarran to pay homage to the lost victims. And these were actually the 5, I believe, that died, that were kids. Maybe in your previous report.
3 people were killed and 5 were in the car.
Yes, thank you. Was in your previous report, not this report, I think?
We went into depth in that because I think that happened and I'd have to go back.
But anyway, it's okay, but.
I think that's one of the things that was actually in May, so it would have been after the report. That was in May.
Yeah, so back to 2 slides forward, what I want to compliment you is this advance warning signal. So a couple years ago, NDOT actually came to us with RTC and said, we're taking out all these advance warning signals. And the example was they took out the one on Mount Rose Highway. You're coming down a very long, steep, and it was to alert you that there's a light. There's several lights. One was light at Wedge Parkway, one was a light at Virginia Street. And my NAB, and which is now your NAB, or your area, Brandy, was completely opposed to this. They said, no, this is very valuable to warn people. And they said, well, nationally, these things only confuse people, and we're gonna take them out. And I mean, it was over extreme objection, and I said NDOT, but it was a joint project with NDOT and RTC. So here we are, we're putting it in to warn people. And there's one right on Plumas. You're coming up, but you're going south Plumas up to McCarran. And there is a warning, the road curves right there. It says, you're gonna stop at McCarran. It's one of your areas where accidents. So I just wanted to get thoughts on this, opinions. And before we go on, I just wanted to thank you for continuing the focus. I wasn't really sure when you said work with RTC and NDOT on identified roadway improvement projects. I really didn't hear, maybe I missed it, the actual improvement projects other than this one. So maybe you can just address the warning signal and improved.
Yes.
I couldn't tell from this small writing what we were really talking about here.
Thank you for the question. Carrie Koski, your Director of Public Works. So when we say we are working with, so what we do is we work with RTC, we work with NDOT on prioritization as well as the design. So when these projects come forward, and I can kind of just highlight some of those, and we talked about like number 4. So high level. Number 4 on the list here is the leadership keystone area. We had worked together with our partners at NDOT for over probably close to 10 years, and RTC. We just got that signal installed here in 2025. So those are the kind of things that we work with. Sometimes the NDOT provides the funding, sometimes the RTC does, but realistically, the City of Reno staff, my staff, and our traffic engineers work very closely together. And I do want to say that the relationships that we build are so important in moving these projects forward. So
what is one? Like, what's number 2? Is that the sign?
Okay, so number 2 was the sign that we just talked about.
And 7?
I'll talk about number 13 in your ward.
Okay.
So that's the capacity project that we are looking at between Plumas and Virginia Street.
Okay.
So that one there is one that we're working with RTC on, that we're looking at adding an additional lane each direction between Plumas and Lakeside, as well as some intersection improvements in Lakeside, in Plumas, and at Virginia Street.
Awesome.
I want to highlight maybe another project in Councilman Martinez's ward. We're working on Miraloma. So at that intersection there, we do have, next to the shopping center, we've got a lot of different conflicts, and we're trying to eliminate that, looking at some different options for egress at Miraloma. With all of our major capacity projects, we also look at intersections as safety, right? So you all are probably aware that we've got the Pembroke project coming forward. So we'll have intersection improvements at McCarran, whatever is warranted there at McCarran and Pembroke. highlighting West 4th Street, number 7. So that West 4th Street, we do currently have the downtown West 4th Street project going on. We are going to have another one, which is the West 4th Street, that will go from Keystone Avenue all the way to McCarran, and we will implement intersection improvements with those particular projects. Like the chief mentioned, we do have several projects that are unfunded. That doesn't mean we're not going to do them. We're still looking for all kinds of funding sources. They're still a priority for us, is what I guess I'm saying. Is if there isn't funding available, we don't just stop. We look for that funding.
Thank you, Director Koski. Are there any other questions from any members? Madam Clerk, is Councilmember Reese have his hand raised, or any comments from online? Just want to make sure we don't miss him. Okay. Any other questions?
I guess
Okay.
my just
Yeah, well,
follow
go ahead.
up would just be.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. When do you think a next update will be? I mean, I know it's an ongoing priority. I didn't know if our folks that have joined us from NDOT had anything to add to the conversation, but, I mean, you've sat through our meeting,
We talked before the meeting, and basically,
Okay.
I think we're good.
Okay, well, on your next steps, I mean, continue enforcement. I was very impressed by this metric, 57% increase in tickets, I think was.
Yeah, on McCarran alone, I think it was 50%. I have to go back and look. I have a lot of numbers in my head, 57%.
Well, it's
yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
Citations, 57%. I mean, that's an impressive number. I thought a lot of people were ignoring McCarran, I mean, in terms of policing, because it's not a road. And I thought that the Nevada Highway Patrol, now the Nevada State Police, were sort of responsible, but I don't even know if they patrolled McCarran or that's our job. Do you?
No, we both do. We handle all the collisions. That's part of the agreement that we have with them, that we will handle collisions on McCarran. But they are, and again, Major Munoz has been just really helpful in this space. Has taken on, his portion of the responsibility, and we're working very collaboratively. So sometimes we go out together, sometimes we go out separate, and sometimes we just make sure that we have somebody out there during those highlighted times. And so he's been great about it, and he's prioritized it very well. He's been a great addition to this community.
One more question. Do you know when these citations are being given? Are the problems usually like at night at 11 o'clock, or is it more during rush hour?
It varies. It's such a busy space that you see people speeding during the day, at night, all the time. We get a lot of different types of complaints, so we try to do the enforcement at all times. But our number one ticket overall in the Reno Police Department that we write is for speed. That's always the highest number of tickets, and this is everywhere, not just McCarran. And ironically, number 2 and number 3 go back and forth between stop signs and registration violations. So either not having a license plate or expired registration, but they usually flip-flop in 2 or 3. So those are kind of the citations we write. And sometimes it's speeding plus expired registration. So but they are the top 3 tickets that we write.
And when would we see you again? I mean, are you planning an update in 6 months, or what's the story?
We don't have a date yet.
Okay.
But I'm sure that somebody will tell us when we're
Yes.
coming back, and we will willingly be here.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Whatever you guys want. I don't know.
Thanks so much for the presentation and for highlighting the personal responsibility everybody takes to engage in their safety. I think it was important, that slide where you showed the cause of those fatalities and some of the crashes, and the increase in citations, and making sure that your traffic enforcement officers are out there and patrolling and making sure we try to keep everybody safe. I think this item was for discussion only, so I don't think there are any other questions or comments, so we'll move on to the next item, which is C5. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have anyone registered to speak, but we did receive one comment that was distributed as a letter of neutral or concern.
Great, thank you so much. And Chief Nance, it's all you again.
You guys get to hear me more. You're so excited. Okay, illegal use of bicycles on our city streets. So this is obviously alignment with the strategic plan. So probably early spring, we really did see an increase in both calls for service, collisions, and things that were just the public comment in general about this. It's really in part to the fact that these e-bikes and scooters are more readily available, and there's been a lot of social media posts by younger people. I've seen them riding down the street on their e-bike while doing TikToks, which seems I'm not a very good bike rider, so I would probably fall, but they sometimes usually manage to keep it up. Even if they're not doing anything illegal, they're just doing it right. They're doing a TikTok while they're riding their bike, and these are gaining popularity. And then the danger side of that, where they're weaving in and out of traffic and filming each other, those types of videos have increased. And I think the mayor said it best earlier that social media is really to blame for a lot of perceptions and things, but it gives some of these ideas a place to live, and that's creating some issues for us. So we are not talking about bird scooters. We are not talking about legal e-bikes. Like I said earlier, my bike team downtown, they have e-bikes. Those are fine. Pedal assist, going up a big hill, you need to work on that. That's not really what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is the unsafe and illegal behaviors or the unsafe and illegal devices. So when this became, we knew that this was a concern, we increased our enforcement activities and our education because we really want safer streets. We want to inform parents what their kids are doing, what's legal, what's not legal, create a safe way to ride the legal bikes, and then do enforcement to ensure that we're preventing in other spaces. So I know that both Councilmember Ebert and Councilmember Anderson have issues around these in their wards. For some reason, that's where they kind of seem to be exceptionally more. And then thank you to Councilmember Anderson. We did some media and worked on some public information to make sure that we were definitely getting this word out there. So it's an interesting space to live in for the legal area for these e-bikes, because you can purchase them, but that does not mean that they're legal to operate as is. And so if you go into a store or you order one online and it comes and it's 850 watts or 1,000 watts, that's not legal to operate unless you get registration, have a license, and you wear a helmet. And because it's actually then either a moped or a motorcycle. It's not a bike any longer. It now meets a different level of requirement. But what we're seeing is people are buying them, or small motorcycles, and they're modifying them in such a way they become illegal, but they are also not registered or insured, and they don't have proper licenses to drive. But regardless, it is illegal to ride them on the sidewalks, in parks, or on trails. So you're not allowed, if you're riding an e-bike or driving a scooter, you should be riding, and the rules of the road, as a bicycle, and that should be how you do it. You should not be cutting in and out of traffic, riding in the middle of the street. You should be riding in the bike lanes or other places, and never on the sidewalks or the trails. But there definitely is some gray area. The law is pretty clear, but the application of the law becomes difficult because there's a lot of steps to take to determine what we're dealing with. What we generally see is unlicensed juveniles that are riding on public roads, and they're riding illegal to operate bikes on public roads. They don't have the DMV registration or safety equipment. And why the registration is important is because the registration, when you register a car or a motorcycle, they inspect it to make sure that it has turn signals, headlights, that the brakes work, all of the things that you need to operate legally on the street. So that's why those things are important. And then you have insurance. We see a lot of reckless speed stunts, and then unfortunately a lot of the people, when we try to stop them, decide they don't want to stop and they flee from the police. So a lot of them face extra charges at that point. They ride through crosswalks or against traffic, and they use the bike lanes or sidewalks illegally if there should be a car, and then the trends on social media that I talked about. So we really did work on what does education look like. So we're really prioritizing the juvenile rider safety. This is a couple of my motor officers that got a group of kids and parents, and they did some education about it. Provide the outreach and safety materials to parents. We've done media outreach, social media videos, and then we're working with the school district to continue education. Because if these kids are parking them at their schools and they're illegal, they're riding them to and from on the city street. So working with our school district police to ensure that they are also doing enforcement and that they're also doing the education when they see them at the schools. And first thing, telling the parents that they could be liable for accidents or for criminal penalties if they're helping their children to do this. So we really do want the parents to understand what those, what's legal and what's not legal, because a lot of times they just don't know. Their friends have them, so they think it's all okay. So what does the enforcement look like? We've really worked on developing impound and towing procedures for the reckless driving and to make sure that we are taking them off the streets when we can, emphasize our compliance with the existing laws, educate our police officers on what they can and cannot enforce and what enforcement looks like, and then joining the efforts with the school police to ban them on the campuses. Another public shaming of a reckless form of an e-bike. That's a picture of how we're modifying or using dirt bikes that aren't legal for the city streets because they don't have the proper safety equipment. What's our next step? We're continuing to work on our clarifying language of what's legal and not, and working with the city attorney's office to make sure that everybody's educated on what we are doing, and then making sure the parents know. We're monitoring current and proposed laws, so we're looking at what are the next steps with our legislature to put additional restrictions on this. Las Vegas is seeing the exact same things we're seeing, and they're also very interested in looking at the laws to determine, do we have strong enough laws for enforcement of these types of things that are going to try and deter people from using them. And then we're always looking to see if our local ordinance can improve based on what's going to happen at the state. We don't want to make an ordinance that's going to be contradictory or not be allowed for the state laws. So we're watching how they're going to define these next steps and working groups, what they need to do to make this a bit safer. And then we want to part of that is a clearer classification by power output. I don't know exactly how you know how many watts something has, so we want to make that a little more clear so that we have an easier time to enforce and people know what they're buying, whether it's legal or illegal. And then encourage our community and education partnerships. So we continue to work on that with parents, schools, and through social media and our other media forms. And then just to talk about a little bit, we have done a lot of enforcement on these different issues that we've had, a lot of calls for service. We saw that the calls really did increase in the beginning of summer and spring. Then they flatlined and they're actually starting to decrease now. Part of that might be that it's getting colder and school's in, but part of it might be that our enforcement activities did help with that. So we have issued more than 40 citations for this since our enforcement started. A lot of those do come with an eluding or evading the police officer charge or obstruction of justice, obstruction or resisting an officer because they do flee or run from us. And then, like I said, the calls for service have really plateaued or decreased. So we're hoping to continue to see that. And the number of tows that we've had to do and confiscations has also decreased recently. So with that, I think that my motion is the continuation to work with our legislators and stakeholders to collaborate on the safety improvements.
Thank you, Chief Nance, for the presentation. Third one. I'm sure you got to catch your breath a little bit. Yeah, you're on a marathon today. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Councilmember Anderson first.
Thank you for all of your efforts and the just combined efforts of the team at the city with the communications department. It was a very quick way to get some attention, and in a time frame where the usage, I think probably because of the summertime, was kind of exploding, and it tailors with, it depends on what trend is, enticing our youth to put their lives in danger, this season. Hopefully next season we won't have something quite so dangerous that they're, trying to achieve. I wanted to thank you because one of the things that I've learned since we've been talking to the community about this is that calling them illegal e-bikes is very alarming to the people that really utilize this option in a regular way, a very regular way. And I'm learning, I've had multiple constituents come up to me out in the community that are happy that we're talking about it, but very alarmed that we could potentially outlaw them. And I was like, where did you come from? We don't do that in Nevada. And they maybe did that from wherever they've, joined us from. So what I want to thank you for arming us with the more language around safe e-bike behavior and taking the negative out of it, where it's illegal e-bike behavior, where it's like we're really promoting the safety and being aware of what is safe and what is unsafe, instead of making it seem like we're criminalizing the use of these important modalities, because there's a huge benefit to our community if we can get them, moving around our community in a safe manner. So thank you for that. It is really helpful for me.
I don't want in any way to impede people's ability to have, bird scooters, electric scooters, e-bikes. It's that illegal or unsafe operation or modifying them in a way that makes them even more dangerous that we're concerned about. I would agree with that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Anderson. Anything from you, Councilmember Dewar or Councilmember Ebert on this item? Do you have anything from Councilmember Reese online by any chance? Just want to double check. Doesn't look like it. Do you have any other questions? Okay, I'll just maybe close this out on this part by asking you, you mentioned something about the wattage and having the ability. So I just want to thank you for your education, and thank Councilmember Anderson for her leadership in making sure that we get sort of the word out. I think if you could reiterate the fact that some of the actions taken by minors or maybe those youth riding these vehicles could be the responsibility of their parents, and if there are any things you can tell our public to look out for in case they do see these sort of illegal e-bikes out on the road, what can they do to sort of help you out or help keep safety in our streets?
Absolutely. So what I would say is for the parents and the education piece of it, if you have any questions, if you're not sure if this is legal or illegal or the bike is or not, you're concerned, you can always call us. We'd rather come out and help you determine that. We can look at it and evaluate it. We can absolutely help out with those things. But really the things is that the specifications to make sure that they go no more than 750 watts and that their speed is between 20 and 30 miles an hour. So no more than 30 miles an hour. So if you're buying something online, it says it does 50 miles an hour. It is not going to be legal. So pay attention to that. And then if your child modifies it in some ways, it's not legal. And kids can't ride motorcycles. That's not legal. So if it looks like a motorcycle, it's illegal. And they need to have registration licenses, helmets, and they have to have proper licenses. So your 14-year-old cannot ride a little motorcycle to and from the grocery store, even if they have a helmet on their head. It's not legal. And they're going to get it taken from them, and I'm sorry. So pay attention. It's not ever legal. But if you are riding one of these, engage in safe practices while you're doing it if you're an adult and you have your e-bike. If you see somebody that's a traffic hazard, a traffic danger, they're riding up and down the street and it's not safe, you can always call to report those in-progress crimes, depending on what you're seeing. If you have a park where maybe they ride through the park every Saturday and you know that they're going to be there, that's more like a Reno Direct call. You can put that into Reno Direct. We'll get it and we will go and do that enforcement or evaluate it later. So if you have an ongoing problem that maybe isn't an emergent issue or an emergency, try and use Reno Direct. If you feel like there's a safety thing happening right then or a traffic hazard, please report that to us. And even if we can't always get there, the more information you can provide during that call or a time when it's happening, we will try and get out there to do extra enforcement. And then we are monitoring these places for extra enforcement where we know they're happening.
Great. Thanks so much, Chief Nance, for all the information. Do you mind putting the recommended motion back on the screen? Thank you so much. I don't think there are any other comments, so I'm looking for a motion from any of the council members.
I'll make the motion. I move to direct staff to continue work with legislators and stakeholders across the region and state to collaborate on ways to improve safety related to electronic bikes and electronic scooters.
Second.
Awesome. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Doesn't sound like it. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much again, Chief Nance. Take a little break after all your marathon of presentations. I'm going to go ahead and go back to our pulled items and try to get some of our staff members back to their desks, maybe doing some other work. If we can move over to those pulled items, I think it was B3, 4, 7, and 8. We'll start with item B3, please.
Hello, Vicki Gonzalez for the record, management analyst with maintenance and operations, facility maintenance. I'm here to seek approval to amend the contract with Otis Elevators to extend the contract for one more year, adding $69,000 to cover the maintenance of the elevators for that year, increasing the not-to-exceed amount of the contract to $846,400.
Councilmember Ewer, I think you pulled this item.
Yeah,
Do you have any
yeah, I
additional
did.
questions? Yeah.
Okay, so in the packet, it says, where the elevators and escalators are that are included in this. Is this something that we need to have kind of continually? I know this is a one-year extension, but is this something that we need to have all the time in case of maintenance or things like that?
Yes, so the contract starts out with a 3-year term with
Okay.
2 one-year extensions.
Okay,
And per prevailing wage laws, the most we can extend a contract is 3 years.
okay,
So then you can do the one-year extensions. We do the extensions to mitigate increases because every time you send these out to
Yeah,
bid,
yeah, it
you
goes
have
up.
the potential to increase it.
okay,
Get a different company, which costs money to the city to change this over frequently to a different company because you have to change all of the mechanisms inside of the elevator over to the new company, the call buttons and everything.
okay.
So
So
we-
is this something that we can potentially have come back like year after year? Like how many times can we do a
So
one-year
next year,
extension?
this will go out for bid.
Okay.
And it'll be a 3-year contract at
Okay.
that time. And then we utilize the extensions when we're happy with the services that they provide.
Mm-hmm.
And they usually offer them to us, which they did at this time, at the cost of what the contract was initially bid at.
Oh, okay, okay. That was all my questions.
I don't see any other comments. Do you mind giving us a motion,
Make a
please?
motion to approve B3?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. 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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. We'll move on. Thank you. Move on to item B4, also pulled by, I believe, Councilmember Ebert. Do you have staff for item B4?
B4 is the IPS maintenance contract, I believe.
Yes, it is.
City Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. I also have Travis Truehill with Maintenance and Operations available if there are questions I can't answer.
Okay. Did you want to say anything first or?
Nope, go right ahead.
Okay, so when I was reading through the packet, there's a lot of different charges. And then it says a couple different places, like total cost, but can you tell me like, what is the total cost per meter? Like, are we replacing the meters? Are we, I couldn't really get a good sense of that. Like, are some of them being replaced? Is it as needed? Or what are we doing exactly with this?
So Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. The contract that's in front of you today is essentially for 2 things. The first one is for purchase of replacement parts and materials. So we found that the meters still have, we estimate between probably about 3 years of useful life left in them. But we're starting to experience some solar panel failing as well as some battery issues. And part of that is these were purchased during the COVID era when supply chains were not as strong as they are now. So there's a small portion of this contract that is for those replacement parts. So we're not replacing whole meters at this time. The city is in the process of reviewing an entire parking program to bring back to this body for recommendation on how to establish that as standalone. The remaining section of this contract is for, I'm going to call it transaction fees. That's right. Okay, thank you. Transaction fees, every time that someone pays with a credit card on a meter, we at the city incur a transaction fee. And because that transaction fee is over $100,000 a year, we're required to come before this body for approval. So that's what you're seeing in this contract.
Okay, so this is different than like with the bird scooters. We get a portion of what they
Correct,
get.
yes.
So we're paying for this and they get a portion of what we collect.
They charge a transaction fee of 13 cents per transaction, about 12 or 13 cents per transaction. So every time you tap your card.
Yeah.
Or you insert your card, it's a 12-cent transaction. So that's the fee
For
for the
using it.
machine to work. Yes. So they
Okay.
don't take a portion of our proceeds as far as the actual cost.
Okay, okay. And then I noticed there was a cost in here for equipment. handheld printers. It looks like they're, over $2,000. Are we purchasing handheld printers for tickets? Like, is this part of the enforcement as well?
It's not part of the enforcement package, but Travis knows that detail better than I do, so I'll let him talk about it.
It's just the way they wrote the contract. It's kind of a schedule of, Travis Truehill, Maintenance and Operations Director. It's just basically a schedule of fees or, costs for equipment they offer.
Okay.
So really, all we're doing with this is we're covering those transaction fees that we see every year. The total amount we're asking for is a $200,000 not to exceed.
Okay.
And while we've not ever hit that $200,000 mark, the problem is there's a variable in the use of meters that we just can't account for. If they get used more over the course of a year, we're gonna see more in those transaction fees than we normally would. Then there's just the general equipment use that we have. So we're not looking at necessarily bringing on anything new. It's just maintaining what we have in the field right now.
Okay. I do have a couple more questions, but I don't know if anybody else does.
It doesn't look like it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so this is for Ms. Cherney. Are we planning on doing a redesign with our parking structure, like parking meters in new areas, or what are we looking at for the future with parking meters?
Yes to all is the answer on that one. The redevelopment agency actually engaged an outside parking consultant last year in order to help us establish a parking program. What they found is we had some basic foundational things that needed to be corrected and put into place before we could really start re-envisioning what our downtown parking program would look like and then expanding that through the entire city. With the micromobility project coming in starting next year, that will change a lot of traffic patterns as well as parking in our downtown area. So we anticipate once we get through micromobility installation, we'll then do a curb utilization study. That will tell us where do we need to have parking meters, where should we have loading zones, where should we have rideshare pickups. And then we'll come back to this body with updates to our code that we believe will be necessary, as well as a larger master plan on meter replacement if we move to multi-space meters, so pay stations at the end of a block or the middle of a block instead of individual places.
Okay. All right, and you said that's like 3 years out, is that what
We are working through this process. We anticipate that we will have next steps to you probably within 6 months. And
Okay.
then on an every 6-month rolling basis, we're taking big bites at the elephant. But we anticipate a full rollout within the next few years.
Okay.
One of the things we have to identify the capital funding for meter replacement. We do expect to have another 3 years of useful life on our meters,
Good.
which means we need to start planning for their replacement.
Yeah.
As it will be sizable.
Yeah, okay, and then you said we can use RDA funds for these?
We are able to use RDA funds for parking meter replacement if it is an entire capital change. So if we transition from individual parking meters to a multi-space meter setup, then RDA funds could likely be used.
Okay.
We just have to plan and budget out for that. That will be a decision that this body will have to make through the next couple of budget cycles.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have anything else.
Okay. Any other questions? Doesn't look like it. Do you mind giving me a motion,
All right,
Councilmember
I'll
Ebert?
make a motion to accept item B4, or approve, I'm sorry.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Go ahead and move on to agenda item B7, which I believe was pulled by both Councilmember Dewar and Councilmember Ebert. We'll go ahead and start with you, Councilmember Dewar.
Sure. I pulled this because I really think this should be under department items and that we should consciously discuss land acquisition or land sale versus just sort of having it on consent, which seems pretty regular, a typical contract. I don't think of it as a typical contract. I do support it, and I think it's a good idea. It's just that I think that we should not put these kind of items on consent. And I know it's kind of fuzzy, right? There's no fast and hard and fast rule about what would go on consent. But in all the times I've worked for any agency, which has been many, over 40 years, I've never seen this kind of thing on consent. So that was my main issue. Okay.
Thank you for that.
So
feedback.
perhaps you could consider next time putting under a department item, whoever is buying or selling, or it's for redevelopment, I think this is in redevelopment, is it, or no?
So this one is in a redevelopment area, but it's actually owned by the city of Reno, so that is why it's on your city agenda.
Yeah.
It's brought forward to you on the consent because it is a resolution. That's our standard practice. Anything that's a resolution goes there. This also aligns with council direction from February 26th, where you gave us direction to go appraise and prepare for sale
Right.
12 properties, so.
Right, but this is the final step. This is where we get involved. Like, we gave you a lot of authority to do a lot of things, but when the final thing is here, I expect us to make a conscious decision. And consent implies that we're just going to approve it with 20 or 30 other items and not, So that's just my opinion. It's up to you how you want to handle it going forward, but I do think these things, when we give you broad discretion, we're reserving for ourselves only one more final decision point. And I think we should be just very conscious about it. So that's my point. But with that, I don't know if anyone else has questions, but I'm ready to recommend approval.
I see Councilmember Ebert's light on, so I'll go ahead and let her go first.
I felt the same way, just that I thought it shouldn't be a consent item. I know we had, been given information about it, but I guess I just didn't realize it was on the consent agenda. But I thought that, there should be maybe a presentation and some discussion regarding this decision, so that was all.
That's helpful feedback, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, with that, I'll make a motion to approve item B7.
Second.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Dewar, and a second with Councilmember Anderson. Can all those in favor please signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
And Vice Mayor Martinez, just for the record, Councilmember Reese did drop off online, so he is also absent.
Okay, thank you for the note, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and move on to agenda item B8, which was pulled by Councilmember Ebert, and this is relating to, looks like discretionary funds for Damani Ranch High School.
Yeah, I pulled it because the agenda didn't say who was donating the discretionary funds. It just said the general fund. And I just wanted to make sure that Brandy got, Councilmember Anderson got a little bit of a shout out for donating to the girls softball team. I think that's great, and just wanted to say thank you for your contribution. And, it was just a little unusual for it to just say the general fund on the agenda, so just wanted to say thank you for that.
Well, it's really the community's funds that get to be used in my ward, so I've been watching softball games on those fields for years and years and years, and there's a big discrepancy between the field condition for baseball compared to softball, so I was happy to be able to direct some of the city's funds to help the high school. So thanks for that recognition.
Yeah.
Awesome. Do either one of you want to give me a motion?
Make a motion to approve?
Second?
Awesome. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. So with that, we'll go ahead and close out all the consent items. And we'll move on to agenda item C6, City of Reno General Fund Financial Update, Presentation and Discussion. Madam Clerk, are there any public comment on this item? Is there any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's no public comment registered. Additionally, we did not receive any correspondence on item C6.
Thank you. Director Van Buren.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. I'm here today before you for your monthly financial update. And again, we're talking about the general fund, as that continues to be the area that we have challenges in. This may change as it moves forward, but right now we're really focused on that and the impacts for building out next year's budget. This aligns with the strategic plan under fiscal sustainability. Today, I'm going to talk to you about closing out last year's books, fiscal year 25, reviewing where we are currently in this fiscal year. We have 4 months in July, August, September, and October, so we're 33% through the year. And then the first draft, the first look at what fiscal year 27 in the budget's going to look like. So starting with that first topic, fiscal year 25, closing out those books. This is the same information that was presented to you in October. This information has not changed. There's been no changes to it because those books are closing out. You know that we had the challenges that we had last year were mainly with franchise fees and then consolidated taxes. And so those revenue sources were coming in less than anticipated. And because of that, strategic steps were taken during the year to slow hiring, hold vacant positions open, and then the departments were required to have a minimum of a 2% savings. And many departments had more than that. And because of those efforts and that reduction in spending, this budget came in balanced. It came in within 0.5% of the total general fund budget. As we look at the current year, I don't have a lot of new information since the last meeting in October for revenues, because most of the large revenue sources are quarterly. So property tax and franchise fees, I still only have that one data point that we talked about last month. Consolidated tax, I do have 2 months of data on that one, and I have another slide that'll come up following that. And then the other revenue sources, larger revenues like business licenses and such, those are all trending right now as we would anticipate. So there's nothing really, I feel like, should be called out at this point for you as a concern right now. Salary and benefits are tracking 1.4% below budget. Services and supplies are tracking 2.6% below budget. So they're on track. Nothing really to report there so far. Looks good. The challenges that we do have are franchise fees and consolidated tax revenues. Those are still the same two challenges that we have in the current year. And probably moving forward as we look at fiscal year 27, those are going to continue to be big challenges. Mostly because they're very uncertain and it's very hard to predict both of those right now. Franchise fees, we know that NV Energy will start some refunds soon, and so that will impact us. We're working on what that will look like to find out some more detail on that, and I'll be bringing that back as we know a little more on that. But it will impact us as our franchise fees that come from electric and gas are based on gross revenue. So if they issue refunds, then the franchise fee is reduced during that period when refunds go out. So it is something that we are watching and we're aware of, but the impact right now is not known. For consolidated tax revenues, we have 2 months right now. I'm showing this on the chart here for you. You'll see there's still a big swing going on. With July, we had 15% under budget. In August, we were 29% above budget. So there's still a big swing going on here. The Department of Taxation did hold a meeting in October, an open meeting to discuss what's going on, what they're doing, and the challenges that they're having with the switch to their new financial system, which they made last November. When we talked a lot about all of these swings that were going on with their cycle and timing, and they switched from modified accrual accounting to cash accounting. At this last October meeting, they came out and said they're switching back to the modified accrual accounting. And they are also going to switch back to a similar cycle that we saw before. With the new system, they had anticipated being able to get distributions out much sooner. They typically were coming 2 months after the after receipts. So the July receipts we wouldn't receive until the end of September, so there was like a 2-month lag in getting it, and really they're going back to that. What the real takeaway from the October information that they put out was they're going to go back to that modified accrual accounting. They're going to start cutting off collections on the 15th of each month and then issuing the distributions to the agencies anywhere from 7 to 10 days following that, which is very much a similar cycle that they shifted from last November. So what the whole takeaway really means on this, from my perspective, is hopefully starting in September, we will have a normal cycle. Because what you see here for that increase is a different cycle than what you see in July, because July was a shorter cycle. August was a longer cycle because they didn't issue disbursements when they initially said they were, and they pushed them out 2.5 weeks or so. And when they do that, the collections get pushed out too. So it's a larger cycle time. So my hope is that they do start cutting off on the 15th, whether they're doing cash or modified accrual. That cycle period is really critical for us to get a normal cycle of weeks, 4 months, to be able to look at month to month and do some analysis with, because as long as you're getting different cycles, it just really makes it very hard to predict. Overall, you know, it's showing we're ahead of budget with these 2 months with $1.2 million. That's a lot of that's going to be timing and cycle changes that we have there. I do feel like we're probably trending around 2% or so growth in this space. But that's to be seen. We can't prove that with this data. That's just kind of knowing what you're seeing in the economy and such. So we're really going to need a lot more data in this space before we can really start building out the budget in a way that's more meaningful. So for fiscal year 27, with the draft budget, as we're building this, we build it out with the current budgeted positions that we know at the point we're building the budget. So every position that was budgeted in the current year budget is anticipated for next year's budget. We build in any known collective bargaining agreement adjustments because many of the bargaining agreements were multi-year. So if those are known, we build those in. This build out that we did does not include the 20 frozen positions or the 8 reduction in force positions because those are not funded positions in the current budget. So only the funded budgeted positions currently are the ones that we're projecting for next year as that first build out. We also build in service and supplies, maintenance funding, annual capital funding, all of those things that are typically built into the budget to provide the services and align the departments with the space to do the job that they need to do. And so by that I mean last year, well, with this current year budget, a lot of cuts were made. This budget building for 27 is building that back to the levels pre-cuts. So back to basically the 25 levels, because those were really the levels that were needed. The cuts that were made for this current year to make this budget work may not necessarily be the same things that can be cut going forward, and you really want to build them in first and then see how that matches up against the revenues. Do we have an excess? Do we have a deficit? That's really the starting point of building a budget. We have a few big unknowns, and I want to just talk about those briefly. We have a couple contracts that are open, IAFF. They are currently open in the current year, and then we don't have information, obviously, for next year because they don't have a contract. And then Local 39 supervisory and non-supervisory, they open up for fiscal year 27. So they have a contract through this year, but not for 27. We have not anticipated anything for those because it's just an unknown at this point. We also want to note the ERP payroll system. We know that that is a very big need of the city. A lot of that would be one-time funding to get that going, and then some maintenance probably increase for that. That's something else that we're working on and looking at funding, but a lot of that would come from one-time funds, and we're looking at for that. So here's the first draft of the general fund projections for fiscal year 27. You'll notice fiscal year 26 adopted is on the left, fiscal year 27 projected is on the right. You'll see the one-time funding in this current fiscal year 26, that $9.5 million. And you'll notice that the expenditures in the fiscal year 26, when you look at operating expenses comparing across, are less for the current year than for next year. And that's because things like fleet and increased workers' comp and operating supplies back to that fiscal year 25 level, not reduced by 5%. That was built in to build this. And so building this out, you'll also notice, I want to point out that the revenues are increasing, but the revenues just, again, as we've talked about, the revenues are not increasing at the same pace as the expenditures as far as inflationary. The inflationary part of the expenses is growing at a much larger rate than the revenues right now. The revenues are growing because you'll notice on the adopted side, we have $9.5 million of one-time funding to make this current year budget balanced. But when you look at fiscal year 27, we're at the same dollars overall, and So there's growth there because we're filling that space. But it's not enough growth to cover the inflationary growth on the expenditure side of it. So we end, with this first roll-up, this is our first look at it. It's a working document. This is the space where we start to look at what's included here, what can we potentially recommend to extend not funding or funding at a less level. You want to start with this look for the first start so that you can also go ahead and start looking at the things that were reduced this year compared to next year, because it may not be the same things, and that's why we build it this way. So what's next? Just refining the budget. We're going to be looking at a lot of the same things as last year. New this year, we are looking to do budgeting for vacancy savings. That's normal savings that occurs throughout the year because we budget for every position within the budget to be filled, and it's not necessarily so if someone resigns or leaves or retires, there's a savings between the time that they leave and potentially a new hire comes on through the recruitment process. Normally, that savings can be anywhere from 1% to 3%. This is normal for jurisdictions to look at doing that and budgeting for that. Sparks, Washoe County, they both do it. It is something we are looking at this year. Washoe County went to this last year. 3% is what they did. I would not be comfortable with 3% because, as you noticed from the prior slides, we're only tracking 1.4% below budget. Our budgets are very close to what we spend. So we are looking at that, looking at operating expenses, looking at some other sources for some one-time capital similar to last year. A lot of these potentially could be one time again. And so it's just going to extend the problem. This isn't something new that we're talking about because we knew it was coming because the revenues just aren't keeping pace with inflation. And then on the revenue side, we'll be looking at some things for fee schedule and some other areas where potentially you have some opportunity as council. Then next month on December 10th, we have the annual comprehensive financial report. We call it the ACFR. Coming forward, the auditors will be present via Zoom to comment on that. You will have the information from the auditors, and we'll be bringing that forward. With that, that concludes my presentation, and this is not an action item. It's just for discussion only. So I'm glad to take questions.
Thanks, Vice Director Van Buren. I'll start to my right with Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Vicki. Since I saw you do this presentation at the Financial Advisory Board, it dawned on me I should have asked you then, what time of the year in the spring or in January, February, when do we start, do you think we have enough information cycle-wise to be able to start realizing where we're going to have to start finding more areas in our budget to save?
Well, thank you for that. I think that we have enough information right now to know that we have to start working now. We're looking at $24 million deficit, similar to last year. And as I pointed out, revenues are growing. They're just not growing at the pace that inflation grows. So we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to look out to the future years to see what's going to happen there. The biggest thing that January and February will give us are the extra data points for revenues. Because if we're seeing those come in a little better or even a little worse, that's going to adjust those. But as far as the expenditure side, we can go ahead and start working on what that looks like on that side now because that's locked in. We know the people, we know what they need to do their jobs, we know that information. It's the revenues that's the kind of unknown. And right now, I've built in conservative, but not too conservative, where I think it really would be. But it shouldn't be much higher or lower, depending on how it comes in. If it comes in higher, that's great. If it comes in lower, then we have even more work to do. But I think we're at a conservative starting point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you for the information. As always, you're doing a great job. But $24 million shortfall again for 27. That's what we're looking at. We don't have any more one-time money. We're deferring maintenance and capital projects. So I guess if you're saying that we need to start planning for that now, I'm going to ask the city manager, what do our options look like, and how do we start moving forward with I guess the biggest thing is managing expectations. I know you're out there talking to people right now, but we're going to really have to do some education on what the city of Reno is going to be able to do, because services are going to drop. I mean, our service level is going to drop.
Yeah, that's the hardest part of the job. Everybody wants everything.
Exactly.
So Vicki, will you pop back to the slide that indicates the savings to date in salaries and services, please? So you'll see here, we've already started. We slowed down hiring, so it takes us a while. If you look on the right-hand side, we're tracking 1.4% below budget for salaries and benefits and 2.6% below budget to services and supplies. So roughly, what would that equate to? 3.6?
Sorry, I don't have that in front of me.
Ish. It'll give us a number. We'll take that number and deduct it from the targeted 25 million today. We are, every time there is a vacancy, we have a conversation. Do we wait? How vital is it? Can we fill it? What's the long-term life cycle cost of that? You heard some presentations about that. We're really trying to be very thoughtful and intentional about every single expense that we incur. And so that is happening today. And it actually started 18 months ago, and we just really haven't stopped looking at everything with a fine-tooth comb. Some of the things that we did last year are probably going to be in the mix to do this year. So again, last year there was $1 million in contingency, which was removed from the budget. That could be removed again, and I would recommend that it does get removed again. So we're going to kind of chip away until we get to a really solid number. And along the way, we have to have conversations that the city of Reno cannot be all things to all people.
I think that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of having a conversation here, but in my briefing, I was saying this is an opportunity to really change the way that we do business.
Yes.
And I think we're going to have to start looking at those changes further down the road, because we can't be 24 million one year, 25 million one year. We're going to have to permanently change the way we do business.
No, the cost of labor, specifically, the increased cost of PERS, the cost of health care, these are not going down, ever. They're only going to go up. It's just not going to get better in that regard. So we have to kind of really be intentional about the services that this body wants to provide, which is why we're going through the strategic planning process.
Which we said was financial. Our baseline was that of financial fiscal responsibility decisions. Thanks, Vicki.
Yeah, thanks so much, Councilmember Dewar.
Yep. Thank you so much. And I got a preview of this, so it was very helpful in order to understand today. You may want to reset the clock. My question is really, when are we scheduled to talk about fees the city charges?
We are, yes. That will be part of the process. We do that normally every year.
Yeah, I thought I saw it was going to be on like even a December agenda. Is that true?
Yes, it was going to be on the agenda. We weren't ready for it after I reviewed the material, so I took it off. So it's probably going to be January or February now.
Okay, I thought it was to be today, and so January, February? Ish, okay. So I just wanted to say, it's a little difficult, but and I brought it up at my briefing, but on the last budget, sadly, neither Councilmember Ebert nor Councilmember Martinez nor I could support the budget resolution. I mean, that's significant when almost half of your council is saying, I'm not comfortable with this. And we all had the same reason, which was the incredible increase in the fee for appeals, going from $100 to $1,200. And I was assured that we would put into place a process where we could either have council donation funds to offset, or we could have some hardship category that people would not be unduly declined from participating in or something. But we're now in November, so I haven't seen anything like that. And so what I'm concerned about is that in short order, we're going to be discussing fees again. And I would love to get us to a comfort spot, the three of us, so that we don't have to go through this again. So I think we had to make a statement that this is very important. And why is it very important? It wasn't about money. It was really about access to justice. So in order to get your case reviewed by city council, you had to pay a big fee now. And it was set based on what other governments charge. So we looked at Washoe County, Sparks, and we said, oh, this is what they charge. But I also saw in our fee study that we're charging for things that they don't even charge for. That we have fees that Washoe County and Sparks don't have. And so everything isn't equal between all the jurisdictions, and I'm sure we have good reasons that we're charging those fees, and they have good reasons why they're not. I have noticed that we haven't had any appeals in that time. Maybe it's a complete coincidence. Maybe it has something to do with the cost. Maybe nothing's come up to rise to that level. But I just want us to take a closer look at it and not make a gut decision in the next meeting on the budget. I want to be able to support the budget, and I have for 10 years, not the 11th year. I want to support it in my 12th year. So if we could take a hard look at that and be prepared to address that question when you actually start bringing us the budget, either I would recommend you lower the fee. Barring that, I would recommend you come with a proposal to help offset the fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Councilmember Ebert?
No, I mean, I think everything that I'm concerned about has been said already. And I agree with Councilmember Dewar about the fee for appeals. And, just concerned about what we're gonna have to do and things we gotta work on in the coming months. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Would anybody like a round two?
I would just like.
Yeah, Councilmember Dewar.
I want to make sure, so last time we had a conversation about this. The manager brought to our attention, this was in July when we came back from our quote break, that she had to lay off some people. And at our last discussion, we asked to bring that to us in advance. And so I want to reiterate that, that's the expectation, that we're not doing these moves, whatever they are. It could be reducing salaries, could be furloughing people, could be laying off people. I think the council needs to be directing that action. We voted on that at that time. I made the motion, which is why I recall it. And so I just want to make sure that I'm sure we're going to have to do something to meet the budget, something that we're not going to be happy about. Kind of a favorite project, defer, the manager already said contingency. There's going to be proposals, and it's going to cause discomfort. But I just want to make sure that we continue to be part of it, that we're right there with you guys, understanding where we are, and that before we do something that affects our staffing, that we understand what that is before it takes effect. And, we have to make a hard decision to vote on that, So I just wanted to, I'm going back to July, and I just want to make sure we're part of the team and we're making these hard decisions with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. Grim times ahead, but it sounds like you've gotten some direction and feedback from the council. I don't have anything additional to add. If I can ask the body if we could take a quick 15-minute break before we move on to any of the items, just to stretch our legs, and then we'll come back at 4:20 p.m.
You know how speeders got categories? Categories? Different types, different cars. Wannabe race car drivers with zero talent and all the insurance claims. Go on. Yeah, so you got the I didn't realize I was going 95 type. Like the car magically went 45 over just on its own.
Officer, I thought I was going 45. Nobody.
you thought about going 45. Well, then you got the I'm late for work guys. Like going 25 over is going to make up for the 30 minutes they spent laying in bed watching TikToks. Ain't nothing like risking a reckless driving charge to get to a job that you already hate. We can't forget the I was just keeping up with traffic folks. Oh, the if everybody jumped off the bridge defense. Just because everybody else is breaking the law doesn't mean that you get a free pass. Nah, but it does mean we all get to sit on the side of the road together while we trade life stories and I write this ticket at lightning speed. There's one. Yeah, we got a black Volkswagen headed your way, guys. Got him. In all seriousness, Reno, we need to slow down when driving on our roads. Speed and impairment are the two biggest factors in fatality crashes. That is why the Reno Police Department will be conducting proactive speeding enforcement on McCarran and around the city. Slow down, Reno. You got it? I'm not from Nevada, and pretty sure the speed limit signs all look the same everywhere.
Do you want to make a difference in your neighborhood? The City of Reno's 6 neighborhood advisory boards are your chance to shape the future of your community. From parks and public safety to development projects, your voice matters. Joining a NAB is easy, and it's a great way to connect with neighbors and city leaders while making Reno an even better place to live. Applications are open now. Visit reno.gov/NAB to learn more and apply. Get involved and help make Reno not just livable, but lovable.
I'm Corey. I'm a housing manager with the City of Reno, and we are here at our second Love Your Block project, pop-up nursery for Yory Avenue residents. We had residents of this neighborhood apply, and we've got about 75 plants and trees here to give out to the neighbors to beautify the neighborhood, get a little more green here. One day of planting and a lifetime of shade and beautiful greenery in the neighborhood.
The Yory Pop-Up Nursery is a project that my neighbor and I kind of came up with. People get to beautify their yards. Sometimes landscaping is intimidating due to the cost. This initiative, this project helps kind of eliminate that obstacle for a lot of people. And so it'll be nice to see more plants in more people's yards and just make more of a beautiful neighborhood. Secondarily, I'm a huge fan of pollinators and native plants. And so getting more of those in the ground is just going to help the environment overall.
It's super exciting. I love this project. I started the Be Friendly campaign, which was created to help people talk to their neighbors. So a lot of times when you start a pollinator garden in your front yard, it doesn't look like a traditional yard. So I created these signs to kind of help with communication. It's a great neighborhood gathering, and I'm super proud to be a part of it.
We're just so excited to be here in partnership with Reno Food Systems, Be Friendly Nevada, and the Nevada Division of Forestry, alongside all these neighbors to get in the neighborhood and get planting.
My name is Maria Hernandez Ponce. I am a graduate from the community court, and I'm here to share my success story.
About 5 months ago, you and I sat down for the first time and had a discussion.
Yes.
What do you need? What do you want? And now look at you. Tell me, I got bits and pieces along the way, but share what that was like. What was it like right before I met you, and what is it like now?
Well, before you met me, I was going through a very hard time. I ended up, having to give guardianship of my son to my brother. I was trying to recover from drugs, and here you came, the community court, and yourself. And I mentioned that to you, and you told me about all these nice programs and resources that are available to me. And I'm thinking 5 months back, I would have never thought that I'd be here right now. That's for sure.
Yeah. What connection did you make in community court that helped you achieve that?
Well, taking accountability for my actions, realizing that I had a problem. Step one, admitting that you're powerless and your life has become unmanageable. Yeah. That's definitely very important. And then reaching out for help would be the second most important, I would say.
Nice. That's so cool. You are the image of what I want everybody that I meet at community court to accomplish. It's you. Every box I intend to check and rarely do, you do, and you check all of them.
I originally met Maria on our first day of work. We both had the same start date. So we got to meet each other there and we immediately bonded. I immediately saw huge potential in Maria. She is really great. She's a people person and she just strives for the stars.
If it wasn't for community court, I wouldn't be where I am today. They pushed me to get the help that I needed with my recovery. They helped me get my job. They've helped me through every step of the way.
Community court is an alternative to traditional court, and in essence, that's what is different about it. Is it's the alternative approach. I think in traditional court, it's more cut and dry, black and white. You've committed this crime. This is the standard sentencing. Therefore, here you go. At community court, Judge Hazlett Stevens, who I couldn't say enough good things about him and the way that he is driving this court. It's started with Nevada Urban Indians. Her counselor, Troy, knocked it out of the park with the substance use counseling. Job Connect, Tim is our contact there, and he did a great job of working with her. They did the application process right away. They met later that week. They completed all of the online applications, sent out all the information they needed to, who then linked her to the placement agency that got her in here. She also worked with Downtown Reno Partnership, who helped her get her IDs. She wouldn't have been able to get this job without those IDs. And so it was several people working together as one to achieve what we consider the perfect success with Maria.
Hi, I'm Monica Kirch. I am the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development for the City of Reno. The Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program is a program that the City of Reno started in coordination with Volunteers of America and the Reno Housing Authority.
Programs like the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program are important to Volunteers of America because it gives us an opportunity to catch individuals who are otherwise potentially falling between the cracks as far as services go.
The Reno Housing Authority assists nearly 15,000 Washoe County residents through its traditional housing programs, yet we know there are many more who need assistance. The Reno Housing Authority supports the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program in two ways. The first way is through a financial contribution to support half the salary of the service coordinator who works directly with clients at Village on Sage. The second way that we support the program is by ensuring that clients are on one of RHA's wait lists prior to being housed at Village on Sage.
The program is new and we've just started housing people within about the last month. We have several folks now staying at the Village on Sage, working with a service coordinator.
Partnerships like this give RHA the opportunity to assist more families outside of our traditional programs. And it's these innovative partnerships that create a stepping stone from temporary housing into long-term permanent housing.
So specifically, this program works with individuals who are on a fixed or low income who can't afford conventional rents. And they're eligible for a housing voucher, but they still have to take the time to wait for that voucher. So it allows us to support them in that intermediary time frame so they can stay housed and have access to services. I know specifically with this program, a lot of our folks are coming directly from the street and haven't had a rental in a very long time. Specifically, Mikey hadn't paid rent in over a decade. And so it was really exciting for him to come to the office with his money and just celebrate that new experience that he got to have.
Hi, I'm Mike, and welcome to Village on Sage. Come on, let's go look around. Here, welcome. And this is what we get. I got a brand new television. It's an Element. This is one of the finer televisions. You're welcome to bring your transportation inside with you. Nobody cares as long as you keep it neat and tidy. What can I tell you? The door's open, the train's right there, so if you like trains, excellent. And this is where all the magic happens. This is where the happiness, where we come to ground out. And this is just where, we can be ourselves. I know it's
Vice Mayor Martinez, are you ready to reconvene?
I am ready. Let's go
Okay,
ahead.
we're
Thank you, Madam
reconvening
Clerk.
at 4:18. At this time, Mayor Sheevy, Councilmember Reese, and that is it. They are not present at this time.
Thanks so much. I think we're going to go ahead and open up the Redevelopment Agency Board. Madam Clerk, does that sound about right?
Yes. Would you like me to call roll for the
Yeah, that'd be
redevelopment
awesome if we
agency
could
board?
call roll, please.
Okay, calling roll for Wednesday, November 19th, 2025 for the redevelopment agency board. Councilmember Taylor. Doer.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert. Here. Reese, absent at this time. Anderson. Here. Sheevy, absent at this time. Vice Mayor Martinez, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency board.
Thanks so much, Madam Clerk. We'll start with agenda item A3. Is there any public comment?
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any written correspondence.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any adjustments, City Manager? Brian?
None, thank you.
Of course. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Doesn't look like we have any approval of minutes for this RDA, so.
We do have
We
approval
do.
of
Sorry
minutes.
about that. We do have minutes. Can I get a motion to approve or any changes?
To approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We got a second. Thanks so much, Councilmember Dewar. Motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and open up item C7 on the Reno City Council and item B1 on the Redevelopment Agency, as they are similar items, but we're going to go ahead and take separate motions on those. Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that we are opening Council item C7 and RDA item B1. Do we have any public comment on these items?
We do not have any public comment registered.
Thanks so much, Madam Clerk. And I think there's staff presentation. I'll turn it to Assistant City Manager Attorney.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager Ashley Turney for the record. Before you today to discuss baseball. This aligns with our strategic plan for fiscal sustainability and economic and community development. Why are we here today? The ACES baseball operating agreement and their non-relocation commitment expires in April of 2029. The lease for the ACES, the stadium, runs through 2043. What this means is that we've got a misalignment between when the baseball operating commitment and the lease term expires. What you need to know today is what I will be asking in the end is for authorization to proceed with renegotiation of the agreements. That's the punchline. I'm going to settle into this slide. There's a bit of history that I think is important for the item. So this slide will be up in front of you for a bit, and we'll talk through what is a really, really complex deal. I'll try my best to try to condense nearly 20 years of redevelopment agreements and contractual obligations into just a couple of minutes and a few bullet points. The first thing that you need to know is in 2006, the Reno City Council was looking for a developer to build a baseball stadium for them. They'd seen the other communities that had incredible success from having minor league baseball in their community and wanted to replicate that. We found a developer, and from there we proceeded to put together a very, very complex deal. I've often mentioned I have 2 6-inch binders up on my desk that just go through the agreements. That's not actually the entire history of this deal. When I say that it's complex, it involved land swaps and land acquisition and sale, relocation of people, resources, up to and including our own Fire Station 1 into other areas, loans, and significant land changes. Near the end of 2007, we executed a deal for a few components. One of those was a disposition and development agreement, which identified that this would actually be part of a larger district for the baseball tourism area. The intent was to build out a really complex, robust tourism district that would help to create incredible tax increment. Some of the other agreements that came from this were the lease agreements that we're going to discuss a little bit more. What we also found are some high points of the deals that were agreed to. The City of Reno and the Redevelopment Agency agreed to pay the developer $2.5 million a year in increment that would be produced from this area to pay them back for building the baseball stadium. We also would agree in the end that the stadium and the land would ultimately be returned to the developer at the end of that 20-year note. And the idea is that the increment that would be produced in this area would far exceed what the initial investment from the city was. Through this time, we realized from a timing standpoint, as I mentioned in 2007, 2008 hit, and the Great Recession. As we know, Reno was hit sooner, faster, harder, and longer than many other communities across the country. What we found is that initially what was supposed to be a really blossoming, booming tourism district turned stale. Through no fault of the developer. However, they continued to build through that time. What was interesting, despite the economic conditions, Herb Simon, who was the original developer and is still currently the owner of the Aces baseball team, they continued through the building, giving hundreds of construction jobs to this community during that time, and ultimately opening up a baseball park in April of 2009 for the community. As we know, this creates an incredible anchor for our downtown area. And as I mentioned, we were supposed to pay back the developer $2.5 million, so this would have totaled $50 million in increment. Through the recession, we actually found that RDA 1 dipped below the base of the tax increment standard. What that means is we like to use the term that we were actually creating negative increment. Can't create a negative, but what that means is that we didn't have enough funding to fulfill our obligations. So in 2012, Herb approached the city and said this agreement that we have all come to is not being met. The city paid no money to the developer for the construction, and we entered into a resettlement agreement. The resettlement agreement stated that we would pay $1 million from 2013 until 2043, so for 30 years. So the developer decided to take a settlement off of $20 million from the original agreement. What you need to know about how the deal was also resettled is Nevada Land is the developer. They currently own the land. The City of Reno owns the baseball stadium. We lease it to each other, and then we sublease it to the Aces. When I say it is complex and doesn't make sense, that is a very small detail of what this contract has looked like over the original years. Also, what happened through this process is it was discovered that some past due property taxes had not been paid by the Aces for their interest on the land. This was made whole, and the creation of the Stadium Authority was created. Multiple of you sit on that board currently. This allows the Aces to be able to apply for their portion of the property tax that they pay to Washoe County as a reimbursement for capital improvements on the stadium. So to recap, $30 million. And at the end of this deal, the city would, in theory, could own the land and the stadium if the Aces choose to relocate. pause for questions, then we'll keep going. Okay. Where we are now is we received direction from staff, or staff received direction, excuse me, from city manager's office as well as from this body to reevaluate all of our contracts. As we understand our financial position, we want to ensure that we're in the best potential position that we can be. And it was discovered that we do have a misalignment between the operating agreement, which says that the ACEs are committed to non-relocation through April of 2029, which is 3 years from now. And then this resettlement agreement, which says that they can continue to operate, but should they leave, we can stop the payments, leaving us with a stranded asset. Where our risk comes in is really between this 2029 space and 2043 when the lease actually expires, as they're not contractually obligated to play beyond 2029. Some things that I think are important for why this body should consider and start to look into these options. We often talk about the economic impact of certain projects. We know that baseball is important to this community from an activation standpoint. We know that families love to come downtown because of the Aces ballpark, but they're really responsible for additional pieces that have an actual dollar impact to the community. They currently bring down hundreds of thousands of people annually down into the downtown core. They are continuing to activate beyond just the baseball games that happen in the stadium. They currently employ more than 500 people on an annual basis and bring in nearly $22 million of spending output into the community. They contribute almost $14 million regionally in GDP. Also a thing to note is while they're leasing the stadium, they do not own the stadium, and the current agreement, they do not end with the stadium. They've been investing large amounts of capital in maintaining a quality product for our community. They're also required to make capital improvements per Major League Baseball standards. That would be something that if the city had this stadium, we would have to incur those capital costs. Recapping again. City owns the stadium. Nevada Land owns the land. We pay $1 million a year right now. This body has been able to dedicate those funds from the Redevelopment Agency. RDA 2 pays the $1 million from now until 2035 at the sunset of RDA 2. And then RDA 1 picks up that payment through 2043. A thing that's very important to note through this resettlement agreement in 2013 is that the general fund became a backer to this obligation. So the current obligation that you have in front of you, while you've been able to allocate it from RDA funds now, you've not always been able to do that, which does incur a City of Reno liability. Again, the team is obligated and committed to playing baseball in the community through 2029. And so what we're hoping for today is recommendations to renegotiate all of the applicable contracts so that way we can help to maintain baseball in the community for the next several decades.
Thanks so much, Assistant City Manager. Attorney, I'm going to look at the body, see if there are any questions. Councilmember Anderson, we'll start with you.
So I just want to make it clear, we are not evaluating options on renegotiating today. What we are asking you to do is go and find out what the options are to renegotiate so we can keep baseball in Reno for decades.
That is correct. We're asking for authority for me to go and renegotiate all of the applicable contracts and then return to this body with a term sheet for approval.
Okay, great.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mr.
Taylor.
Vice
Yeah.
Mayor. I'm going to work backwards really quick with all of the complications and moving parts of this. The thing that is very important to, I think, this community is we must keep baseball downtown. It is critical. We need to clean up the misalignment between the operating agreement and the lease agreement, reducing the risk and the liability to the city of Reno. Does this get us those things?
Yes.
Okay, and then in the term sheet, just to clarify what Councilwoman Anderson was saying, you are going to bring that back. We will go through and see what they want, what we want, but the end result is we get to keep baseball and we clean up the mess that was made 20 years ago for whatever reasons.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Dewar or Ebert, do you have any comments or questions?
I got a pretty good briefing on this. Thanks.
Awesome. Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah. So you mentioned there's a contract to keep the ACEs here until 2029. Is that contract with the league or who's that contract with?
That contract is with Nevada Land as the owner of the Aces ball team.
Okay.
So it's not with Major League Baseball, it's with the actual team itself. It's with the Aces.
Okay. Is there any contract with the league that says where they have to play?
with Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
Not between the city, no. So
Okay.
that would be an agreement between the league itself and the Aces ballpark as one of the 30, ball team, excuse me, as one of the 30 AAA teams.
Okay, and or is the land generating property taxes now?
It is, so there's something in the law that's called possessory interest, and so the owner is currently paying taxes on the land as well as the stadium that they're leasing from us.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the body? No?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, that would be great. Looking for a motion.
Okay, I move to, on RCC item C7, I move to approve staff to renegotiate a ground lease and any associated contracts with Nevada Land and Aces Baseball and return with a term sheet for the Reno City Council to approve.
Second.
Thanks so much. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Do you have a motion for B1, sorry?
Sure, Mr. Vice Mayor. On item RDA, item B1, I move to approve staff to renegotiate a ground lease and any associated contracts with Nevada Land and Aces Baseball and return with a term sheet for redevelopment, for the Redevelopment Agency Board to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Anderson. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No, motion passes unanimously. Thanks so much. We'll go ahead and close those items and move on to agenda item B2. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on item B2?
Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered. However, apologize, I have to get the spreadsheet up. We did receive 2 letters of support for this item. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and the RDA.
Great, thank you so much. Do we have a presentation from staff? Does the body require a presentation, desire a presentation?
I don't.
If y'all are ready for a motion,
I'll make a
I
motion.
seek one if you don't want the presentation.
I move
We
to
can put that up, please. Thank you.
I move to direct staff to initiate engagement with Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada, the Reno Gospel Mission, and the State Nevada Division of State Lands pursuant to Assembly Bill 241 to identify and survey parcels on the NAMS campus, prepare legal descriptions, and develop proposed agreements for redevelopment agency participation, and to return to the agency with findings and recommendations for implementation.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks so much. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Some quick items. We'll go ahead and move on to agenda item C1. Any redevelopment agency board member comments? No, I think we're good on the comments. Thank you. We'll look at last public comment on the redevelopment agency board. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We have none registered.
Thank you so much. We'll look for adjournment. Do you have a motion for adjournment on the redevelopment agency board?
Motion to adjourn? Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the redevelopment agency and return back to the Reno City Council meeting. We'll move on to item E1, ordinance introduction. I believe, before I go to that, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on item E1?
We have not received any correspondence on item E1 and do not have any public comment registered.
Okay, then I think it's on to City Attorney's Office, to read the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ordinance introduction, Bill number 7323, an ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 6.14 of the Reno Municipal Code, titled Truck Regulations, Adoption and Enforcement of Federal and State Regulations for Motor Carrier Safety and other matters properly relating thereto.
Does the body require a presentation or any further information from staff? If not, we'll look for a motion.
I move to approve this ordinance related to motor carrier safety for a second reading.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Close that item. Move on to item G1, which is appointment to the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board. I just want to say I appreciate all those that applied, and I had the opportunity to meet with most of the folks that were interested. And at this time, I'd like to recommend Lauren Kroll and Forrest Keller as the appointments, and alternates Corey Munson and Natalie Katsaros to fill the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board vacancies.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item H1. Any city council comments? I'll go ahead and start to my right. Councilmember Anderson.
None for me.
Thanks so much. Councilmember Taylor. We're good. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I have two. One, I wanted to let everybody know that the Nevada Department of Wildlife reached out to me in the last week. They're very concerned about bears getting into garbage. And I'm going to meet with them tomorrow to go over with the bear experts. Most of this is in my ward in Collin Ranch, headed out towards Verdi on the south side of the river. What their goal is to have better accessibility to the bear cans. So the way I understand it is Waste Management only orders so many at a time. There's a waiting list. They're more expensive. They're more expensive to buy. They're more expensive to service. And so what they're hoping is that they don't want to kill bears. They don't want to relocate bears. What they want to do is have all of us manage our trash better so that we aren't drawing the bears in. To that end, I'll give you a personal anecdote. So I have honeybees. Last year, bears came in my yard, a mom and 3 cubs, and they tore apart my honey. And so this year, what I did was I relocated the honey box, or the bee boxes, and I had professionally installed electrical wire around those to do my part to not draw bears into my own neighborhood. And so they're just encouraging more awareness. So once I meet with them, I'm going to try to hand them over to our sustainability manager. She couldn't make this meeting, but a reason I'm bringing it up is A, you should know they're being proactive, but B, I will be off council, but the waste management contract is going to come up, and we're going to start having to prepare for going out to bid or renegotiating with Waste Management. We already put them on notice that we're likely going to do rebid process. Not, they might be the winner of the rebid, but I think it will be good for the council to think about what are the parameters that should be in that. Do we need composting? Do we need the hazardous electrical waste management in some different way that we want to put into the contract? Do we want bear or other animal diversion? So these are all things, so I just thought I'd bring it up so you can start thinking about it and be prepared to discuss it, whether you go out for bid or renegotiate with Waste Management. So that's item 1.
Really quick, to your points, before Waste Management comes up, we could utilize our very talented communications team and do some education, awareness around how to store your garbage in a way that we keep the bears from coming into your yard. We could be doing that now.
I agree.
Before we deal with it through Waste
And
Management.
I should have said that. I was giving you the long game, but the short game, which is we are entering winter. Winter, you know, the availability of garbage is drawing bears out of hibernation. And so we can and should do more now. I think so. Thank you for mentioning that. I did have a second item. I don't know if anyone.
Go ahead.
Okay. Earlier, we talked about the noise ordinances, C-scale, all that. And a couple of us were a little surprised when our staff in the clerk's office reported that 181 people opposed further ordinances. So I asked them to go back and take a look, and they reread all the letters, all the comments, and they found out a mistake was made in how they characterized that. And so they've given me an updated sheet, and 5 more comments came in after that. So the sum is.
Well, so Councilmember,
would you like to?
Yeah, I'll read the final
Please.
numbers. So just to clarify the positions, we've really categorized it now into 4 separate spaces. And I think just for the record, it should be said that this was a presentation item only, so really we should not have been collecting public comment on this item, and they should have probably been logged under item A3 for general. But given that we've already stated them under C1, we've recategorized them as stated opposition with no comments given. There were 30. Support for more restrictions, there were 9. Oppositions of more restrictions, there were 64. And then neutral or concerned, there were 95 for a total of 198 comments.
So what I wanted to add is that the people in the neutral concern category, I reread as many of those letters as I could. They weren't quite neutral, they were very concerned. But there is no ordinance in front of us, and there was no action for us to take, so they weren't registering that they were supporting an ordinance or against an ordinance. We were really discussing the C scale. So the 30 that have stated opposition, they might have been opposed to noise. They might have been opposed to a ordinance. They might have been opposed to having the conversation at all, or they might have been opposed to our direction or lack of direction. So I just wanted to say that often we get these reports from the clerk, and they often say 3 were opposed and 14 were supportive, but we don't know what they're being supportive of, and especially in this case where there was no action in front of us. So I didn't want us, so the majority of people registered essentially as concerned by quite a bit. So it kind of sits with the mail we got, the emails we got, and so I just thought it was worth, thank you. I just wanted to do a shout out to the clerk for quickly reevaluating that. I know you put several staff on it to see what it really was, and I appreciate the effort. And it helps me, it makes sense now, you know? So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ebert? Nothing? Okay, sorry about that. I got distracted for a second. On my end, just like to highlight 2 events that are happening tomorrow. For anybody listening, the Reno Fire Department is doing a turkey fry to highlight the conditions that can happen if we try to deep fry turkeys at our home. So if anybody's interested in that, it's tomorrow at 11 at the fire station on West Moana Lane. And the second thing is those that are interested in the Reno Housing Authority's community engagement opportunity for Reno Avenue. There's going to be a neighborhood meeting to discuss the plans on Reno Avenue tomorrow at 5:30 at 440 Reno Avenue, Reno, Nevada 89509. So just wanted to share that with the record. With that, we'll move on to the last public comment section. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered. We did receive additional comments throughout the day today, 9 in total, 2 letters of support, 2 letters of opposition, and 5 letters of concern.
Thank you. With that, we're looking for a motion to adjourn. So moved. A second?
Second.
Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Passes unanimously. We're adjourned. Thank you so much, everybody.